You just heard Where the Rivers of Madness Stream from Cemetary is an Evil Shade of Grey record from 1992. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I am Jason. And yeah, here we are. We originally intended this as a potential Patreon episode, but then we're like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just drop it in the regular stream. Even though it'll be a little shorter than usual, which is not a bad thing, but especially with our schedules, kind of the way they are. But yeah, it's we haven't talked since I think we recorded Crypt Sermon like late August, I think. So it's been a few weeks, and you're in dad and building mode, and I'm back in school coaching mode, and we're kind of like full locked in right now. So it's just like been a blur. Like if you told me we recorded that Crypt Sermon episode like 2 weeks ago, I'd be like, okay. But it was like, fuck,
I don't even know what day it is today.
Yeah. This is
I know we're in early October, but that's really about it.
We're like somewhere in that realm. So yeah, man, how have you been? What's been going on?
Well, as you say, it's been a blur. We up living in northern Michigan. The fall comes very quick, and then followed very quickly by the winter. So there's lots of it's like Little House on the Prairie, getting ready for the make sure you got enough wood and all this kind of craps. But we're also expanding our house a little bit, and just like basically updating the property that we got 2 years ago now, almost 2 years ago now. So yeah, like pouring concrete, building stuff, getting ready for winter, and then work, and then my son is starting to he's not starting, he's crawling full steam, wanting to stand, and walking will come pretty quickly. So
rocking out to some spiritual healing. You said some death. He was
today. We listened to the new Behemoth video, which seemed like every Behemoth video. It was fine. It wasn't anything crazy new, but it was neat to see a video that was it looked like it was shot practically with a bunch of piles of crucifixes and stuff. So,
okay, all right, there you
go. I think his favorite band is still Vader. He seems to really like bounce a lot when I play Vader, but anything that's not screechy vocals, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like the pulse of Doc's drumming on Vader? You know what I mean?
Usually we listen to Ultimate Incantation. So
okay, was Doc drumming at that point with them?
There's so many lineup changes. I feel like maybe.
Yeah, because he was there for I think a good line stretch of the stuff him and Pitor. I think
he died fairly young. So I think he was maybe the first 4 records. Maybe could be totally wrong. That's just gut instinct.
Yeah, he might have made it a little. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while. We recorded the Vader episode. I think in like 2008. Or 2009, you were living in the basement with George and his wife. I think it was before you moved in with me. I remember recording
Ann Arbor. Yeah.
Yep. We did that episode. Cannibal
room
Corpse.
I built in the basement. Yeah.
Yep. I remember we did Cannibal Corpse and Vader, I think at the same time. Because I think it was the only time we recorded in that basement was maybe that time. So it was I don't know why I can remember those things, but I have like really good sense impressions of like what episodes we did.
No, that's good. I have absolutely no clue. I have when you say I know I did Marduk show notes there because I listened to so many records I had a headache from like listening to everything from the first record up until Jesus some of the stuff with Mortis in it, like or Mortis in it. It was like 12 records or something in a day. And I was just like, God, I need to drink some water and get out of here.
It's like we did our Dark Throne episode. It was like, holy shit, it's a lot of fucking records, So nowadays we probably stretched out into like a multi-part thing, but we used to just jam pack shit in one episode, So
and try to get it to an hour and a half long too, which is kind of laughable now.
I know. How did we do that? I think we didn't we just like gut talked about songs. We didn't write any notes. We just sort of like, I like that song. That's a cool song. That solo is really fun. Like it's just like
and the host that we had didn't we couldn't really allow whatever an hour and a half was how many megabytes we could put up. So but now we can do whatever the hell we want.
I know. Fucking the wheels are off. So but yeah, it's been in terms of metal world stuff, there's been some pretty, big new releases out. I think people, when we're recording this, not to date the episode, but the new Blood Incantation seems to be getting a lot of buzz and a lot of debate back and forth on how people feel about it, with Tangerine Dream and all that. I love it. Mm-hmm. I think it's fucking cool.
But there's some like every direction they go, like everything's planned out. It feels thought out. Yeah. And when people get pissed off about like Time Wave Zero, like, Why I would be much it's I'm much more interested in bands that really have a definitive voice and
Hmm.
like there's so much good shit coming out right now. It's kind of like an embarrassment of riches. Like more so than I would say in the last 10 years. There's just a
It's been a
lot of
pretty
good
good
shit
year,
coming out.
you know. Yeah, I don't know if I could say that because I think we kind of sometimes forget, you know, if we were to go back, be like, oh yeah, I guess 2016 was way stronger than I remember. I
Yeah.
just I can't remember, but it feels like we've been on a really good stretch. I think Crip Sermon really kind of started something there. I mean, there's been two records that Decibels reviewed with tens, in the last few months. That's
Yeah.
pretty rare, so it does seem to be kind of like a good stretch. That new on Death is really pretty
Who got a 10?
good.
Who else got a 10 besides Blood Incantation?
Cripsum got a
Oh,
10 as
okay,
well.
yeah, that's right.
Yep.
I think they've
So
done how many they've done this year? Have they done three this year?
I don't know what
Three
was the
tens?
third. I don't know. I
Oh,
can't
I
think of
think they
what the
did a
third one
like
is.
the Inner Armor. I think got a nine, maybe.
Yeah, I don't. That was definitely not a 10. But
It was a it
yeah.
was it was close, but I don't know if you
Yep.
listen to that record much, but it was it's definitely warrants a little more attention.
Okay. I like some of their old stuff, but I never like pull that stuff out. I think I might have one of their CDs.
The
So
new yeah, check out the new one on Spotify. It's it kind of warrants repeated listening, but it's just like if you're doing something, mowing the lawn,
uh
just let it kind of wash over you.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will. I will. I'll do that. That's I've been listening to Lawn Mowing a lot. And speaking of great records that have come out lately, is the new Deceased. That's been my lawn mowing
Is it
record.
out already?
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's really good.
No, I didn't. Well,
Um,
I know the vinyl's not out yet, so I guess I didn't.
oh, it's not? Oh, that's a
No,
bummer. Okay.
I think it's pushed back till I don't know, maybe December or something, just because of the
But
pressing
yeah,
plant
check it
shit.
out
But
on Spotify.
I
Yeah,
need to
it's
write that
good.
down so I can check it out.
Do some spins. Yeah, it's good. Even Chris said he thinks it's their best thing that they've done and stuff. So I think Decibel gave it a pretty good score as well.
Yeah,
But
they keep
yeah,
managing to. That's one of the signs of a great band where you think like, well, what else can these guys really say about anything? They've kind of done it all in their little pool, and then they
this one
surprise
has
you. And
some
it's like
cool
this is great.
samples again. It almost like it's like an updating of the stuff they did with like Fearless and Supernatural a little bit, but with like
Yeah,
more of the more I don't want to say modern because King's never doing modern things, but more of the things we've heard on the last more recent records, more
modern
epic
deceased.
songs.
Yeah,
Modern Deceased, yeah, even though it's very not modern in a lot of ways. So, um, but yeah, I think since I talked to you last, I think I was on my way to the Decibel 20th anniversary. And speaking of Crip Sermon, that was really fucking cool. Um, those guys slayed with fucking horrendous slayed. Those are I think my two favorite bands. I mean, Autopsy was great too, don't get me wrong, but
sure.
you could feel this buzz that people who didn't know a lot about those two bands that maybe were just coming to that fest for like Autopsy, like they were talking about Horrendous within earshot. You heard a lot of people like afterwards being like, holy shit, dude, like it was like you, you've probably been to some of those shows before where like an opening band like makes like such a huge impression. You can kind of almost start to feel that momentum shift, and
Yeah, and
that's
that's
kind of
that's
what.
been almost every time I've seen Horrendous. They've always been great.
Yeah, they
But
but
the
they
fact
they
that
re
did Crip Sermon pull off the record live? Well,
oh, fucking incredible, dude.
so
I mean,
that's
like
like that's huge. Yeah,
if you ask Chris will be like, that was like monumental. And you could just tell the guys were so happy because I talked to Steve and some of those guys afterwards. And um, you just tell like the rocket ship is there and like they just need to get on the right tour. I wish they should be open for like fucking Merciful Fate or King Diamond. Like that's the kind of tour they need to like get in front of those kind of fans. Cause I think with the way that Brooks vocals are, like it'll work and people will be
yeah.
like, you know what, we're fucking into this, so I hope they can get use this momentum that seems to be coming off of the back of this record and really do something. But yeah, Horrendous even pulled out like an acoustic guitar for some of the interludes, and
Nice.
it was funny. You could tell like it was like they didn't know how to mic it right and stuff because they never done that shit live because they did the all of that record in its entirety. Exosis or whatever that word is from 2014. So it was the 10
Yeah.
year anniversary of that record. So Ecoysis, however the fuck you pronounce that. But
What was the Euclideus
Yeah,
or something weird. Like
I don't fucking know.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I just made up whatever
Um,
I thought. I thought it was
yeah,
like Euclidean
Euclidean
geometry or
geometry. I
something.
like that. Yeah, it's good. It's people, you know what? Just sell it. I do that all the time in school. Like sometimes I just fucking sell like a term, and the kids aren't gonna like second guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Confidence, it goes a long way.
you just sell that shit. What else was? Fucking Death Evocation was cool too. I don't know if I'd ever seen those guys live actually.
Yeah, I
So
saw them at the when they did. They played. I don't remember which one it was now, but the first time they kind of came back for quite a while.
mhm.
They were great. Um, but that God, what was that? That was probably 2 years ago.
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
remember. It was
cool.
the last one I went to.
Got
It
it.
was the one with the because I did the
Oh yeah, they
illustration for
played
the
the.
Death Evocation beer can.
Yep. Yeah, that was that was the one with Candlemass. I didn't go to that one.
Okay,
So it was Death
I think that was
Evocation
the last one I
Candlemass.
did.
Yeah, I couldn't make it for I had some track or something was kind of going on then. But yeah, they seemed to hit really well with the crowd. And then Autopsy. I mean, just hearing them play all of Severed Survival was cool. I mean, like for think of like our whole thesis of like this podcast from 2008 forward, and now you've got bands that are playing entire classic records, and it's like this is like it's like designed for people like you and I,
Oh, totally. Yeah,
like I like New
the aging
Autopsy.
metal fan.
Yeah, I like New Autopsy. But I don't know those songs the way I know those old records. Same with, so this whole idea of having bands perform entire records from start to finish. I mean, that's really what Horrendous did. Blood, Death Evocation did that. I was almost gonna say Blood Incantation. And Crypt Sermon did it, and so did Autopsy. So it was like seeing four complete albums was
Yeah,
fucking awesome, you know?
and that's what I felt like when they did the Enslaved Eld. I never in
Yeah.
a million years thought I would, with
Wait,
their
it
new
wasn't Eld.
trajectory,
It
I didn't
was
think we'd be able
Frost.
to see that. Or Frost, that's right.
Yeah. I'd love to see Eld. That'd be fucking
But like
crazy.
Frost is that's like where, the crazy Mexican tour and everything that you hear stories about and like that's what
Mhm.
we were really, we're like right at the precipice of them kind of turning into something. And to
For
see that
sure.
record done with better musicians live and it sounded great, that was incredible.
And then also like people who will follow us on social media, especially on Facebook, Chris and I recreated some Requiem graveyard photos. If you saw that, uh, so we're trying to bring back the spirit of some of the old like graveyard photos you guys took, and we even found like one with like a female angel that looked very similar to like some of the photo shoots you guys had done for some of the old Requiem issues and stuff.
Going,
So it
yeah, a lot
was,
of the Mount Pleasant Cemetery or
yeah,
I think one of
yeah.
the Flint cemeteries as well.
Is that what it was? Yeah,
Yeah,
but
those are
it was
basically
fun.
the two ones we went to, but
Yep. So other than that, just in terms of, and I know like our fans, we always kind of talk about like pop culture stuff. I know you haven't probably had as much time to be locked into things with the kid and stuff, but
oh, but
I've
I
been.
do have.
What do
I
you
have a
have?
book coming out November 19th that you
I
can
was gonna
pre-order
say,
on Amazon.com.
yeah, talk about this book because this is cool, especially Requiem people will be into it
Well, this
if they
is
don't follow the socials.
yeah, it's collecting the last, I don't know, 10 or 12 years, curated all my metal illustrations, the best stuff that I think I did. It's about 200 pages. It's almost the format of a 12-inch record. It's like 11 by 11. Pretty a big beefy record or big beefy book. Um, will be shipping November 19th. Uh, there's some things like in the works right now for a signing, but I'll have to wait till that's announced to talk about it.
Yep.
But yeah, that's going to be available, and it's got. I mean, it's anybody that that's interested that is like a metal fan that you don't know what to get them. It's not just about me; it's about the band. So it's you
It's
can go
almost like a
through and flip.
perfect coffee table book, right? This
It's
is like
perfect to pick up and
a
flip through and like, oh, look
sophisticated
at there's
coffee table
Triptychon,
book.
there's this or that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you have some cool, who are some of the contributors that did like some of the things for it?
Oh, well, like
Like
I've
in
got
terms of like
the pull
write-ups.
quotes on the back. I've got Chris Reifert. I've got Jeff Walker, Dan Seagrave, Chase Mason from Gate Creeper, and Albert. So
Oh,
those are
sweet.
my pull quotes on the back. So it's a pretty it was a lot. It was a nice variety of things. Oh, and Ben Mara too, the cartoonist. So I wanted to get like all these people that I like respected in a broad kind of swath of metal and cartooning and art in general. So I don't know if I've ever seen a Dan Seagrave pull quote anywhere. So his is it's bizarre, but it's perfect. So
Awesome.
if you're interested, yeah, Amazon, Barnes and Noble, any place books are sold, it's available.
I pre-ordered it, so you should too, fans of
Absolutely.
cool shit out there. Yeah,
I'm
it's a
gonna
great
try to do some
Christmas.
type
Get
of
some Christmas gifts.
exactly. I'm gonna try to maybe do some type of like uh I don't know, like a book plate or something that they'll if you order directly from me. But that probably won't be until after the holidays. But I'll make some noise about that when it happens.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's sweet. Yeah, in terms of things that like people might care about the pop culture wise, I did see a cool fucking an interesting horror film that I'm sure you've heard a lot about, The Substance. Um, I don't know if you've have you heard much about The Substance? I don't
No,
know. I don't know how plugged
nothing.
in you are. Okay. I'm sure people listening have definitely heard. There's a lot of hubbub about it. It's probably one of the most talked about movies, but it's a female director. It's Demi Moore, Dennis Quaid, and Margaret Qualley, which is Andy McDowell's daughter. You've seen Margaret Qualley. She was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think she's the hippie that Brad Pitt picks up in
Oh,
the car ride.
the shoeless one.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
her.
yeah, the dark hair
So,
girl.
but basically, The Substance is like if you took The Brood, you took Society, that late
Okay,
80s movie,
yeah,
um, mixed it with like boy, there's definitely some Lynchian qualities to it, and also like some really like crazy satirical qualities, like Society. Like it almost like has it's so over the top that it's like kind of funny. It's
yeah,
definitely the grossest fucking movie I've seen in mainstream like Hollywood. I mean, it's like
good.
the last 15 minutes of it are like so fucking gross
Is
that
it like
like you
Society's the Brian
yes, it's
Yunza
like that.
stuff? Okay,
It's so fucking amazing.
the
But
butts
basically
talking
Demi,
and
oh my God, it's like incredible. There's even like a little like ode as a musical ode to fucking Vertigo in it. They play like the little Bernard Herrmann like Vertigo score during like a certain scene that's like
okay,
really clever. But Demi Moore is basically an aging actress who gets told about this thing called the substance that basically creates a younger version of yourself that lives for 7 days, and your older self basically you keep stored and you have to like feed it like a feeding tube thing, but
okay.
then after 7 days, you have to switch back to your older self. So you have to trade off. And there's consequences if you don't go back. And
So is
it's,
this like it kind of has like a prestige thing too?
I mean, it's a newer director. She hasn't done a
Well,
lot.
no, that the movie The Prestige.
Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of that. I thought you meant like Prestige. You know what it is? It's a French director. She did a movie called Revenge. Did you see that? I think
No,
it's one of
is
those
the
kind of
same
like
person that did
hyper
Raw?
violent. No, but it's like kind of like Raw Martyrs. It's kind of like in that new like French kind of like we're gonna push you
Streamed
to the
canon.
edge.
Yeah.
We're gonna push you to the edge of the precipice of like like shock and stuff. But there's like deeper messages there. It's cool. You would love it as like a fucking Cronenberg guy. Like
Yeah.
it was has a lot of The Fly. I mean,
So
it's
it's just on
obviously like
streaming, I guess.
I don't know. I saw it in theaters.
Oh, okay.
But and it's a big deal. It's like all the film podcasts talking a little bit about it, and it's got like a buzz because like Demi Moore's kind of been gone for a while, and so here she comes out, essentially playing herself, right? An aging
Yeah.
actress who can't get like fucking good jobs, and basically Margaret Qualley like fucking crawls out of her, and like that scene's fucking sick. Like literally like births out of her back and shit, and it's wild, dude. I don't want to say too much because it's more fun if you don't know, but there were moments where I was there with Austin and my Luke who went to Kiss with us,
Hmm.
and there were moments where I just like turned and smiled at those guys while like people were like covering their eyes in the theater, like grossed out, and I was just giggling. I was like, "This is so much fun!" Like I'm watching people lose their fucking shit in shock. And
I'm
it's
surprised it's in the
cool.
theaters. So like, what the fuck's in the theaters anymore?
I mean, I think it's not in every theater, but
Yeah.
like again, it's
But you
got
saw it
like
like an
so
AMC
much
or
buzz.
something, right?
Yeah, AMC 30, but I think it's because
Yeah.
Demi Moore, Dennis Quaid plays like the like creepiest like Harvey Weinstein type fucking dude. It's
It's
really
what
over
has
the
he done
top
late?
with
He
its
hasn't done
stuff.
shit, has he?
Not much. I think he does like TV
TV?
shit, perhaps. Yeah, probably TV. I'm not sure.
No,
So,
isn't didn't he
but
do like a Reagan movie or something?
oh yeah, he's like Reagan in like the Reagan movie. I think you're
Okay.
right. So,
I don't know
but
why
yeah,
I know that, but
Yeah, I think you're on to something. But yeah, that
Hey,
was fun.
Nancy.
So
Nice.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
I've not watched
I was
anything.
gonna say you're probably off the radar screen with having a kid.
I'm
Like
watching. I watch YouTube shows that are on in the background while I'm doing other things. Um, yeah, not much. Like listening to
that's
music, and that's about it.
So when it comes to Cemetery, we decided, like I said, we originally were just going to do this as a Patreon episode because really we're just talking about the first three kind of Cemetery full length records. We're not going really beyond Black Vanity.
Well,
We
I'm
did
barely
have a
even talking about
chance.
that.
Yeah, but it's at the end of the episode. But I am going to have a chance to talk to Matthias Lodmalm, who is the main guy. I'm actually going to interview him in a couple days, so that will be inserted into this episode. But I don't actually yet know what he's going to say. So all I can hope and promise is that he offers some interesting insights, and I hope it goes well. It's always weird to record before we do the interview. It was supposed to happen like August and it just didn't materialize. But I think when you talk about that song we just heard, where the rivers of the madness stream, I kind of wrote like it's almost like the Venn diagram in a weird way of between like Grave and Tiamat. It's like what lies in between these two different like moods that were happening in Swedish death metal in like 1991, 92. It's like you got the HM2 kind of riffs and the sick fucking brace breakdowns that like Grave and Dismember would do. But then also you have this like off kilter sort of songwriting and structure to the song, slightly depressive energy, and kind of like those weird acoustic kind of gothic flourishes that kind of remind you of like clouds and astral sleep and some of that. And so it's this weird dichotomy of styles that were happening in pockets of different parts of Sweden. And I think like Cemetery like walk that weird line, at least on this debut record, Evil Shade of Grey. So I don't know. What are your kind of like your thoughts on Cemetery and like when you and Chris kind of like first discovered these guys and how you thought of them and where they fit into what you guys were getting into, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, we there was so much variety of sound back then, and a lot of it just like Black Mark for some reason was they were one of our early labels that were servicing us, and so I think we might have paid more attention to bands like that and Seance and Edge of Sandy more than some others just because there was like, oh, cool, we're getting service this stuff too.
Hmm.
But they were so the sound. I mean, I think the first record sounds like a Finnish death metal record.
It has a
The
lot of that, I think.
the
Yeah.
tone and like the chaotic riffs. The biggest stylistic thing that stands out on the first record is like normally with a tremolo riff you'd be playing up and down on with a pick on the string, and this sounds like you're scraping it
They're
back and forth.
scraping the fucking scrape sound, man.
And
It's
I
fucking
love how chaotic and weird and off the rails it kind of sounds, but then the fat, Sunlight Studio sound of, but it sounds Finnish. It does not sound like the other. There's a little bit of like Unleashed in the production a little bit too, but definitely Tiamat. Any of the acoustic interludes is like, oh my God, look that was pulled right out of, Clouds or something, or the first couple records, like just the sheer amount of riffs, the I don't know how young they were when they were putting this together.
yeah.
It doesn't
And
have
he
its
started him in
age.
'89, so I gotta imagine,
It's probably
he's
17, 18 years old.
late teens maybe by the time you get to Evil Shade.
Yeah, let me look at. I'm on Metallium right now. Let me see if they have his age because he's
Things I
probably
forgot
right
to
about my
look at.
age, I would think.
It could be. One of the things I forgot to
Not
look at
available.
was, oh, it doesn't say?
I would
Okay.
say 52, but
Yeah, maybe. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, in '92 is the same year that Clouds came out, but I'm kind of curious like when the two records came out. Like I wonder if they heard Clouds, if Clouds came out in early '92. I forgot to like look at the months in terms of when Evil Shade, because like
yeah.
there's those elements existed on Sumerian Cry and Astral Sleep, but man, are they pronounced on Clouds? And you really didn't hear it in a lot of Swedish death metal at that point outside of Clouds, except for this record. At least none that I can really think of.
And then like the first, I'm trying to think of. It was much more pompous, but the second Therion record,
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
first one of Darkness was kind of a straight death metal record. I still love that record,
Hmm.
but I don't remember what the second
The
one.
second one had like it was still death metal, but it was already starting to kind of move into some of those territory.
Yeah, and by like 95, there was all that like this really
That's
bombastic.
when like the two Megatherion stuff was
Yeah,
kind of coming out. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Um, Yeah, but like they are this weird anomaly of a band, and basically the backstory is founded by Matthias Ladmo in 1989, and he initially played guitar, keyboard, and sang, and they came from this region of Sweden, the Vastra Gotaland, and
Boras.
specifically Boras. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, and it's a region known for its gothic leanings. And I'll later, probably not in this set, but the next talk set I'll read, like there's a little tiny passage in Daniel Ekeroth's Swedish death metal book where he just talks briefly about this little region. But we'll also hear from Ekeroth too in a little bit as well. I asked him, I had a chance to interview him about something else we're doing down the road, and I kind of just asked him about Cemetary, and he didn't have a lot to say, but like, we'll hear what he has to say. But I do find it interesting, and you brought this up. I find the idea of Swedish geography and like the sound influence pockets to be pretty interesting. And we
yeah,
sort of talked of, we've obviously talked about Gothenburg and Stockholm a lot, but like when we did that like Death and Roll episode, we talked about some bands that were having some interaction with the Finnish border. And I think that like I don't know where like Boras is, but like I definitely picked up on the like icy death and roll Finnish vibes that like sometimes permeate some of the things that they do. And I wonder if there was some of that weird crossover. And it's so strange that like nowadays geography plays a very little role because of like the internet and globalization, but there
yeah,
was kind of something really precious about regionality in music, whether it be Seattle or LA or the San Francisco sound, or San Francisco thrash versus Los Angeles thrash versus New York thrash, DC punk, and I
yeah,
think like people who are younger metalheads, like, yeah, you're getting bands that like can do the kitchen sink, and that's awesome, whether it's your Worms or your Blood Incantations and stuff, and that's fucking fantastic. But there was something kind of precious about the idea of like pre-homogenization of culture, that you really did develop these little pockets of sound, and sometimes they didn't know what each other were doing because the internet didn't exist. You had tape trading and other shit like that. But
yeah. But there's
I
like
don't know,
a
what are
there's
your
some
thoughts
some
on
of
that?
these areas that have like a I don't know, like some kind of weird innate sensibility. Like, because I'm pretty sure that In Solitude, Tribulation, and Watain are all from the same area.
Yeah, I think they're from Uppsala, right?
Yeah.
Uppsala. Yeah.
And they
um
have a similar they
and they're
have a
all
similar
weird.
leaning
Yeah, they're all
across all of
catchy
them.
but like kind of dark and weird, in a cool way.
Yeah, but like even like just from not necessarily even tone, but as far as like notes they choose, like chord progressions, there's a lot of similarity there. And some of it comes from like I'll be listening to a Watain record on Spotify and then, Tribulation will pop up or something. And you'll hear like, oh my God, this chord progression is the same thing, but one side's black metal, one side's more gothic or black or death metal. I think it still exists, but not to the extent that it did then. And I think that whole Finnish thing is the production is that weird mix of warmth, but with recapitrefaction carcass chaos.
Mm.
That's somehow
Hmm.
kind of like I even hear a lot of like carcass stuff in the first Cemetary record, not in tone, but necessarily, but in like the approach to throwing a million things at the wall, the kind of chaos of the arrangements and stuff too. I kind of
See
hear a
that?
lot of that.
Yeah, I could totally see that. Yeah. um I mean, I have some notes as we get like deeper in where I kind of start to pull like things out. Like I hear a lot of amorphous stuff and
Totally, yeah.
things, from that. But yeah, it's weird because like out from this region, Ekeroth will talk about this, but yeah, you had bands like Lake of Tears. I never really got into those guys. I think
I
Grindcore
didn't
Coon
either.
had Lake of Tears. Chris was maybe I think into them, but they were like definitely like a, I don't know, like a poor man's like My Dying Bride or something. I don't remember. That's
I feel
what
like
my
they were
impression
pulling
of them were.
more. This is just I have nothing to back this up outside of feelings, but I feel like they were more of the old school of like Solitude Eternus or
Oh, were they like
Candlemass,
Santa Mass? Okay,
but
then they
with
might be.
more aggressive vocals, but still like there's a really fine line, and this happens later on in Cemetary's career. Is the vocals like some like vocals can really throw you out? Like the music could be pretty cool, but then when the vocals are just ahead of like they're not quite there yet, it kind of is like, I don't know. Like this kind of like pseudo singing that happens on Godless Beauty too. Like sometimes
Hmm.
it's really cool. Sometimes I'm just like, it didn't age really well for me. But
It's so weird. Yeah, like I'll be honest, there were like things where I was fully expecting to have like a much more I don't know what the word I'm searching for, maybe a disappointing reaction to, and some things hit better than I thought they would and other things didn't, and it sort of surprised me what was what. Like
yeah.
there's some things that they do on Black Vanity that I actually liked a lot more than I thought I would, because it had been so long since I spent time with that. And there's actually things they tried on Godless Beauty that I don't think they worked as well as they thought they did, and maybe they worked a little bit better on Black Vanity or something. So it was like,
Well, and even on
it
Sundown, there's some
surprised me.
better stuff than it's on Black Vanity.
Oh, okay. And I didn't even really, I have that record. I didn't really spend any time with it, just because I knew we weren't
Well,
covering it.
musically, I think it's pretty interesting. Vocally, it's kind of hit and miss for me. Like
That's
they're
the
just kind of
problem when
like
you,
pushing it a little, because that's the thing when you're going to change your vocal style from, death metal band to something else. If you're not good or at least unique, like Catatonia was unique. Jonas wasn't a great, like a traditional singer, but he had a unique voice.
then he
And
actually
same with like
found a
Aaron
good
from My Dying
voice.
Bride,
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And even like Nick, like when Nick
Totally.
sort of
Yeah.
transitioned out of that. Yep.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. And I think what's like, this is a band, like, you know, we're about to talk about their kind of history a little bit, but like when you get to like the Incarnation of Morbidity demo that they recorded in 91, a year before, Evil Shade of Grey, like for a demo, like first of all, it's recorded at Sunlight Studios by Skogsbergs. Like
Hmm.
as I started reading like more about that demo, the reputation of that demo was like huge. Like people were like, this is one of the best sounding demos of that whole scene that existed. And like in going back and listening to it, I'm like, no shit. It fucking like for a demo, holy shit. It's like the funeral is like one of the best songs they have in a weird way. And it's like the fact that they never re-recorded that anywhere else is really strange to me. But
It's very Death Doom too.
for sure, man, it's like it's got a lot of like, you know, not just Celtic Frost stuff, but like even like early Catatonia in there, Samael, like it's like all those sort of things happening, and maybe that's why they evolve so quickly when they even get to Evil Shade the next year that maybe they're just like, it's not worth re-recording these like old songs. But man, in terms of like pure old, like great death metal from the early 90s or Death Doom, it's pretty fucking great for a demo. Like you didn't hear demos that sounded that good back then. I feel like, I don't know.
It was, yeah, they kind of came out more fully formed. I don't know of any previous bands that he was involved with before this, but even like they fall. This one definitely reminds me more of like early Grave, but Grave
Mhm.
also they were on an island. They're like the
They're
only guys
literal
that
islands. Yeah.
liked metal, and they just kind of that became, and they were so fucking young and shit. But they're definitely Grave, and these guys are more, I think, in the slower realm of things. There's some blasty stuff happening later, but in general, it's kind of a more sludgy,
Hmm.
darker kind of thing. And I don't know if both those are on the same side of Sweden or not. I'm not sure.
Maybe we'll
My
after this
geography is a
first
little
talk
off.
set, we'll pull a Swedish map up and look,
Yeah,
because I have no idea, yeah, of the geography. I mean, I know that Gothenburg and Stockholm are not like super close to each other. They're kind of like a little bit apart, so there's some geographical separation. The sounds there,
they're on. Yeah, they're
So
on. I'm actually looking right now. They're on either coasts as far as
okay,
Stockholm and Gothenburg.
all right. Did you find Boras anywhere? As you have
No,
a
I
map
think
open?
isn't Gotland where Graves from? Visby
Yeah, that
area.
that like peninsula, Gotland
No,
Peninsula or
there it's
whatever.
a whole little island.
Oh, it's an island. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
Um,
Vastra Gotaland. I don't know. That's the region where Boras is at. So,
yeah, it's just, they're from the same area.
are they really? Oh, that makes
Yeah,
fucking perfect sense. Okay. Yeah. Good, because they do have
I
that
think
like more
so.
slow, doomy kind of like Samael kind of approach to this,
Yeah.
very Celtic Frost, especially on like the demo stuff. Um, but yeah, just in terms of like putting the rest of the pieces together as we start to kind of get into this, like on bass from 89 when the band is founded to like 93, so up through the Godless Beauty record, you've got Zorinko Kuljak on bass, and Juha Sievers on drums from 89 to 93. And basically that trio create the Incarnation of Morbidity demo in 91. They record that, like I said, in April. And that sort of gets them on the map sort of going. And by October of 91, Christian Saarinen had joined as a second guitar player, and they create a second demo called In Articulus Mortis, which is kind of self-produced and really more of a warm-up. I think that's what maybe got them signed to Blackmark. And that's where you actually hear the first version of the song we opened the whole episode up with, called Where the River of Madness Stream, and also another version of The Funeral that was on a demo for Blackmark in early 92. But ironically, even though they re-record Funeral for that, Funeral never quite makes it to Evil Shade of Grey. So yeah, I mean, so did you guys get serviced Evil Shade of Grey?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Like when you heard this is what I was kind of curious about as I was listening to, like, did the use of like keys and gothic tinges stand out to you guys right away, or was it sort of, had you already heard Clouds and Paradise Lost gothic? So like how weird did this seem to you, or did it just seem all part of the like general like
I don't think it really
aura
seemed
of what was going on?
Yeah, I don't think it seemed too weird. I mean, because Entombed was using, keys on the first record too. So
That's true. Yeah, I always forget that they were
like
doing
they
weird
weren't as
stuff.
pronounced. Like this, that was more kind of following the guitar, but this is like it didn't seem out of place for like what was happening at the time because there was, I mean, the styles were just coming hot and heavy, and people were changing so quickly, and I mean that's the whole thing with Entombed that Nihilist was already kind of by the time Entombed hit, there's what we get two more records with death metal, and then they're kind of off to other things.
They're into death and roll by like 93,
Yeah, yeah.
so
So a lot of these
pretty
bands, I think,
quickly.
were just kind of like trying to find a way to stand out in this weird scene. Um, yeah, but we were just, I mean, we were consuming everything we could.
Hmm. Weird, because like I don't know if we see a lot of the bands that are newer today like progressing as like rapid fire as like what a lot of like metal was in the early 90s. I was having this conversation with like my kids in rock history the other day, and I always, when I teach the Beatles, as we kind of go through, I always remind them like, all right, this song is 1 year after Hard Day's Night. This song is 2 years after Hard Day's Night, just to put it in perspective. And the kids are always like, fuck, 2 years? And they've got like sitars and like all, you know, and I'm just like, yeah, like things just moved quicker then. And I feel
Well,
like the
look what
early
like yeah,
90s were like
Zeppelin
that
and
too.
Rush and bands were doing too. Like you went out, you toured, and then you wrote an album on the road, and you would come back and record. And there wasn't you didn't have the constant like the media inundation. Like if
Yeah.
you didn't go out and play, you didn't get heard usually.
Hmm. But I
And
do
I
think,
don't I think we got so many distractions now with between social media, digital technology, streaming, all this stuff where you don't it's hard to focus on anything. And you can figure out like you can become I want to be this very specific band that does this one thing, and you can cater that and then like fairly quickly. I think people come out more fully formed now than they did then. Like
there's
you
not as much like loose discovery as there used to be, kind of
Yeah, or
fumbling in
like as a
weeds.
kid, like you've got a certain amount of skills, and like you can only really play so well. So you start doing one thing, and then all of a sudden you have this huge growth moment, and then you're like, this is kind of boring to me now. I want to do something completely different, and it happens. And I think bands were more, especially going back to Beatles 70s, 60s, and 70s, that bands actually had two or three records. Like UFO, I don't know how many records they had before they hit, but like
Yeah,
you
it
were
took them a
able to
few.
kind of
Yep.
expand, like kind of figure out what you were.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think nowadays there's this level of like impatience that like bands aren't really curated anymore or allowed to like sort of grow in their own capacity because it's
Especially
so
not in a
much like
major label aspect.
it's pretty instantaneous. Yeah. The profit margins are so tight, perhaps, or because like records don't sell the way they used to. Even like your biggest, the big stars, like don't produce what they used to in terms of profit and stuff. And you have to make profit from like tours and like all these other things.
Yeah, that's why
Um,
everything's jacked up.
yeah.
Greed, and
Yeah.
then the artists just want to make a living, and then you got all the, the conglomerations in control of all the ticket prices and this, off market stuff. It's just ridiculous right now. I don't know how anybody could possibly make a profit on a tour,
Very
especially
tricky
like small
too.
bands.
Yeah, and again, like the amount of like physical media that is sold compared to what it was in like the early '90s is very different too. So
Yeah,
you've got to
metal
figure out
has stayed pretty good compared to most genres, but
yeah, it just yeah, but it is kind of slightly different in that sort of capacity, you know.
totally.
Um,
One thing we haven't
yeah.
brought up yet is that Cemetery was also a casualty of the papyrus font.
Oh, which I don't hate as much as my artist graphic graphic design friends like you and a good friend of ours, Anna.
Well,
She hates all that stuff, and it's become like a really funny meme, right? The papyrus, like making fun of the papyrus like
yeah, I mean,
font or whatever.
Cathedral used it for the logo, like the left-hand path is done that way.
Yeah.
Like it was a newer font that
Hmm.
seemed kind of, it was more, it wasn't like, your Times New Roman or Helvetica. Like there was some more character to it. But I think the cemetery logo is awesome. But if it would have been hand drawn in a different, and not papyrus, the like the weird distorted pentagram with a reaper head inside and all
Yeah.
that, I think is really cool.
I think it's pretty clever. Yeah,
Lisa
it's
was
pretty.
looking at it today and she said like it looks like the Star Trek badge with a
Yeah, it
skull on
does.
it.
It kind of has like that sort of like inverted triangle. Well, not triangle, but like whatever it is that like
It's like
V
a
kind of
triangle with like a bite taken out of the bottom of it or something. Is the
something. Yeah, is pretty cool.
But I think it was because it was overused so much. Like I've got a Soul Sacrifice poster here in the studio, and it's papyrus, but it's done with oh Jesus, what the fuck's the guy's name now? I haven't talked about him in quite some time. The artist that did
Dave
all the
Patchett?
Dave Patchett.
Dave Patchett?
Dave
Yeah.
Patchett painted the cathedral logo in it, so it's like a little more wonky than the normal papyrus font. But it was definitely a '90s thing that I never noticed that before until like doing the show. I was like, oh my God, that's the fucking papyrus font.
So when this, do you think these guys came out too late as like a debut in '92 and maybe got lost in the shuffle a little bit? Because I just feel like I know they're going to very quickly evolve, and we'll definitely talk about that in the next talk set when we start to introduce Godless Beauty. But even a record like Evil Shade of Grey, I just almost never hear scholarship about it. And it just seems like it's kind of like it was there. And then it's just like maybe the glut that was going on from Sweden at the time. Did
Well,
it
I
get
think,
lost in the shuffle? What is your theory on this?
well, my thoughts on a lot of this and some of my notes are like the Tiamat stuff that you hear in this, Tiamat did better.
Mm,
A lot of the things that they were doing, like they weren't doing anything incredibly unique
yeah.
compared to like bands that were like so groundbreaking that people were just like, holy shit, I got to go check that out. So I think they were always kind of a fringe thing. And I don't know how well black mark distribution was in the States outside of, us getting serviced by it. I don't remember seeing it much in like import sections in record stores. Um, and they had no tour presence to speak of. They never came to the States. I don't know if they ever really toured much in Sweden.
They do, because I'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
think they were just kind of they were interesting band, but there were bands that were like leaps and bounds above them, so they kind of just got left by the wayside, like a million other bands. Like Seance is an unbelievable band in my mind, and nobody cares about them. But stuff they did after that, like The Haunted and Witchery and shit like that, is like much more
That
lauded.
agree was there. Yeah, with what
Yeah,
Patrick and
yeah.
others were doing. Yep, yeah. No, I think Seance and Lobotomy. There was like a handful of those like second wave Swedish death metal bands that just got caught in the glut. It's almost like
Yeah.
second wave American death metal bands that we didn't really pay attention to until like years later, and we're like, oh, that was kind of more interesting than I thought it was. And we maybe
Yeah,
took it for
great
granted.
musicians, but man, there was more interesting stuff happening. Stuff
Yeah.
that stood
Well,
out more.
I mean, '92 is when black metal's starting to kind of like bubble, Dark Thrones kind of starting to come to the
Yeah.
surface and some of that. So it's always like the next thing was about to begin.
And that's what people were looking for at this time was the next level of extremity. Like, how much more crazy can we get than Deicide? And like, oh, this came out and then this comes out, and how can we get weirder? Like, oh, let's go to Finland and is this like all this weird shit that was coming out. It was just always jumping from the next weird thing, and
Yeah.
they didn't quite have the pedigree to like really excite people. But if you're really into the genre and you're like, oh fuck, what do I need to? I don't have this. This looks like interesting death
Mhm.
metal. It's recorded at Sunlight Studio. It's got to be pretty good. Like, let's check this out.
And I think like too, the label issues, and I'm curious what Matthias has to say about like his thoughts because people seem to have pretty strong feelings about Black Mark. You know what I mean? Like
They were
the
signing
bands that we
anything they
sort of
could to make more records.
yeah, but I feel like they didn't always do a good job in like promoting maybe the promises that they sort of made to people.
No, they're
I
probably
mean,
terrible record deals too.
yeah, and I mean, like Edge of Sanity never toured the States, even when they were like a band in the early years, correct? Like they didn't really
Yeah, but
do
that was more their by their own. Like Van
sure.
couldn't do that shit live too much because the way he sang, and it
Yeah.
became more of a project band. Like
Well,
there's a handful of video of them playing live, but I don't know if they ever went outside of Sweden.
yeah, I just don't know like how much like if Edge of Sanity was on a different label than Black Mark, would they have been bigger? I don't know. Like, you
I don't
know what
know.
I
I
mean?
think they're just one of those weird bands they're probably the most like eclectic band off. I think on Black Mark at the time. Um, and they kind of pushed a lot of boundaries, and then people like Opeth kind of picked up what they started and did it something that
True.
was more palatable or more interesting to people at the time, and just hit at the right time.
Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking of like the comparison of like Cemetery was on Century Media at the same time as like, Tiamat Clouds and Wild Honey and stuff were coming out, would there have been more of a fan base ready for them or relapse, with what they were doing, the
Maybe
Morphus? I don't know.
because I
I
mean,
truly don't
Century
know.
Media did push the like Grave came through multiple times before they got quote unquote big and their third record, but you know I think they came through. Jesus, they might have come through. Did they come through in '92? I think I saw them in '93 or '4. But like most of those bands were touring. Most of the Century Media bands. I can't think of any Black Mark bands that were touring
Yeah,
in
and
the
I'll be
States.
curious to ask Mateus because there's definitely a notorious tour that's coming up that we'll talk about in talk set number three. But
Okay.
but yeah, it's kind of interesting. So I guess, let's get into Evil Shade of Grey a little bit in terms of some of the songs and the song selection and some of the unique things, because I think this is really where some of the interesting talking points will sort of happen. We're going to hear the funeral sort of demo from 91. And really all I said about that, I already kind of mentioned that there's definitely Doomy Death, Samael, Celtic Frost. There's even like an ending of that song that's kind of like a minor chord, almost like Catatonia-esque lead. That's kind of a
Yeah.
portent to some of the things that they're going to kind of do in the future a little bit. But
Hmm.
it's just a solid fucking heavy, pretty, like I said, for a demo, sounds really fucking good.
More chuggy than the tremolo kind of picking
Mhm.
stuff than I think that I don't know what the whole I know that there was the excitement around Dismember and Carnage and Entombed and Nihilist, like nobody really sounded like that. I think that bands that were kind of adjacent thought like, well, maybe we pull in this tremolo thing. I don't know if that's true, but it makes sense because that was to us that was an exciting element that we
Yeah.
never heard in thrash. Thrash is about the chug, the palm mute, and
Hmm.
Swedish death metal is all about that tremolo picking in the
Tremolo, man. Yep.
HM2, the weird production. Like hearing the first Dismember record, like holy, what the fuck is this? It's insane.
Fucking chainsaw razor blade kind of
Oh my
riff. And
god.
and they do a lot of that throughout this. That's the cool part. And some of it is like the scratching of the strings and stuff, but I almost the buzzsaw riff and like what they're doing with the string stuff on the bass and things
I'd be
is
curious when you talk to him, ask him about that picking style because it sounds like he's scraping the pick or
yeah, that's
scraping the string instead
the
of like
string.
going up
Yep.
and down.
Yeah.
After I don't know. I've listened to this record well recently. Every I don't know every 5 years I'll throw it on or something. But that's always been like in the last 15 years since I've listened to it. That's like what in the fuck are they doing with this?
I know.
The sound.
It's such
Nobody
an
else
odd
sounded quite like that. It's just very bizarre.
and I'm curious if it was their choice or like if something like Skogsberg kind of like offhand it suggested, or if it was just something the bass player tried,
It
or
could be a weird miking thing. Like, Skogsberg notoriously used, partially live stuff, sometimes live cymbals, and then half of it was an electronic kit to record it with some kind of
Hmm.
to be able to have some kind of like, so you're not everything's not bleeding together. I'd be really curious to how this stuff was recorded because it
Sure,
sounds
sure.
really bizarre.
So the whole record kind of opens up with this opening cut. Is it deep red or dead red? I have it written.
Dead
What
red.
do you have? Okay, I have dead red in the show in the
You got Argento on the mind.
yeah. Well, then I wrote deep red in my show notes. So when I was doing these show notes, I was at an apple orchard place like with headphones on because I was doing some school thing and I had to like babysit kids essentially, and bro country was like blasting really loud and I had to like kind of create a cocoon for myself. So
Do you know
if
a
there's
bro
some
country artist? Just out of curiosity, because I don't know any of this stuff at all.
I mean Toby Keith is sort of where that kind of genre starts, right? It's just basically
But
like
there's like a whole subgenre now.
douchebag. Yeah, it's basically douchebag frat guy like country.
Yeah,
Morgan Wallen I think is the one that kids fucking seem to like,
no
and
idea.
there's
I just
I
remember that
hate it
Toby
all.
Keith bust his what was it like bust the toe off and
Put a boot up their ass or some fucking shit. Yeah.
it was some like George W. thing about Afghanistan or something
I
or
love the
Iraq
fucking
or
story with Chris Christopherson and Toby Keith. R.I.P. Chris Christopherson.
yeah.
When did you hear that? Do you know that story? Did you see it kind of floating around after he passed away?
No, I didn't. I just saw that he passed away.
So like it was for Willie Nelson's like birthday party. Like it was like a televised like concert or something. So he invited a bunch of different artists there, and Toby Keith was like backstage, and Chris Christopherson was like about to like go and like play, and Toby Keith is like, "Don't be playing any of that like fucking liberal woke shit." And Chris Christopherson like turned around, walked up to him, threw him up against the wall, and said, "I fucking served in Vietnam. What have you done?" And like Toby Keith like shit his pants because he's a fucking he's all talk. He's obviously
Well, Toby Keith
just
has like a mall store or something, doesn't he?
yes, who fucking knows with that? Yeah, but like so like that's bro country. It's those like guys
Okay.
that drive
I just
trucks
don't know that
but
I
don't live
don't
in the country.
come in circles
It's
where I hear that. I probably hear it at like the tractor supply or something that I
sure.
frequent, but
It's
I
all
just don't
very
know what it is. Yeah.
performative. It's like guys that are frat guys, but like they really push this like fake accent. Whereas like
Well,
the real
it's like
guys from
shitty
that
pop music,
scene,
probably.
yeah, it's pop country, but like done. And it's different than the female stuff. The female stuff doesn't offend me as much because there's always something maybe beautiful about like female vocals, and especially even in a country music pop sort of way.
It
But there's
depends on the
something
lyrics, I
about
guess.
like the guys doing like the fake redneck accent, but then they're like frat guys who are like performative, right? They're just like putting on like a costume and like trying to act like they're tough guys and that they're like patriotic, and it's
Or
all
that they're
jingoistic
rural and
shit or
yeah, because
yeah,
like I have
it's
no problem with country music at all. I
no, I
really
like
enjoy
rebel
most
country and
old
shit like
country
that.
music,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
like
Like if it's
newer,
real and authentic,
yeah, where
So
it's like the I was listening to that Rick Rubin interview he's talking with Rick Beato, I don't know, a couple days ago or something while I was doing other shit and just talking about the whole Johnny Cash, thing and how
mhm.
all those records they did together. And I was like, my God, like just the kind of artists that came out of that, the whole
Mhm.
Highwaymen thing and like that stuff. Like these guys are so interesting and unique. And what do we have like as far as pop music's concerned? I don't know what we have that's gonna stand the test of time.
I think right now, and I'm like kind of tapped into this a little bit because of the kids I teach. I think what's happening right now is you're actually seeing like a rediscovery golden age for female pop music. There's nothing really happening interesting in male pop music, I can tell you that. But like you have some
Well,
really
rock music is
cool
dead.
artists. Well, yeah, that's kind of like it's a dead deal, but like Chapel Roan is really interesting. Billie Eilish is pretty interesting. Like Sabrina Carpenter is pretty interesting. Like they're sort of like Madonna's. Like Madonna was at least doing interesting things in the 80s and like early 90s. Whether you listen to her or not, like she was actually like trying to do something. Even like Cyndi Lauper and some of those artists, like they were kind of interesting. They weren't just like milk toast fucking pop music that you got like with the teen shit in the late 90s, early 2000s, like Britney Spears clones and
The
stuff.
boy
So
band stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually something kind of like actually substantive happening, and I can see it really inspiring a lot of my smartest, most engaged female students. They seem to like actually find real role models in that, and that's cool. And it's probably like, your niece like is really into Taylor Swift, and I think there's something about like that like female autonomy and that like that
I just
diva
wish it was more
quality,
interesting
you know.
sounding. Like it's one thing
Yeah,
for your
it's
content,
not
but
for
like if it
us.
sucks, it sucks.
Yeah, I don't think it's for us, but like there's Taylor Swift songs I like. I'm fine with it. She doesn't bother me, at all. Like I don't actively seek her out in any capacity, but like
No,
I'd
just
rather.
the machine behind it is what I don't like things that are that big.
Yeah, but I think like sometimes it works. Like I said, we grew up in the 80s when like Prince, Michael Jackson, Madonna, and I think that stuff like pop music can be kind of, it's like a great, Beatles and Beach Boys in the mid 60s. Like sometimes it can like be this artful thing that is also like huge. And like I think that's kind of what we're seeing, especially on the female side. I can't vouch for anything on the male side in terms of that stuff,
Yeah, I don't
but
anything
like
I
I said,
hear,
I,
I'm
I
just
really
less
do
than
think
interested.
I really do think there's something like happening kind of in that. And not all, I think there's some female artists that are trying to strive for that, like Katy Perry, and she's like failing. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but
She's not
she's old
creative
and kind of
enough.
washed up at this point,
Yeah,
really.
she wants to be part of that, but it's just not for her. And I think that I don't know, it's really interesting. I don't know. It's like it's so far out of your realm that you would care about, but the only reason I know about it is because I have conversations with like the brightest kids, and they're like they're excited about that stuff the way we were about the stuff we're talking about right now when we were their age. And it's like
But
it
it's like so
really
much more
means something.
popular, which is weird too. There's no like fringe, even like extreme metal's not fringe anymore. There's no fringe musics.
Yeah, it's because everything's out there. and
Yeah,
and
it's just,
so
we're in a weird spot right now.
it is a little weird, and so I think there is some underground artists. I'm sure if I was to ask them like what are, some female artists that like aren't as big, they might kind of talk about like something that's being spread on like TikTok or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like
but as far as
it's
like
so
scenes, like
oh yeah.
like extreme metal happening in the late '80s, like I don't see that kind of stuff. It's much everything's much more kind of I don't know.
I think
It's a
the
totally
only
different. We're living in a completely different musical landscape. That's for sure.
there might be the only thing I can think maybe in the last like few years that I would hear like as quote unquote underground is I actually think there's kind of an underground like hip hop thing happening, like SoundCloud rappers and people that like are just self-producing and like releasing it out there, and people will follow them on different like apps and things like that. So like
Yeah,
I don't care about most of that stuff, but like I don't know, some of my students are like kind of locked in and they seem to be like into it, and it seems to be fairly obscure. I'm like,
I would
cool.
just I
Yeah.
miss the not to sound like a get off my lawn guy, but like the '90s, there was like raw and hard shit happening in every single genre.
Yeah, that's gone. We're
Like
done
that's
with
gone.
that. Yeah. Yeah. I think the internet killed all that. I just think, I think we're going to look back. I mean, as like the internet's like the industrial revolution. It's just going to be this thing like that just drew a line in the sand, and a lot of stuff died off because of it. And
Yeah.
like progress in quotes, I suppose, question mark, like, I mean, it kind of, it depends on what you're looking at, because there's some really awesome things. I fucking love the internet. I love the fact that any song you and I ever want to find is available to me. That's fucking cool, so like,
That's true. I
so
love that, but we're looking at it from a historical, analytical
exactly. We
standpoint.
use it for the way it's supposed to be used. I don't know if everybody uses it in that same way.
Because
So
you
I
could
don't know.
like I could tell my mom, listen to I want you to write me a 4 paragraph paper about Swedish death metal. And she
You
could
could do
do
it.
that by using not that
She could
she's
just
probably
plug into
savvy to
AI.
chat GPT or anything, but like she could go to Wikipedia
Yeah,
and figure out a rough generalization of who are the 4 bands that kind of started all this and like all the information's out there now. It's like, but what do you do with it? Just
I know.
knowing it means nothing.
And that's where like, as what I do and hope I do is I'm really trying to teach kids to like use critical thinking and what to do with like information. And I've gotten so far away from what, like when I first started teaching history, 20 fucking 2 years ago, which seems insane to say that out loud. Like, do you remember when we were in high school and if we had a teacher that had taught for 22 years. Like we were like, whoa, they're fucking old. And here you and I are talking about like fucking Swedish fucking death metal and like David Cronenberg
35 years
fucking
old.
movies.
Yeah.
And like if I had known a teacher that was having any of the conversations we're having right now, like it would have like melted my fucking brain. I don't know. It's just like it's so weird, all that kind of stuff. But
Well, I mean, since
my,
like media has changed so much too, and I mean, movies are what, like less than 200 years old. Were they
yeah,
starting the
100, 120.
150?
Yeah.
Yeah, 150. So it's like we have all these new thing like rock and roll. What started in the 50s.
Fifties, technically. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So like all these art forms are still relatively young in the compared to like Dickens or like literature or classical music or a lot of this. So it's funny like that you could have a 50-year-old teacher that's like really into extreme death metal and it's not even that big of a deal anymore. It's like, oh,
No.
whatever. We listen to this fucking noise. I don't know what, like the EDM music or something that's like so much more abrasive or something, but like there's like nothing crazy anymore.
I know.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say nothing shocking, but I didn't want to give Perry Farrell any
Sure.
any,
Yeah.
any due
Yeah. But it's almost like
attention.
there's everything, like everything has permission to exist. And
Yeah.
like, and I
And there's
guess
at
that's
least an
cool
audience
in
somewhere,
some
even if it's
ways.
just like 10 guys on Reddit. Like
Yeah.
there's a scene.
It's there's a niche. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, so it is kind of interesting. But yeah, so getting back to Cemetery, Evil Shade of
Well,
Grey.
this is what people come here for is our
Oh, I know. I think that's
analytical
a well, I think
ideas,
I think
anthropological ideas.
cultural understanding. I mean, I teach a pop
Yes.
culture college course. Like this is the kind of discourse we sort of have, on like the future of culture, because I think that that's a big question mark for me. Like what is. It's a big conversation point on some of the podcasts I listen to about like the future of the film industry. Like what does movie theaters and like streaming and like just all these like different devices that deliver systems to us, like what does it mean to go and experience movies anymore? And like you know what I mean? I think it's the same thing with like physical media versus streaming culture and stuff with music. And
Well, now
it is
we're as
weird.
weird
So
as like Civil War reenactors and people that have like 40 war books on the shelf, like
yeah.
very very specific weird old man like
Yep.
at the lawn shit.
Well, and I had a friend that came over last week for we have like weekly survivor viewing gatherings, and she hasn't been here for a while. And I was showing her kind of some of the setup and stuff, and she was kind of like looking at my CDs and the setup, and it's pretty overwhelming, right? When you walk in, I mean, I've
Yeah,
got
it's
like walls of
monolithic.
media and monolithic sort of stuff, and she's like, "What's the end game here?" And I was like, "Huh, no." And I told her about the pact that you and I have that, like, if one of us dies before the other, like, the other will inherit and curate and preserve, our collections or whatever.
Yeah,
But I said, I don't know. Like, my intention is never really to sell. Like not that I have like, I mean, I guess if I get into financial duress or something, like I guess it could be like the last option. But I collect for the sake of the satisfaction of collecting, I suppose, like movies and stuff. And I did say like it's nice to know that I have the physical copy of something. And if like Spotify or Netflix or whatever removes that from their platform, then like I don't have to rely on like corporations to like, hold my media for me if I want to watch something or listen to something. So there's
it's
that.
a freedom thing, and it's like I want the most extensive curated library that I can have.
Yeah.
And so if
So
somebody's like, "Oh man, what are you talking about?" There's what does Carnage sound like? Like, well, I've got the record in two different
yeah,
versions, then I've got the demos. Would you like to check this out? Or like doing show notes, I can pull stuff out and have
that's it.
everything there.
I mean, maybe we can justify it for, your art and the podcasts and things like that, and that like it is resources, right? Like
Totally.
the fact is like I have physical copies of all three of these Cemetery CDs, so I can rip those songs for you to insert into this episode. I don't have to go and like find them somewhere on YouTube or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and maybe the demo, because I don't have a physical copy of the Incarnation of Morbidity demo. If somebody does and would like to send it to me, I'll certainly take it. But I think it's only a cassette only available. But
Yeah, as
but
far as I
I
know.
mean, so it's kind of nice to like have those things, to have a library of books for research, to have
Totally.
movies for things. And do I always listen to them or watch from those? No, not necessarily, but like they're there, and I like to support artists. I like to support,
I
things
like
like
having
that.
physical things to look at.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Yeah.
Um,
And like to
you know,
have like especially as like the internet's always changeable, like it can be changed.
yeah, it
Wikipedia
could
could change
disappear.
on a daily
Yeah.
basis, but you could get something like I could go and pull out something off the shelf. Like I'm looking right now, I've got a Ken Russell. I have a couple Ken Russell out like biographies, but
I
I
got
could
you
pull
one of
that
the
out, and
books
at the
for
time,
your
that's
birthday.
what was
Yeah.
said about him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it. Yep.
yeah, like
Yeah, and
moments
like
in
my
time, but also
criterions.
historical things.
I'm looking at all my Criterion collections and shit like that, and like just the special features and the essays and stuff. Like those are fucking awesome and rad. And I don't have time
Yeah.
to always watch them, but who knows? Like every like few months, I'll pull like a Criterion off that I haven't seen, watch it, and then be like, "Holy shit, that was really interesting." And then I'll start reading the essay that's attached to it and watch the commentary track, or
Well, and
like
think of yeah, like COVID, like how happy you were that you had all that shit.
all those X-Men's, right? I was able
Yeah.
to pull out fucking 250 X-Men issues and read them from, start to finish. And yeah, it was, yeah. So, I mean, I can't justify it. I know not everybody has the physical space or the money or whatever. And it's not like I just started doing this. This is like this is going back to our childhoods when we
Yeah, I've been
started
doing
these
this since I was
collections of
like,
things.
it's like toys before I was 14, but
Yep.
because that's that's a whole nother stupid thing. Like I bring my son in here and I've got these, lit up display cases of, Kenner Star Wars from the 70s and, G.I. Joe, and he just like looks looks at it like it's a car accident.
Yeah.
He's just like, I
Yeah.
don't know what the fuck to think of this stuff. So I don't know if he's gonna think it's cool or weird, but it's like set up in a museum fashion. So
Hmm.
that's just part of, I think it's a male thing for sure, more so than as far as like, I know so many guys are just into facts and stats, like sports cards, like
Sure.
guys that are into sports that like, that's something that we like way back, like that benefited men to know things and
I
in
suppose.
general,
Yeah.
generalities and, women in broad generalities are more, feeling based,
Emotional intelligence.
emotional
Women were
intelligence or
rewarded
a
for
communal
emotional
intelligence.
intelligence. Yep.
And like for guys that in the last, I don't know if it's always been this way, but like don't always talk about their feelings, but they can talk about how excited they are about, you know, this baseball player or this record or this version of this book that's, so influential to their life or whatever it might be. Like it's,
Well, I mean, I could record like a fucking 12-hour podcast on like wrestling
yeah,
at least, just as a starter podcast. So, I forgot to tell you this. When I saw Steve Jansen at the Decibel 20th anniversary thing, I brought him a Shawn Michaels action figure, and he was totally fucking geeked about it. He sent me a bunch of thank yous about it and stuff. It was
that's
cool.
cool.
And then apparently Enrique is also listens to the Laps Fan podcast, the one that has the long historical context episodes that kind of
Yeah.
inspired, so he's like a Laps fan as well into wrestling. So it's weird. So I mean, like, guys are just nerd out about the most like useless shit, but it's not useless. It's like it helps us with stuff. It's like
Totally. I mean,
it's art processing and
I
things like
talked
that.
to my son. I'm like, listen here, brother, and it gets him to crack
Yeah.
up every single time. So
Yeah. Hulk Hogan's always funny. So but yeah, so it's an interesting conversation. So, but as we kind of jump back into it, the Dead Red is like the opening track on Evil Shade, which, and it bleeds right into the Where the Rivers of the Madness Stream. Those are the first two songs on it. And what's really interesting about like Dead Red is like, yeah, I kind of compared it to like the opening of like Nocturnus. The first time you heard
mhm.
that like opening 50 seconds, it's very similar to the opening of like Lake of Fire, which is the first song in that debut Nocturnus, where like everything's off. It's fun. There's these keyboard pulses and all these like weird, and you're like, what am I doing? This is cool.
Yeah.
And so it sort of introduces you to a world you haven't really heard yet in Swedish death metal. I mean, like you said, maybe Tiamat a little bit, but this is even a little like different in a certain
It does,
sense.
yeah. I mean, there's elements of that, but it's their own thing, and they set a tone right away, which I think is really important. They even have like a weird. It almost sounds like the guitar is slightly out of tune sometimes,
Mhm.
or they're like pulling it out, like holding the note out of tune, or a lot of just interesting production ideas. But I think what you want to do immediately with no matter what kind of record you're recording, is set a tone, immediately. And I think they do a pretty good job of that.
Well, I think, yeah, the second those like gothic doom swells kind of like come in at like the 35-second mark, I wrote it's like an announcement of purpose. Like it's kind of
Yeah.
like their thesis statement that they're sort of laying out, You've got like, you know, meaty, kind of groovy slabs of these kind of Skogsberg kind of like buzzsaw riffs, but like we've heard that before prior to 92, but none of that Skogsberg kind of riffs were like then cascading into these like contemplative. I wrote new wave on steroid passages because that's, it's almost like gothic new wave stuff from the 80s when you
Yeah.
get to like the 220 mark, and then you have these gothic swells of keyboards that will sort of come in that like, and again, this was weird. This is a revelation. It's not something I would have thought of. Like some of the stuff that they're doing, not in every song, but especially in this opening tune here, it wouldn't have been out of place on like early like Cradle of Filth records in terms of the
Yeah.
keyboard
That kind of
usage.
orchestration and stuff. I could see that.
Yeah, it's strange, I mean, they're definitely not doing black metal or anything, but like the way that they use the orchestrated like, oh, that kind of
Yeah.
style, like gothic keys or whatever is pretty cool. So, um, yeah, it's a cool song. It's a good way to like start the record off, and I think like that 1-2 punch of this and Where the Rivers of Madness stream is like a pretty good fucking start to a record. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Um, and then we get to Evil Shade of Grey, the title track, and really mid-paced, great melodic death metal. It's still pretty brutal. And I would say it's like almost like this record in a sense, and this song in particular, it's like it's not unlike like Carillion Isthmus from Amorphous or even like Fourth Crusade from Bolt Thrower. It's like that mid-paced, slightly melodic,
Hmm.
but yet still heavy as fuck. But like it's the kind of death metal you could give to somebody that's like gateway drugging into death metal, and it wouldn't scare them completely away because it's got enough warmth to it,
Yeah.
you know. And it's melodic death metal, not in like the Carcass or At the Gates model, but like I said, more of the like Amorphous, Carillion Isthmus, or Bolt Thrower Fourth Crusade kind of
It was
model. I
like
don't know.
Eastern scale kind of thing. Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. It's got some of that Finnish, like Middle Eastern kind of stuff, and Bolt Thrower did kind of some of those type of things too.
Well, even on Evil Shade, the title, the track, um, some of the guitar playing almost sounds like it's bowed, like a cello
Yeah,
in a
I
weird
can
way.
see.
Like you don't hear you don't always hear, you hear like what's coming out of the amp, but you don't necessarily hear the pick hitting the string as much as, what's coming out, what's processed. And I did a big tirade on here, and then I feel kind of dumb after doing it, but I was throwing them like, oh, in the school of Dark Tranquility and Merciful Fate for misspellings, Cemetery. But
I know.
there's two appropriate ways to do Cemetery. Mostly after watching a YouTube video
ERY,
from about
right?
10 years ago. Yeah, there's three E's or there's the A.
So
And
what's the A version that they're using? What's the
I
what's the
think it's
variation
based off the original Latin term, like a place of rest.
here? Okay.
I think that's what it. I don't quote me. I'm not a English or a, etymologist about all this stuff. But
Homologous, yeah.
my 15 minutes I spent looking into this because I was like, why the fuck is this spelled wrong? And
Sure.
there a lot of time, like in southern United States, cemetery is spelled this way.
Huh.
Nobody
I
really
didn't
has
know
a
that.
great reason. If you type in cemetery the wrong way in Google, it immediately changes it to the three E's.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't.
You
That's
say
as
it's
far
it's
as I
got a
went
red
into it. But I
underline under
was,
it right now on Google Docs. So as
yeah,
I'm looking, it wants me to spell check it really bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I was just like, I never noticed that before, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. But it was going to be one of my little things. But so
Well,
it's not
only
really a
reason I
thing.
noticed it is when I kept searching for the band on Metallium on Metal Archives, I would spell it the right way and nothing would show up. No, the
Yeah,
the Swedish band would show up. I was like, what the fuck? And then I was like, look, I'm like, oh God, they spell with an A. All right.
yeah,
But I think like, like you sort of said, like there's something like slightly like off about what they're doing with the riffs because it's like at this is you've got these ugly primal riffs, but at the same time they're also like tight, moody, and atmospheric. It's like entombed. Like I said at the very beginning, it's like this Venn diagram of like the atmosphere of Tiamat and like the brutality of Grave. And it's like, what would you do if you combine those two bands together? You fucking get like Cemetery, like what?
and this
It's
is one I hear a lot of early Carcass as well as far as like construction of the song
yeah, the
and how
chaos.
how
That
weird the chaos. Yeah,
yep. and this is the first note, by the way, where I wrote, "What the fuck is up with that buzzsaw screeching tremolo sound that they get? I both love and hate it." And I wrote, "It shouldn't work?" Question mark. And then I think it was on the next track that I realized they're scratching this fucking string. So
That's
like,
what it sounds. It's a fucking wiggly melodeath or something. It's really
yeah, I'm like, what
bizarre.
the fuck are they doing? I'm like, why are they making that choice? And then I was like, oh, they're scraping the string. That's
Well,
what they're
it's
getting.
a
I thought
lot. It's a lot. Would be a lot easier to scrape the string than it would be to do the proper tremolo riff.
probably, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah,
Like
so maybe it was like a
your wrist
limitation.
wants to do that movement instead of the other.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be
You
really
know,
curious what he has to say about that.
yeah,
Or he could
I
just be
can't
like,
wait.
Skogsport doesn't fucking know how to record anything or
Yeah,
whatever. But
yeah, it could be like a tirade. I'm like, oops, sorry.
usually what we guess is more interesting than the truth. But
It's true. That's true. You'll find out when we find out, and it will be in this episode. So yeah. Um, I mean, like the acoustic passage in this song, it's like perfect, like Tiamat Clouds worthy, and that's where
it
I'm
sounds
sort of
like the
curious.
same, whatever the same, like acoustic guitar, just clean channel, whatever like production sounds like
Hmm.
that's the stock punch in for,
I
acoustic
don't think
interlude.
Scotsburg did Clouds, did he? I don't think Tiamat
No, I don't
went to
think so. I think that,
Yeah.
geez, I'd have to look. I have no
I
idea
couldn't even
actually.
begin to tell you who did the Tiamat stuff.
I'll
And I
do
guess
research
like
here.
what are your thoughts? Like how much of a debt is owed to like Gothic from Paradise Lost? Do you think they're drawing from like what Paradise Lost Gothic is doing, or do you think they're like drawing from a different pool, perhaps? I'm kind of curious because
No,
you're
I
the sort of Paradise
completely
Lost
think
expert.
there's a lot of PL Light stuff in here.
Uh-huh.
I don't think they understand what Greg does with a sad guitar.
They
Um,
do on later records, isn't that? I think they kind of start to figure it out around Godless Beauty and Black Vanity a little bit
yeah,
more.
yeah, a little bit, but I
You
think
know?
Greg was way more advanced than most of these guys
Oh,
for,
yeah, yeah.
like
Like
his vibrato and sustain and what he did with the wah pedal. Like he was using the wah pedal as much as Kirk Hammett, um,
I don't. Would
at
you
the
say that
time.
the only one that could maybe that was like really took all the lessons of Gregor to heart was Anders? That
I think
like
he's the only
really
one that
like
got it. He's the only one
that
that
got all of
100%
it.
got it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
because
know.
like the Lacuna Coil people never really got it right. I don't
There's
think
like
anybody got
moments
it
where it's there and
as
it's
good as
just like
Anders
and then
did.
it'll like fall apart. So like
Yeah,
there's like moments in songs where you're like, oh, there's a Paradise Lost part, and then they would get into like something cheesy gothic wise. You're like, you fucking almost had it, bastards. Like you're
yeah.
so close. Yeah.
Clouds is Valdemar Scorchera.
Oh, it's okay, Voldemar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's now playing guitar with fuck, who's he playing guitar with? Somebody I think I care about.
Oh,
Shit.
I don't know.
He's filling in for somebody. I don't know if you oh, shit, that's gonna drive me crazy. I was just having this conversation with somebody. He's
Who's in
playing for like
despair?
is he with
Um,
is he with Coroner? No, who the fuck is he playing with?
Ex Hoarder
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the new Exorder record.
and
Because
Angel
I just
Dust.
saw Yeah. So I just saw Exorder played with Deceased and Violence. And the new to Exorder is actually pretty good, surprisingly. It's more interesting than I would have thought it would
Isn't
be. It
isn't Ex Hoarder the same one that the old dude from Cannibals playing in?
might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
The New Orleans band.
Pat
So
O'Brien.
Chad
Yeah,
O'Brien. Yeah.
yeah.
So what a weird fucking,
Ex Hoarder
lineup.
is the band that Pantera ripped off.
Yep. Yep. Slaughter in the Vatican from, yep, New Orleans. NOLA, baby. But yeah, so is that makes sense because he was like the standard. I think he was a big Century Media production guy.
Yeah,
Like he
yeah,
was
I
like
think
their
so
house
too.
guy for a while. So,
Let's see if he did
but
Astral Sleep as well, real quick.
didn't Valdemar Sorchata wasn't he in Grip Inc? I
He
believe.
was one of the
Yeah.
worst super groups I've ever heard.
Hey now, you shut your mouth. I love me some Dave Lombardo. I
I
like that
love Dave
first record.
Lombardo, but that was
I like
not.
that first
He was the
record.
strongest part of that band.
I think if you it's a weird abstract band, but like I like that first record. I don't love it, but I like it. I think there's
I
some good
don't. I
songs
don't
there.
really know where they're coming from, like with the
It's a
sound.
rhythm album. It's like Deceased. It's an album written by a drummer, so it's just fucking weird.
Yeah, but I like.
So
I drum, but I
I know.
didn't. It didn't get me.
Yeah, maybe now,
It's fine.
maybe it's like a fine wine, Mark, and you're old enough to actually appreciate how great that
I
record
am
is
not
now.
going to turn into a Grip Inc. fan. I'm sorry.
2025, you heard it here first, Requiem fans. Grip Inc. episode, you've been waiting for it. No,
Ooh,
I don't think I could because honestly, I like that one record, but the second record's not good at all. Like I
yeah.
can't do it. So they were, and
We
I
could do
think
a super
too,
group episode on showing like how few bands actually work.
we could say like failed supergroups versus supergroups at work. Yeah, that
Yeah.
could be interesting. I also think in 1995, I was
Damn
in 10th
Yankees.
grade and I loved Slayer. And so I was like,
Oh,
oh, I'm
totally.
into
I
this,
totally get that.
Yeah. I didn't know enough to know I shouldn't really like that record as much as it was, out because I was like, I was spending my hard-earned money on stuff, and so if I paid $15 for a CD, God damn it, I was gonna like that CD because I
You're gonna at
didn't have a
least give it
choice.
a college
Yeah, I didn't
try.
have a fucking choice because this is the only CD I'm gonna have for like 2 more weeks. So,
We could put
but
Damn Yankees in where it worked though.
it did, yeah, it did. High
They
Enough
did.
is
They took
still
me
a
high enough, man.
ringtone
Yeah.
on my for certain people that call me. You might hear High Enough come through. It used to be one of my alarms, and I think we were in Europe, and like Becker, who's a good friend of ours I teach with, like we were staying in the same hotel room, and he's like, I can't fucking hear this song anymore because like it woke us up every morning. So
I love
um
the Ted Nugent chomping gum doing the guitar solo in the video.
that's that damn Yankees video. Patton Oswalt does a whole bit on it. Do you remember that one where he talks about like what's the VH1 show that would show like old metal stuff? You and I used to watch it when we lived there, like VH1
Oh,
like Metal
jeez.
Madness or something like that, or
Yeah, it was on like all night Sunday or
all
something.
the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
all the time. That's where like that metal show was always like on around that time and stuff too. But he's like, he goes, what I love about like fucking 80s hair metal videos and early 90s is like just some of the weird ideas. Like, damn Yankees. He goes, like, they're fucking in a factory that apparently just makes sparks. Like,
Yeah.
he's talking about the
He's wearing
aesthetics
like a
of it.
zebra cowboy hat or something too.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
then he has this whole bit where he talks about he goes and like the police have surrounded this house and he goes because god damn it, who's more dangerous than the fucking guy from Night Ranger, Ted Nugent, and the dude from Styx? We're talking fucking scary. And he's like, and then Ted Nugent like in it, they're shooting the bullets and Nugent's playing the solo to deflect the bullets with the power of rock, and so he
that's
like
very
deconstructs.
Silverhawks. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking
It's a
hilarious.
good solo. I'll tell him that. It's a
Oh,
really
dude,
good
yeah,
solo.
yeah. I love fucking dude from Night Ranger. I was actually just talking about what a bitchin' guitar player he was because he's the guy that played with Ozzy after Randy Rhoads died.
Yeah.
He's good. I've seen Night Ranger live and they fucking shred, dude. So
There was,
um
not to go completely off track, but this is it's similar. Have you heard any of the new George Lynch stuff?
solo, I have
No,
not.
it's another band he's in.
Oh, okay. I heard the thing that he was doing with
I can look it up real
he had
quick.
a band with Corey Glover from Living Color that like a few years back that was pretty interesting. There were a couple good songs. So
I did not recognize the guy, but the guy, his voice is great. Um, but he's like totally of that school of, Sunset Strip kind of stuff. But
okay.
most of the time I hear Lynch solo stuff, I find it kind of just like, it doesn't really do a whole lot for me.
No, I want to like Lynch Mob more than I do. I just
And
never did.
this has a really stupid fucking name too. It's like something voodoo. Oh God, it'll be on here. Where is it
Hmm.
called? Brotherhood Soul. I don't know what it's technically called. Yeah, but it's something voodoo with him. There's a video on it that came out a couple weeks on YouTube that it just popped up in autoplay. But it's just like a great song from that era.
Okay,
When
I'll
I heard it, I
check
was
it out.
like, God, this is actually pretty fucking good. The singer was great. Everything was good about it.
I mean, I
Good
don't.
solos. He's doing a little
I,
bit of weird shit, but he needs somebody else to kind of balance him out all the time.
he's always needed a good songwriter.
Yeah.
When he's left to his own devices, like he needs somebody like focus his energy. It's like Lennon and McCartney. They always like balance each other well. And when Don doesn't have somebody to like call him out, like Don's not great. And same with Lynch. Like they
Oh,
need each
here
other.
we go. Voodoo Wise Guys. Terrible name.
Oh, okay. So who's
Someday
in the
You'll
band?
Know is
Someday
fucking
you'll know.
great. Yeah.
Okay. You heard it here first.
Joe
We'll have to check
Retta
it.
on vocals. I don't know what he's from.
Yeah.
Bjorn Eglin on bass, but it's just like a solid, good like Sunset Strip, fucking hard rock song.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
We will not be doing
Me
a
and
show
Lynch.
on that.
Yeah, it would not be doing a show on that. So then we got two more songs as we kind of head off from Evil Shade of Grey here. We've got Sidereal Passing and Scars. And those buzzsaw tremolos again, Mark, at the
Yeah.
start of Sidereal Passage, mixed with some cool galloping kind of riffs, and then they kind of pause for like gothic breaths before they kind of go into this, like, this is the most finished tune for me, like really like amorphous, almost demigod kind of like mid-pace kind of riffing in the middle there.
Yeah, with the bass
um
too, the kind of slappy, weird bass.
I think that's maybe what it is, yeah, because like Zizma and some of those like kind of bands did like weird bassy kind of passages.
It kind of reminds me of like Pungent Stench, some
Yeah,
of their slap bass.
that's
Not
a
not
good
quite as over the top as that, but tonally.
yeah, I could see that, yeah, because they were like always left of center and just like weird ideas and stuff. But
Yeah.
I love how caustic and unclean some of the death metal is. It's a really great counterpoint to like the sort of like moody, slow, dark passages that are very like Paradise Lost, early Catatonia or whatever,
Hmm.
Um, I mean, I Sidereal Passage is a song where I kind of go like, could this technically be like Death Doom territory? Like,
I think they
is
skate around
Cemetery?
that quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's much more than I would have thought. I always used to think of this record when I put it on as just like another classic sort of Swedish death metal record, but like it's not. I mean, it is, but it's not. You know what I
I
mean?
throw
Like it's
them. I put them in the same category as like Desultory or something,
okay. Yeah,
where it's not.
Desultory
They're
seem to
not
come
like
up a
a
lot.
type. They're not a. And I've got well, I've got the first. I've got the demos and the first two Desultory records, and they're like, I don't know. It's the same kind of feeling when I listen to this. It's not like changing the world or anything, but it's like a nice
Pretty
warm
satisfying.
blanket. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a really satisfying listens. Yep, I agree. Great ending to Sidereal Passage. Really cool ending.
Do you know
And
what
then it goes.
sidereal means?
I know. I was like, what? Do you know?
I
Did you
looked it
look it
up.
up?
It's relating to constellations.
Oh, okay. I just thought it was again another like misspelling or something like that.
Yeah, I had no
Like,
idea. So I looked. I was like, what is the hell does
I'm
this mean?
glad.
So,
I'm glad you're so into grammar, Mark. This
well,
is
I've
impressive.
never been a good guy, never a good English guy. So I try hard.
If one of us is going to be a grammar police, it needs to be you, because God
Yeah.
knows my mispronunciation. I can't fucking pronounce shit. So
Well, my
just
mom
go.
was. I like to bring up my when me and Chris did the first issue of the Requiem. I showed it to my mom, who was a school teacher for 25 years.
Hmm.
She's like, "Oh, you spelled this wrong." So I'm always like, I'm trying to not have that be the first thing somebody says. Like, man, that book
Sure.
was great, but man, your use of colons is all over the place. What's wrong with you?
Funny thing is like I'm pretty good at that stuff. It's just pronunciation. Like I can spell
Yeah.
pretty well and all that stuff, but I have this. Maybe it's a. I don't know. Everybody's got an Achilles heel, and for me,
Well,
it's
maybe
like
it's not.
my.
It's just shtick for you now.
Yeah, now I
You're
just
known
lean
for
into
it,
it.
so
Now
you
I just
got
lean in. Yeah, fuck
yeah.
it. I don't even try anymore. So, but and so the last song before we go into this set of music, or the last song we're gonna hear in this set, is Scars, and I really dig this. Definitely has like a grave, carbonized, edge of sanity. Like again, that weird bass drum thing that they're doing kind
It's
of
probably the
reminds me of
fastest song on the
those.
album too.
Yeah, and it just kind of reminds me of the kind of ideas you would hear in like, Edge of Sandy and Carbonize, like their version of death metal is just like weird. It's like left of center or
Yeah,
something,
intentionally weird. Yeah,
Yeah,
carbonized
intentionally
even more
weird.
so later on, but
Yeah, and so it's kind of got a little bit of that. The gothic keys in the
yeah,
middle. It's very Inna Satana, like that
yeah,
kind of thing. And then you get a real fucking finish, groovy fucking solo. Really cool.
yeah.
There's a
But
lot of weird ideas,
it's got that early Ignis Creatio Pyogenesis thing going
Hmm.
on for me too. Like how like overly detuned all that stuff was, and how weird the guitars kind of sound, but it never got too fast or anything. But just that kind of jumped out to me a little bit. Found that track.
So here's two bands that, like, I think as we kind of start to wrap up Evil Shade of Grey conversation, here's two bands that came up in my brain as I was kind of like finally pulling the totality of this record together. They have these weird ideas in terms of how they approach this style of music that to me is reminiscent of like the Chasm, or even like
Hmm.
older Sentenced,
Yeah,
but like it's less complex, but it's like the same like they're not approaching it the way Dismember and Entombed and Grave and some of those bands are. They're doing it the way like the Chasm, they don't sound like anybody, but they sound like everybody at the same time. But they're just like taking a lot of weird things and putting them together. And even like when we did that early sentence episode, like even early sentence had a lot of American death metal leanings
Yeah.
compared to like some of the other Finnish bands. And so I don't know. It's like there's progressive ideas there for sure. They're like a band, and this is like a Requiem staple, right? There's a band that seems to be reaching for more than what they're like able to like actually pull together, and that's kind of the charm. You're like,
They're
okay,
playing at the edge of their ability.
it's for sure there, and they've definitely got a lot of cool ideas, and certainly they're going to explore them to for pluses and minuses, for positives and negatives on Godless Beauty and Black Vanity, because they're never a band that just wanted to be one thing, and I reward them for that. That's cool.
Sure.
It doesn't always work for them, but at least they're trying, and so
Yeah.
that's kind of interesting. So yeah, so I feel like we've talked long enough about many random things here. So we are going to hear from Daniel Ekeroth, the author of Swedish death metal here, in a little passage. And then we're also obviously going to hear from Mathias. And so he'll probably hopefully give us some insight into the early years of the band and the creation and influences and all that kind of good stuff. So enjoy first the demo track, The Funeral, Eternal Rest from the Incarnation of Morbidity demo. And then 4 tunes from Evil Shade of Grey. We've got Dead Red, Evil Shade of Grey, Sidereal Passing, and Scars. We just try and like to look at different pockets of sort of interest, and Mark and I have always been huge Cemetary fans,
Oh,
especially those early records, and they're so
yeah.
unique and just off kilter, and we like
Yeah,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
And so we were actually talking, we're like, no one, I never recall really reading a lot of interviews, and getting the story of the band very much. And I was like, I'll reach out to,
yeah,
and see, if he's interested in doing this. And I'm really
yeah,
glad that we touched base. And
yeah, cool. I mean, I don't like the last. I mean, I talked like Daniel from Lake of Tears, my best friend. So I used to talk to him before I came in. And so I don't really do many interviews, and I kind of, it has to be because I don't think like nobody really needs to know what I have to say. And I think very few, I mean, I looked you up, obviously. And I think like these people seem like they're a bit different because, like, I don't know how many people really want to hear what I have to say anyway, and it has to be the right thing, as we already spoke about before we
sure.
started. Obviously, we have a lot of common ground, and I
Yeah.
think the last interview I really did was with Sweden Rock when I did the Lord Saturn, because he's a personal friend or whatever, and I know he would do a good job and had like the interest because as with my records, as you said earlier, I never been a I want to fit in kind of person because honestly, I never gave a shit, and I was always, you know, fucking being a nuisance, talking shit, making fun of things that you shouldn't make fun about when you're 18 because people just don't have that sense of self awareness or take themselves really fucking seriously. And so, of course, it was like to me, it was never a popularity contest. And as I said, with my records, I always saw it every single one was the last, right?
Gotcha.
So even though I'd say, I've never been a fan of my own music. I always had like imposter syndrome, and I never really set out. I don't even look myself as a fucking musician. I never practiced music really, and but there's a story to tell somewhere, and
Sure.
I've taken it upon myself to tell it, and but on the good side, I think a bunch of it seems to have aged well with other people, and I think that is something that I feel good about.
Sure. Yeah. And even if it's not something that you're necessarily connected to today, it must feel good to know that people, took something out of that, and even decades later still feel, ache into it or some kind of
Yeah,
joy out of it, even if it's something you're kind of distance yourself from at this point, I imagine.
yeah. Well, now I mean, we as I told you about, we signed to Atomic Fire Records with the whole reissue thing and new album. Then they got bought out by some venture capitalists, and now it's a fucking shit show. And but I have some very nice friends who are in far bigger bands and far better connections than. So there's people, but it's the same fucking shit all over. I'm in a really good position in my life that I knew revisiting Cemetary, that I've done this for so long and I've been a part of so many different music scenes behind the scenes as a whatever ghost producer or whatever you want to call it. I live in Berlin, like I'm involved in a bunch of stuff, right? And the story remains the same across the board. So I wouldn't revisit Cemetary if anything in my personal life depended on it. You know what I mean? Sure. And luckily, I stayed true to that promise to myself, which hasn't always been the case in the past. So now everything fucked up. People fucked me over, but comics still keep coming in, and there's I'm not a circus monkey begging to go on stage. I don't have a thing where I want to be in the center of things. I don't have a need for people to clap their hands and applaud and go woo when they see me, or I don't have anything. But is there a story to tell? As long as there's a story to tell, I will keep pounding my head against the fucking wall until I'm bloody, right?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. So, so I guess with that story to tell on a personal sort of journey, what was sort of your gateway into music and some of the things that you were listening to in the 80s before you formed Cemetary? Kind of your origin story, I suppose, and what got you to form the band in 89, I suppose.
Short answer, Kiss.
Okay.
I had I still have a 13-year-old older brother, right? So he had like all the cool records. My mom was like, I grew up around art, literature, and music. They took me to my first Kiss concert when I was 9 years old, 83. And from there was just crazy. When I was 11, I started to go to shows by myself or with my friends' older brothers. When I was like 11, 12, I hang out with 16-year-olds. And, I'd go on a train by myself to go watch Dio, So I saw all the stuff in the 80s, right? And I basically saw every show and that was my life, I was the kid in my room being weird, being bullied. I had my comic books, I had my records, and I had my books, and I lived in my own head. And to be honest, I'm not bullied anymore, but that's pretty much my room. It's pretty much the same setup, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how it was. And like it started with Kiss, Wasp, Motorhead, Venom, back when Satan was still cool, and those things where it still felt like, or like later on Sam Hain and Misfits, where music or metal music still had a sense of danger about it, not had this comfortable fucking bullshit that's going on now, whereas everything is so safe and there's like, there's no real maniacs left. There's people cosplaying maniacs from the 80s, It's like, oh, well, they look, all these retro bands, or even worse, the old, like middle-aged nostalgia farmers, that are farming the crops of the past to somehow stay relevant. It's not dangerous anymore. And I mean, techno is far more dangerous today than any whatever Viking or whatever mask wearing blahu that seems to be, well, we're doing the Catholic mass in reverse with some incense, and that's all mysterious and shit. It's like, at least the only one that's doing as good is Tobias from Ghost, like he's like, he's doing it the right way, I think, at least that's well made.
I know you talk about it in your book a little bit too, but Cemetary hailed from is it Borås? Is that how you pronounce that?
Borås.
Okay. Okay. Again, known for my terrible Swedish pronunciation. Along with Lake of Tears and stuff like that. And a lot of bands from that area you mentioned seem to embrace some of the more weirder elements like keyboards and gothic atmosphere. What impressions did you have when Cemetary put out their debut, and then just in terms of how they fit into the story of Swedish death metal at the time?
I think I kind of felt like they were a band like Catatonia that just did something a bit different. And then I had a friend who played in a band, Lake of Tears, and I was like, oh, but you also do it a bit different. Why? And Johan, my friend, the Lake of Tears, he's like, but we like to voivod a lot here, maybe. So, but it can. You don't really know why it happens, but it does.
Yeah, and it seems like when you throw like Tiamat into the mix and stuff, what do you think it was that started a lot of the Swedish death metal bands to embrace so many of the gothic new wave influences? Was it what Paradise Lost was doing over in England, or was it just kind of their teenage loves finally coming out into their DNA a little bit? Like, why do you think it was so successful in Sweden, kind of merging some of these gothic elements with some of the death metal bands?
I guess that people came from different backgrounds in music, and after a while, they could, go. Those band leaders that could do whatever they want once the original members left, they kind of did it. That I think is the case with Furion and Tiamat. Changed a lot when Johan Edlund got the power over the band. And also, I remember that myself included, we started to drift away from metal in '89 already, and listen a lot to bands like Fields of the Nephilim and Sisters of Mercy and The Cure and Skinny Puppy. That was a thing already back then. So
I think you can, there's obviously darker elements in Gothic music that fit with the darker elements in metal, and so they seem to kind of fit together.
Yeah, but I don't know. For me, I had a girlfriend. I was very much into those things, so it's just she kind of pushed me in that direction. So maybe we all had that girlfriend.
Everybody had girlfriends listening to Susie and the Banshees and Joy Division. Yeah. Do you think that a band like Cemetary was able to pull the mix off well, especially when you get to like their second record, like Godless Beauty? Did you care at the time, or now can you look back like years later and be like, you know what, this works, or does it not work for you? I'm kind of curious.
I mean, I listened to the first record and then I thought it was okay, but I wish I still had it, but I sold it. So with the second record, I never listened to that back then. So I kind of stopped listening to extreme metal in '92 because I bought the first Burzum record and I fucking hated it. So I went further into industrial music and different, even bands like Soundgarden and Nirvana. The stuff that sounded different to me at the time, and then I got back. So
pulled you back in, just out of curiosity.
I think At the Gates, Slaughter of the Soul. I would say the Terminal Spirit Disease. That one. I still think that's the best At the Gates. Fucking great album.
Yeah, so good.
I wish that was a full length.
I know.
They didn't have the live songs, so that would have been the best. It's the best sound, the best riffs. Everything sounds best there. Yeah, Slaughter of the Soul is just second-rate Terminal Spirit Disease.
Not as adventurous down for me. It is. It's a little too stripped down at times. Yep.
It's a little too simple, and the song sounds a little bit too alike.
Yep. I agree.
I mean, it's still a fantastic.
Oh, great. Yes. Yeah. But just a minor quibble. Yep. I'm with you there. just out of curiosity for people in our fan base who maybe would be unfamiliar with kind of the sort of darker side of electronic music, talk a little bit about that, your comment about sort of techno and things like that, because I think there's a perception from the outside, and I'd be curious for you to share sort of like a different angle on that.
Well, like electronic music for me was always like really adventurous. I grew up like with listening to like early stuff like Rocket, Herbie
Yeah.
Hancock,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. So for me, and like Depeche Mode, and obviously there's people I want to crucify me that think like, oh, Cemetary like industrial, blah 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 blah. Later on, which I don't think is true because I doubt these people have yet even heard industrial music. Maybe they heard a Ministry track or something like that, but like things like Throbbing Gristle, obviously, and types of things. But for me, I used to love electro music, like all, starting of obviously the Kraftwerk who created electro, and of course all the like Detroit stuff that really, like Underground Resistance and things like that. And I remember I came to Berlin in '92 to do promotion for An Evil Shade of Grey, and I literally walked straight into the Love Parade on the way to go visit like Dismember and Napalm Death playing show. So how about that for synchronicity, right?
Yeah.
And I just like came back 1 year later and got really fucked up with some journalists and spent all night in the Tresor Club. And I'm friends with a lot of people who make electronic music, all shapes of it, and drum and bass. When it hit, I literally walked into a Rough Trade in London, also in '93, and heard drum and bass and got stared down by some really heavy dudes trying to pick up records. And then and drum and bass changed my life. You just like when death metal hit, like in the late '80s, when that became, like the thing that, oh, fuck, this is really, something. Well, grindcore, of course, was a big thing. But I was also a big hardcore kid. I probably loved all types of hardcore and still do. So, yeah, electronic music. But then another band that really changed my life, of course, was Autechre. When I heard Autechre the first time, I was like, Jesus Christ. And when they put out Cornfield, which I think is one of the most brutal, most abstract, will fuck you up records that ever be made, I could go on for days. So, and of course, you have like darker, but there's also a lot of, terrible music that set out to be dark, like people, the same thing that people that set out to be controversial, it always becomes like goofy, let's try to be controversial, or let's try to make something super dark or be super evil. That's going to be our shtick now, right? And it'll be fun for 3 records. It'll be like Marilyn Manson effect.
Sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I teach a rock and roll history course. I do rock and roll 1, rock and roll 2, and I do a pretty big krautrock unit where I get into Kraftwerk. Yeah, I imagine. You're right in the center of it. With
Amon Dill, man, '92. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of where I drifted out of metal. So funny you mentioned krautrock, because I was like, we had this used record store in Borås, and at that point, I got all this cool like psychedelic stuff from the '60s and '70s, and all the original pressings of Black Sabbath, the box set versions and stuff. But then I think in '92 I started listening to krautrock at Amon Dill 2, right? And when that hit, it was over for me. That was that, and then got into Can and obviously all that stuff. And
that what led you to Kraftwerk, or had you discovered Kraftwerk prior to that?
Oh, Kraftwerk I listened to as a kid. Okay. My brother, of course, had all the Kraftwerk records. So so that was ingrained. But Herbie Hancock, man, that was like Rocket.
Remember, that was huge here, and I was very young and didn't understand. I didn't know his background as a guy who would perform with Miles Davis and people in the '60s. So I didn't know what the big deal surrounding him doing that remix was. But it was certainly something we talked about in the playground, right? You know, I mean, it
Yeah,
was like
yeah,
a
yeah,
fun song, you know, in
yeah.
elementary school when we heard that.
And
So
and then of course like with Africa Bambaataa, you know, who
Planet Rock. Yeah.
sampled Kraftwerk,
Yeah.
which a lot of people didn't know, right?
Yep.
So I mean that just merged, you know, the electronic, a lot of the electronic music, you know, you're merging the, you know, Afrofuturism stuff with you merge the more staccato rhythms of the European sound with you know the more of a tribal heritage, right? That was what made Detroit so interesting.
Sure.
It all came
Yeah.
out on 4 records from Berlin, right? Or
Yeah.
not all, but a lot of it, right?
Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they brought them over. You know, that's like the whole Detroit Berlin connection. That they brought all the guys over to play, and they put out a bunch of it. You know, like the early like Jeff Mills stuff and things like that. Yeah.
And you even can trace that back like a decade prior with Iggy when he moved to Berlin and started working
Oh
with
yeah.
Bowie and doing all
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Brian Eno stuff. You know, I mean, it
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
there's a weird thread that runs through all that. You know,
Yeah.
so
And Brian Eno, he lifted a bunch of stuff or stole a bunch of stuff that you heard about the Brian Eno Noi connection, right? When
a little
he went.
bit. No, but tell me more. I don't
Yeah.
know a lot
Well.
about it.
Yeah. I think it's in there. I think there's a documentary called Krautrock: The Rebirth of Germany. And I'm quite sure that this that I'm paraphrasing is from there. Because I think he went to visit them in the studio or stay with them because they have this kind of compound or whatever, you know, that they were staying in. And paraphrasing at best, but it was like that he stole a bunch of shit from them.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, you'll get a good like Google out of that because there's a bunch of stories
Okay.
around that he lifted a bunch of stuff from Noi.
That makes sense because you hear it in those Bowie records and the Iggy
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
It
yeah,
sounds directly like that stuff. So yeah.
yeah.
Huh. Fascinating. Yeah, it's funny because when in the mid 90s when I was just getting into, you know, stuff like actually Black Vanity and things like that were being handed to me from some of the guys, Mark and Chris, who were a little bit older than me. At the same time, we were also discovering Can and Amandul and stuff like that, you know,
Yeah.
because I think there were some metal bands that were talking about it. I mean, Michael from Opeth would talk a little bit about it and some other people. And so we kind of like were also simultaneously discovering all this weird stuff from the psychedelic 60s scene and
Yeah, yeah,
death metal and all
yeah,
the weird. So it all made sense to us. We were kind
yeah,
of into it all, you know?
yeah. It was the same for me, you know, like, and that was like you know, reading Robert Anton Wilson and Timothy Leary and all of that stuff. And I worked in this counterculture store in Gothenburg, you know, selling like occult books and comic books and porn and punk 7 inches and when anime hit, you know, and things like it was like basically being connected to the internet through a fax machine when there was no internet back in
Yep.
there.
Yep.
And all
Yeah.
the
Well, like
stuff.
record stores and like the shop you worked at, it almost was like an underground network of like spreading like a weird alternative like knowledge pre-internet, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like my boss was a bass player of a legendary band of his generation, who had members who were like that I idolized. You know, like a famous Swedish singer called Freddie Wadling. And when he came into the store and was like, oh, Jesus Christ, like one of my favorite singers of all time, you know, it's just kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but kind of like a Swedish, like Tom Waits, Leonard Cohen type of
Oh,
person.
yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure if that's a good description, but that's as close as I can get.
Yeah.
Really underground, totally fuck everyone, ride or die kind of person, you know, never compromise, total genius.
What was his name? What was the artist's name?
Freddie Wadling.
Okay.
Yeah. So sadly not with us anymore, but he was just one of my heroes. He made records under his own name and also several legendary bands. But to check out the two first records from a band called Blue for Two, absolutely legendary music.
Funny is there's like the shared connection because the manager at our record store was a famous jazz bass player. So your manager played bass for,
Yeah.
and he was the guy that like introduced me to Sun Ra and Coltrane
Oh
and
yeah.
Cecil Taylor, but he also knew all the stuff about the krautrock stuff and like
Yeah.
so he was feeding us all this weird stuff like that. And then I remember he would have these like really crazy sort of militant radical jazz guys from the 60s from Detroit that would come into our record store and it'd be like this 6'5" black guy in like dashiki and like camo and stuff, and we lived in a pretty like milquetoast middle of nowhere kind of town, and he very much stood out, and I loved it. It was great because he would interact with the customers and ask them questions and
Yeah.
stuff. But yeah, it was, I mean, it is so interesting when you are in these places like that and you get that exposure because there is a lot of crossover between music and comics and all of that stuff
Yeah.
was kind of having a conversation with itself. I mean, you
Yeah.
guys, use Dave McKean, right? And
Yeah.
Sandman. I mean,
Yeah.
all of that was kind of happening too,
Oh yeah. And that was like 100% how it was, like when, because I worked in the store, and then when the Death miniseries came out,
Yep.
that's the
High
same
cost of
girl,
living. Yeah.
that's the same girl on the Godless Beauty cover as was the model for the High Cost of Living.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
very cool.
yeah, yeah. No, so for me, it was like, the combination, and I guess when you talk about it, depending how you approach your love for any music, and talking about stuff like we talk about, you know, I guess certain people can say, well, that sounds really pretentious, or you should fucking just drink beer and stay shy. But coming from where my, kind of like a whatever Royal Tenenbaums kind of upbringing or whatever, all of that stuff was connected. And I think at that time, the same as you said, when you're in the culture or in the scene or whatever, that is more open. You have your elders that were in punk bands or jazz things, or you're a part of the thing, and I was this like gopher in a tattoo shop, when I was hanging in high school, and I would go into Gothenburg and I would sit there and flip the tape, I would go get burgers and hang out in this area in Gothenburg just with these people that accepted me, and they, I had, yeah, I had, let's say, not the best childhood, and there was like no real people there, whatever, after a time. So it was like I hang out in a tattoo shop, and they would show me these counterculture things, like got, like Joe Coleman art and all types of things, and Freak Brothers and all that stuff, the counterculture comics from the 60s, and I was bringing records. That's the same guy who did the first Cemetary logo for me.
Oh
yeah, that's the same tattoo guy, right? And,
okay, cool.
Yeah. So there was that was a thing at that point too, like just being this little nerdy outsider that wanted to be a part of something.
Yeah.
So
and it's funny, Mark and I, who obviously the co-hosts, before we start hanging out at the record store that both he and I ended up working at with this guy who played jazz, our first like gateway to counterculture was a comic book store. And it was this old, dusty, smoky, bookstore, like vintage bookstore with comics, and like, the guy would sit there and just smoke cigarettes behind the counter and listen to like public radio news all the time. And it was really like, like you said, it was almost like a found family, right? You found like your own group of people. And from there, I think it was very easy for me to move into not just me. I'd always been a fan of music, but like underground music. Like it made sense to me. Whereas I think some people were scared of a lot of that stuff. Like for me, it just opened more doors. And I was like, oh, there's a variety of different things. You can listen to jazz and indie rock and dark stuff in metal, and all at the same time. They're not enemies of each other. I think that a lot of people in the metal scene, depending on where you go, not everybody's like that. But I think a band like you guys and some of the other bands that we were like globbed onto in the 90s, like like a Paradise Lost or a Catatonia or someone, they seem to also be on like a journey of let's flex and get into some of our influences that are maybe non-traditional and challenge our listeners more than just playing it safe, and
Yeah.
I that was something I always appreciated about you guys and a lot of
Oh,
bands when I was kind of getting into that.
yeah, it makes me really happy to hear, because that was, well, and we never played it safe, and maybe, when you look back on it, it's like there was this thing like back in the 90s where, especially like in the Swedish death metal scene, that moment in time, everybody was, there was trying to have their own sound. There was this thing, and there were a lot of people, of course, still then trying to copy whatever, but there was this really, like, I wouldn't even say competition, but it was this thing, right? When I remember when I was like maybe in the rehearsal room at the Gates or something, and they were just doing shit that the fucking nobody was doing. I knew we weren't doing that because we couldn't play, right? But I had ideas somehow. I had like ideas, and but I saw how they did things, or this thing. Oh, they say, oh, let's bring in a violin. You'd be like, oh, really? And it's like, people were trying stuff, but that was the 90s. I'm not a nostalgic person, but the 90s was really interesting because not just with music, but as we've been talking about, everything. There were so many things, right? You could fucking insult someone with a smile on your face, and it was all good times, and things could be radical in a sense where people really wanted to push the envelope. We had things coming out, like death metal rise to the surface. We had techno coming. We had drum and bass. We had like IDM, and there were so many things that never existed before, right?
Yeah.
These were brand new things, and you had radical things coming out. Publishing houses like Feral House and research, and you had all these things where people had a thirst to come out, because especially in Sweden, we were plagued with censorship. We had 1.5 TV channels, and like movies were censored to death, and we came out of this where it's like, I have a friend who's a role-playing game publisher. He's an American guy living in Finland, and he loves death metal and metal. He's like the biggest metalhead on the planet, but he's always trying to be controversial. Like, I'm doing this because it's controversial. I always tell him that it was not meant to be controversial for the sense of being controversial necessary. It was about maybe seeing, can we get away with this? And also it needs to be good. Things are just not good automatically because you have a bunch of mutilated corpses on your cover, and there's only so many people that can get away with it for an extent of time. I mean, Carcass did it on their first record, and nobody ever did it better since.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know, these other gore bands is whatever, if it's that interesting to have another whatever gory semi-rape scene whatever on a thing. I'm not sure. That just, to me, to be honest, is just fucking lazy these days.
Yeah. You just heard Scars, Sidereal Passing, Evil Shade of Grey, and Dead Red from the Evil Shade of Grey record from 92. And then we opened that whole setup with The Funeral, Eternal Rest from the Incarnation or Morbidity demo. So as we kind of leave the debut record and kind of start to set up Godless Beauty, I thought, we just heard from Ekeroth in that last little bit, kind of talk off memory. He didn't get like super deep into anything with Cemetary, but like I thought I'd read the small little passage on Borax that he wrote in this Swedish death metal book. And for people unfamiliar with this book, it's pretty great. And this was like in the early years, along when like Choosing Death first came out, and right when we started the podcast, when this book came out. And I interviewed Ekeroth recently for a future episode. Those of you that have been following our thrash series, international thrash series over the last couple of years, probably know what country he would be well suited to talk about that we might be doing soon. And he's actually working on a new book. Did I tell you about that, Mark? I think I did. The book he's working on right now.
Yeah, the Swedish punk rock.
Yeah, cross punk and all that.
Yeah,
kind
he
of
sent
stuff.
us a while back. He sent us a comment.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, because he was digging on our old British crust punk episode that we did with Ian Glasper from Terrorizer.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that was really cool to like hear from him, to an authority in all things Swedish that we care about, at least. He's actually listening to the show, so that's really cool.
And Daniel's also like in Incision and in Tyrant, some old bands, like kind of Swedish death metal bands and things like that too. So he wrote.
I met him in person once, but he was very shy.
He was. I think we met him at the Gates show, the reunion show in New York City that we went to, because he was there with Ian Christie. I remember.
Oh, I met him. I don't remember that actually. I met him after that.
Oh, did you?
Ian Christie at MDF.
Okay, yeah.
I forgot about that other one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was there, because that's when I remember reading Medium and stuff. But this is the short little passage that he kind of has to say a little bit about it. So it's a little section called Goth Town Borås. In tiny Borås, 40 miles east of Gothenburg, a doom goth scene started to reign. In 1989, a guy named Mathias Lodmalm was pretty alone with his ideas about death metal. He created the band Cemetary, which gradually gained attention with the 1992 album An Evil Shade of Grey on Black Mark. Though in essence death metal, the album also contained keyboards, melodies, and some very slow parts. Over the years, Cemetary became increasingly mellow, inspiring other kids in Borås to start similar bands. The first band Cemetary influence were Forsaken Grief, Morbid Death, and Carnal Eruption, all formed in 1990. These bands soon split, however, and spawned the softer and far more successful Lake of Tears in 1992. After one demo tape, Lake of Tears signed to Black Mark and released a bunch of albums throughout the 90s. At this time of writing, they remain the second best-selling band on Black Mark, next to Bathory, naturally. That's weird. I wouldn't have known that or thought that.
I bet it's all from Germany.
It's gotta be, yeah, because they have a real hunger for like kind of gothy kind of stuff, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, that was a weird.
They've kept Tiamat afloat for 30 years.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 1992 also saw the birth of goth metal band Beseech, who would later make a slew of albums. I kind of remember that band, but I don't remember
the name. Don't think I've ever.
They sounded like. Yeah. A rather brutal death metal band called named Sickness emerged from the area. After 2 demos, they transformed into the much more laid-back Benighted. Do you remember those guys? I don't remember them at all.
By name, but not. I couldn't tell you anything about them.
Their drummer, Christian Engvquist, one of the central characters of the local scene, also edited the zine Undead. With Cemetary, Lake of Tears, Beseech, and Benighted around, Borås became synonymous with mellow goth metal. But Borås also produced one high-quality traditional death metal band during the early 90s, The Great Evocation. The members had previously been in minor death metal bands such as Decomposed and Morbid Death. Evocation recorded their debut album, The Ancient Gate, at Studio Sunlight in 92, capturing great, fat-sounding, well-structured death metal to the max. And it kind of just talks a little bit about that.
It's not the same Evocation that we got in the 2000s, is it?
Yeah, that's the band that came back. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got like 3 or 4 of their records, and I remember one of the first MDFs I went to. I got them. They didn't want to take all the records back, so I got like each record was like $10.
Oh, yep. I remember.
So I got like the first 3.
They were sort of part of that like that kind of like second wave of Swedish death metal kind of revival thing in the like 2009, 2010, like Black Breath and some of those bands that were starting to kind of bring back the HM2 kind of sound. But I think what had happened it was like almost similar like Death Evocation, in that like they had formed in the early 90s, then disappeared, and then like came back together or something like that.
Sounds right.
So,
yeah.
Is sort of what was going on. So, but yeah, so just a little bit of insight into the uniqueness of Borås, which is, I didn't realize it was that close to Gothenburg, but kind of interesting. So, But before we leave the debut, we do have one final song that, in a lot of ways, I think is a portent to where they're going. And the first song we'll hear in this next set from Evil Shade of Grey is called Nightmare Lake. And still lots of death metal groove in it, but there's copious amounts of kind of gothic passages. It's kind of, in a lot of ways, the most dark, atmospheric song on the record. You even kind of hear Mathias starting to use some kind of like, I wouldn't necessarily call him cleaner vocals, but like a different style. And he only does it a couple
the spoken
times.
like Johann thing.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that kind of going on. The riffs are a little simpler and catchier. We do get that string scratching kind of buzzsaw, but like in a lot of ways, this is it's inching away from like Corellian Isthmus Amorphous more towards like Tales Amorphous or like Clouds Tiamat,
Yeah.
than say like the Death Doom of Gothic, right? It's like more of that kind of melodic sort of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of more evolutionary, kind of like giving a portent to like what the band's going to become like a year from now. So is that what you picked up on Nightmare Lake? Could you hear some of those elements that are going to kind of show up more in the later years of Cemetary, or?
Yeah, the keyboards, the much more like T-Mat Doom style, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
This felt very like the Skogsberg level is high on this track. The cymbals sound really weird, and like
for people that are maybe new to that, how would you just when you say the Skogsberg level, how would you define that for people that are maybe just discovering us and don't know the back catalog of him?
Yeah, I mean, well, he's got a hell of a discography, but probably most famously known for, did he record Nihilist?
I believe so. Yep.
Okay, because I think he did Nihilist, and I don't know if he done Unleash now. I'm starting to question, but he did like Dismember, like all the big HM2 sounding bands.
Grave, yep.
Yeah, but then he, after that did, countless other bands as well, and he always had a weird kind of, I don't know, there's like a warmth to his stuff, but nobody really ever kind of matched what he did in those early days. Like, he was not really familiar with any of this music. I think he's more of like a punk rock background. Had a very small basement studio, and just he was affordable, and he was amenable to deal with these bands, so he came up with creative ways to try to make this music recordable. So it's like people might now try to like use some weird patch or some kind of digital thing to get these weird noises, but this was all probably recorded to tape.
Could you say he's like, for people that are kind of new to this, like he's the equivalent of like what Scott Burns was to like Florida death metal?
Absolutely. Yeah. For Swedish death metal, he's Scott Burns for sure.
Yeah. And a guy like, to the point where like a lot of bands, like second, third wave bands were going to him. And I think at the time, probably like 93, 94, people were like rolling their eyes like, oh, we've already heard this. But now we like yearn for that, we didn't appreciate it at the time, but like, man, now we would kill for bands that are getting that sort of warmth in their
well, and I think he stuck with Entombed, I think, until To Ride, didn't he?
I think so. I don't know if he definitely did Wolverine Blues, but I know
he did To Ride as well, because of the,
did he? Okay.
Yeah, I remember the poster where they do like the movie poster in Skogsberg. Yeah.
Yep.
But I'm not sure if he went any further than that, but he kind of like went along with the evolution of that band pretty well. And I think kind of with his background kind of brought more to, that kind of hard rock or MC5-ish Stooges kind of thing.
Yeah, because that was his background in a way. Like, he was more coming out of the punk scene, like you said. Yeah. So in terms of like, we talked about the logo, but I'm kind of curious because we're about to get into Godless Beauty. And so we've got two kind of great artists that are part of these two records. You've got Kristen Wallen, his cover for Evil Shade of Grey. Necrolord, yep. And then we've got Dave McKean that's going to do the cover for Godless Beauty, who was a, great comic artist known for Sandman, also did Paradise Lost, Shades of God, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So talk to me from like as an artist, as a comic book artist and all that, like, do you have a preference between these two styles? It's a pretty weird Wallen cover, honestly.
It's an early Wallen cover as far as like his, this is like, he's kind of known now for the monochromatic kind of thing. This has a much wider color palette than what he usually does, but I didn't know if there was another era of or another label that this design reminded you of at all.
Of McKean or Wallen?
Of the McKean stuff for the Jesus, what the hell's it?
Oh, of the
For Godless Beauty. Yeah.
Well, the creature, the thing, honestly, what the vibe I get is like yeah, it's probably like a 4AD is kind of what it reminds me of.
Yeah, it totally looks like a Pixies.
Yeah.
Cut, like the different, like the type, and then it was like if you want to do anything with death metal, and you're like slightly elevating a little bit, you put some boobs on it.
Yeah.
My Dying Bride, like you just some like this was more blatant boobs with like a weird. There's like a thorn bush coming out of her belly button or something.
Belly button. Yeah.
They dropped the logo altogether, but it definitely like the text treatment really reminded me of 4AD, like big time. Yeah. And then early Century Media was doing the same thing, that like kind of aping, what the Pixies were doing, and early like Red House Painter stuff like that
Red
kind
House
of
Painters.
approach.
Yep. Cockatoo Twins or something like that.
So it made sense for like that was a statement to where they were going visually before you heard anything. And I think the Wallen, I love the Wallen cover. It's kind of goofy and amateurish, but it's exactly like it's like a ghost coming out of a swamp. It's almost more Seagrave in certain aspects than Wallen.
It really reminds me more of a Seagrave cover than it does Kristen Wallen. That was that's what my thoughts were. It's funny that the naked woman on it, because like the face is sort of like obscured and stuff like that, it actually gives me more like vibes of the creature design from The Descent. That sort of like
those weird
white,
cave dweller things.
Yeah, like it just seems kind of like because of the lighting on it, it looks like somebody that's in like a dark kind of like cavern or something like that. That was that's like an abstract thought I get when I kind of look at it. So I kind of dig that.
I think it was this. I don't know if this was big at the time. I got really into this in college. Was doing a low light with a really wide exposure over a long period of time, so you get these, what now look kind of like a Ring doorbell kind of look. But I think that's probably what they were doing. It looks like it's definitely shot on film with all the grain, so it's probably a very high speed film. Yeah, high speed film for low light. I believe I haven't used an analog camera in 25 years, but it definitely has that look. It looks like something I would have tried to do at that time.
Well, it's weird too, because all the stuff that I think of with McKean is more like what he does with Black Vanity, which is like the Sandman montage and collage kind of stuff.
Total multimedia.
Shades of God.
Yeah.
Shades of God type stuff. So this is strange to me. Like it's less busy. It's more of a simple idea. And I don't know much beyond that with Dave McKean. You probably know a little bit more about him.
I mean, I know him mostly from multimedia stuff, the Sandman covers, and I'm not sure what else. He did some stuff with Alan Moore, I think, too.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what he did do with him.
But he was like the kind of like a European, not totally, but like a European Bill Sienkiewicz kind of.
Yeah.
He'd all this different stuff where he could bring in elements of photography with painting on top and digital topography, and at that point it was still probably you did the topography, and then you would give coordinates where they would put that on in the burning stage of making the films to print it. It was still very early days of that kind of shit. Even when I was doing stuff at Relapse in '96, we were still doing stuff like that. Like anybody that knows graphic design wouldn't know how to do anything then, as far as dealing with the prep for for films and stuff. Is a really weird, archaic in between point before it went full digital.
I think of the stuff that I watched you put together for like those Eclipse kind of covers. How much of that was analog versus digital?
All the photography was analog.
Okay.
And then any of the topography that I did was the text treatments were like I would take some kind of font and I would print it out, and then I would take it and use like a wire brush or sandpaper or something to like rough it up and then scan it back in and make it high contrast and put it on there. Like that was what was the guy that did all the Catatonia stuff? Travis Smith?
Travis Smith, who did the Opeth. And
he was doing, I'm sure all of his stuff was digital. I doubt he was doing a lot of the, the photography could have definitely been analog, but as far as putting it all together, I think that was all digital compositing at that point.
Okay.
And his stuff looked, so seamless at the
Yeah.
time. I was definitely pulling from some of that and trying to make the most, depressing thing I could possibly find. But
I think like you look at like the Tonight's Decision and the Last Fear Deal Gone Down layouts and stuff, and I
yeah,
think those had a lot of aesthetic influence on like our sensibilities. I mean, I wasn't an artist, but like just in terms of what attracted me, and like even the kind of movies I was drawn to,
yeah,
like
and I
most
think
fit into that realm,
yeah, we were trying to do stuff that didn't seem like a magazine cover that wasn't just a press photo of like I can't think of another magazine that was doing like artistic like art pieces as the cover and then little indents of oh here's the dude from Children of Bodom, like little photos, but like this is the cover.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of looking back, I didn't think of it then, but looking back that's kind of a rarity. I can't believe we printed as many as we did. But
Well, I think like you were totally inspired by like Seagrave and these guys, and like like there was something like cool when you looked at like those old Seagrave covers, or even the stuff that like the Cause of Death or the Beneath the Remains covers. I forget what that artist is.
oh, Andreas Marshall did a
Was it
lot of
Andreas Marshall? And then yeah. So like there was something about a cover you couldn't figure out. I kind of liked that aspect of it where it wasn't just like obvious. Like it was just like some of these like weird swirling images and abstract sort of things that I thought were really iconic, in a way. Like, and I think that kind of was the aesthetic of Requiem and Eclipse and stuff where like, I don't know. Like you said, we were doing things that weren't like what a normal magazine cover would be, where like you're just putting the band on display or something. It was like a artistic expression plus
yeah.
the bands.
Yeah, we never had just a band on the cover. Like I never even really thought of that until now, but I don't know, like some of the band like the zines we saw that we were trying to kind of one up a little bit, like Ultimatum and stuff, did weird shit where they'd have like, an ad on the cover. But that seemed more kind of absurdist.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I always wanted to kind of have each cover be like an album cover. Like when we got to have oh geez, what the hell is his name? Axel Herman did a cover for us. And like that was huge. Like, he'd done a lot of the covers for a lot of her favorite, albums up to that point. And to get like we wanted the zine to stand out like an album on the, on the stand, the few stands that it was on. But
Well, I think in hindsight, that's why, like, you look back at the stuff you guys did with Requiem and that we did with Eclipse, and like, it's something like I'm proud of. I'm not always proud of like every review or whatever, but it's like I think we were really striving to do something that was for its time pretty like unique, and
I
I
think
think it
so. Yeah,
stands the test of time.
yeah, I know that the dude that was doing like those Emperor covers, fuck, what was that called? Descent magazine? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He was kind of doing similar shit, but he was pulling more like woodcuts and making it. Some of it was very, very digital. So I don't know how prevalent the whole thing was, but that was definitely we didn't know any better, and we were trying to push ourselves and be as trying to like be way better than we thought. It was it's interesting looking back at thinking about what we tried to do for those covers. But yeah, we're just trying to do the best we possibly could and wanted to be part of this scene that we love so much.
Sure. Yeah, and I think it's cool that like I don't know, like looking back on it, I was too young to have gotten into Godless Beauty when it first came out. But I think like if I had discovered this record in '93 and found out that Dave McKean, the same guy that I was reading Sandman comics from, was doing this, or I had heard Shades of God in '93, also when that came out, or even '91. I think Shades of God's '91, right? Because Icon's '93.
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
like I don't know, that would have blown my mind. Like I didn't really know there was a crossover of that. You know what I mean? Like I just thought there was this world of comics. I hadn't yet gotten into extreme metal, and by the time I got into extreme metal, I was out of comics for the most part. And like I remember discovering Dave McKean did like covers and stuff for metal bands that I was into. I was like, what the fuck? Like this, it kind of blew my mind. I just didn't think of those worlds like it's like when Todd McFarlane, or not Todd McFarlane, but the guy that looked like McFarlane, Greg Capullo, did the fucking Iced Earth cover with Spawn and shit. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like it didn't make
Or
any
I mean,
sense.
McFarlane did the Corn cover.
The Corn cover, yeah.
But then the same thing with when I discovered Bolt Thrower, and I was playing Warhammer 40K, and right next to the recording rig right now is I've got the ad from the the White Dwarf magazine with the Games Workshop, like from that's got the whole Realm of Chaos thing, and it's basically it's the ad for the album, but saying not. I don't even think is there even earache. There's not
Oh,
even an earache logo
I
on
have
it.
that. I tracked that issue down after our Boat Thrower series. I haven't framed
Yeah.
mine yet, but yeah, it's
Well,
pretty
like yeah,
cool.
I couldn't imagine because I was listening to Megadeth and Death Angel and shit like that at the time, but when I was like this, what the fuck does this band sound like?
Hmm.
And then found Realm of Chaos. I was like, what the fuck is this? Is insane. It's just crazy. And I was like,
I think
this
we
is way heavier than
compartmentalize.
anything.
Yeah, I think we compartmentalize our interests so much when we're kids that we just assume that like somebody that's like making GI Joe is not also like listening to like the bands that we're listening to or whatever. Like
But it's
I
much
don't know,
more common now for people to have much more broad,
for
like,
sure.
you had, it was harder to get into all this stuff. So like it was tough enough just to be like a metal guy, let alone, a metal guy, comic guy, a horror movie guy, like all this stuff. It's
I remember
kind of
buying like
funny.
Metal Maniacs as like a freshman, or maybe sophomore, and Machine Head had just put out like their debut album, Burn My Eyes, and I was like early 10th grade, and like we loved that record when it came out.
Yeah.
And we saw like a band picture of them, and like Rob Flynn's wearing like a Reservoir Dogs shirt, and I had just seen Reservoir Dogs in Pulp Fiction, and like I was like, what the fuck? That's so cool. Like I couldn't get past like that those worlds crossed over because I didn't know people like that yet. I didn't know
Yeah.
people like you and I who all our interests are aligned, metalheads, film, like it.
Hmm.
And it makes so much sense now because it's all like kind of fringe culture stuff, right? A lot of that.
Totally.
But yeah, at the time I was like, holy shit, because I only ever saw metal dudes wearing like black shirts that were just like either had nothing on them. Like I think of like Metallica when they were like in their videos, like James Hetfield just had black shirts and black jeans or whatever. And so
Yeah.
to see like metal dudes I was just getting into with like pop culture shirts on, I was like, whoa. And I remember like those Entombed Wolverine Blues kind of things where like he's wearing like a Dinosaur Jr. and Sonic Youth stuff. And I was like, what? Like it didn't
Yeah.
like what the fuck? Because I was like a freshman in high school and like I didn't think that those bands would have anything to do with each other.
Totally. Or yeah,
And
Nick Anderson's I've got the Wolverine Blues Subway poster up on the wall, and he's got his Kiss shirt on and the fucking CBS Sports hat.
yeah, yeah,
And
just it
like
was
LG's got that Mephisto shirt on, and that The Truth came out. God, when did the reissue came out? In probably '96, maybe '97. The one
okay.
with the not even the silk screen cover, but like the embossed cover.
Yeah, the embossed one.
I
Yeah,
was
with
like,
the
I gotta
black
find
CD.
what is this band? Like, I had no
Mhm.
fucking idea what the hell this band was. That and he was in the band, but
Yeah, yeah. That's it.
but no,
So
I think that was like the internet before the internet, where we could figure out, cathedrals talking about some
Mellow
random '70s
Candle
band. Yeah.
and stuff like
And I
that.
was like,
Yep.
well, let's find what this is, and it added like another level of the enjoyment or appreciation of that band, or like
It
you
was like a
understood them
scavenger
more.
hunt. Yep,
Yeah.
it was a scavenger hunt. And I
Yeah, go through
I
thanks
try my
list like
best. Well, like when I teach today, I try my best. And I think this is something I'm really good at, and it probably transfers over to some of the things that we do in the podcast, which is context. And so like I we're playing like a Beatles song and I'm showing them like a psychedelic Beatles song, and then I'll show them how that psychedelic element shows up in like something the kids know. And I'm like, here's like a hip hop song that's using psychedelic swirls, and they'll be like, whoa. And like the kids, all of a sudden their interest peaks because these things that don't have anything to do with each other are actually in a cultural conversation. And it's like, that's how you get these kids, and you're like,
yeah.
oh shit, like this thing that's old matters, like it's connected to this thing I love, and it's cool. And I remember that excitement and that thrill, like I don't know, like I remember like I knew all these references to movies, but I didn't know they were from movies from like Simpsons or something like that. And then like
Yeah.
watching those movies in like college and be like, holy shit, that's where that's from. Oh, I didn't know that was a sample of that or a reference to that. And it was cool. It was like, oh, it's been in my pop culture vocabulary my whole life, but I didn't know like where it fit together. And so
It's just
I don't
that's
know.
a great tool just for like for everything, and like everything is connected in some capacity. But when
Mhm.
you start finding stuff that you care about, like like even with like I'd seen Phantasm, I didn't remember the song, the opening, like the theme, and then
Mhm.
like Left Hand Path hit. I saw that video on the Hard and Heavy VHS, And I was like, God, that's such a powerful song. Like, what is that? I was like, it's the fucking Phantasm theme. Like, oh my God. Like,
Yep. And it's funny you mentioned samples and things like that because Godless
we
Beauty.
got some Raimi stuff happening here.
Yeah, we definitely got some things that are gonna be happening. So in terms of this record, I think like as a whole, as we introduced Godless Beauty in 1993, it's more aligned with like what was sort of happening with Death and Roll, but like meeting gothic stuff. So it's like Death and Roll gothic kind of crossover. It's like
I think it's
it's got
very
a lot of
Shades of God.
it's got okay. So here's what I wrote. I said it's got amok or desultory vibes mixed with Shades of God.
Yeah,
So
like
that's
not
exactly
the
what I wrote.
sound of Shades of God, but where Paradise Lost was going
Mhm.
vocally and musically.
Yep.
Like where they were kind of pushing it outside a little bit where they had gone. And basically the death metal vocals they're not quite, they're like some singing or some more harmony happening to them, not just guttural.
Yeah. It was weird how much I was picking up on like the amok vibes though, especially when we get into Now She Walks with Shadows. There's a lot of like Dancing on Graves, Little Sister kind of vibes, in the song like that,
Oh, we had today the YouTube was just going playing music and I forget what track it was. The might have been Nepenthe. Started playing and Lisa's like, God, what's up with this guy's voice? I really don't like it.
Tonelli. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, it's very of a specific thing. I don't know. It's because she's like he's got like at first like some Matt Pikeisms with the like that kind of like projected powerful voice, but like I don't know I don't know what to think of this guy's voice. It's like I love it, but it was like the slow trajectory up to that. It wasn't like this is the first introduction of
It's true.
Tonelli
You were
Jarva.
like kind of like you warmed up to it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I was up for what he wanted to provide, And I don't know if you've seen any of this stuff now, but on one of the like auto plays on YouTube with music, he's got like this like dark country thing going on that he's playing.
No,
Like there's a live
really?
performance. It's actually it sounds pretty decent to me. Like it kind of fits his whole vibe. It's just like
See
it's
that?
like a Johnny Cash, Merle Haggard kind of him and a guitar and a bass player and a fiddle player or something, but just kind of like down and dirty old country. But yeah, it's definitely that the vocals on this record they're teetering on like they're pushing that envelope a little bit. So sometimes I think they're great. I think the opening track is just a great propulsive, great opening track. Like that's how you want to start an album, was just a punch in the stomach and go for it.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
there's a couple spots where he's like, eesh.
Sort of like do you remember on Tonight's Decision where Jonas really tried to open himself up, but there's like a couple notes he hits on the record that are a little sour because he's pushing like a little outside his realm, and
I
then
love those.
I love them too, but I think there's like elements that like Mathias is sort of doing on this record that like enter that territory, but like maybe with
Yeah.
less charm. They don't
I don't think
charm in the
he's
same way.
pushing it as hard
Yeah.
as I feel like Jonas. Sorry, we've been saying it wrong for
Jonas,
years,
you're
but
right. Yeah, Jonas.
it's hard
Yes.
to it's hard
My
to
name is
change it.
Jonas.
Like
Yes.
where his voice breaks, it's like when Will Oldham's voice breaks. Like it works
Yes.
in the feeling of the song.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. So well
but
put.
this is like this is more. I don't even know who to describe. The vocals in this like, because even like Holmes was doing, and Shades of God was much more is barky. More aggressive. There wasn't any as much. I guess there's some melody to it, but it was so much more consistent and. I remember getting Shades of God when it came out. That was the first Paradise Lost I got like the week it came out. And I got my first CD Walkman. I was just listening to it. I think it came out like November or something. Or around that, fall time or something. But listening to us, and I remember hearing people complaining about like his voice is weak. I was like, he's like, this might be harsher than, as far as like the physical taxing of what he's doing to his voice, might be harsher than what happened on the first couple records. But yeah, I don't know. I was surprised when people kind of talked like that Nick's voice was kind of like wimping out or something.
I think like too, this is what I wrote about like Godless Beauty. I said the album has its awkward moments with not completely fully formed ideas, but it's still a pretty fun record. So it's like
Yeah.
there's there's things, you know, considering it's like dark and gothic and depressing, it still has some like, I don't know, like catchy elements that are like make it kind of a fun listen. You know, not every song, but like, you know, like you said, the album opener, you know, Now She Walks with the Shadows, like it's rollicking, it's energetic, it's 2 minutes, it's got this like punch to it. You've got a little sample. It reminds me of Grave Solace with the Bitches Leave, you know, kind of sample, but this one's from Evil
that's
Dead
the best.
too.
I think that's the best sample ever in music history.
Yeah, it's so fucking great. So
It
it's
so
funny we
sums up
watched.
that album. It's like, oh my God, that's so
Yeah,
brilliant.
yeah, and then you get the bullets, you know,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. So
Yeah,
yeah,
bullets
so
are
it's
mine.
yep. And I know they use there's another song, and I can't remember if I wrote it down what the other sample is. There's a couple other samples that are in it. I know
There's two Evil Dead 2 samples.
Yep.
And then the one
There-
from
one from Shocker, but I can't remember if it's in a song we're playing or not.
I don't think it is. The other one sounds like
The other one's in an Andrift and Scarlet Twilight. And I can't remember. It's right
like
after the midsection
something announcing death. It sounds more like an old like like a Corman movie or something.
Like a 70s horror film or something. Yeah, it could be. And
Yeah,
I'll have to
or
ask
like
him.
it's from a trailer, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre trailer or something. But
And I looked in like the album credits and couldn't find it. And I looked on our Metal Archive. So when I interview Matthias, maybe I'll kind of like ask him what
yeah, because the
all
other two are
songs were.
definitely
Evil Dead 2.
Evil Dead,
Yeah.
like the groovy on. I think that's in the first track, isn't it?
Yeah, that's in the Now She Walks with the Shadows.
Yeah.
You know, so but yeah, so it's a fun record. So let's kind of break down some of the songs here. We already kind of talked about She Walks with the Shadows. I really did. I don't know if you got a Dancing on Grave's Little Sister kind of vibe to it, but like it's like if you mix that with like Grave Solace, like it's like a middle, whatever those that sweet spot of those. And then it's sort of
she
like
walks the night, like there's it's pushing that vocal thing.
Yeah, that's like
there's some hard rockisms too. Like
yeah,
I think with like a Muck is definitely a mix of Sunset Strip and Finnish death metal.
Yeah, and I'd be curious how much of like I think these guys probably were like probably big into Guns N' Roses and some of that. And they're, as were a lot of people, they had probably grown out of Guns N' Roses, but it was still probably in their DNA as like a gateway band for them, and then
that was 90, wasn't it? Or was 89?
What's that?
Appetite?
Oh, 87.
That's 87?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So like it had been around for a while, It didn't really hit till 88. It took a while for that record it was not till Sweet Child of Mine was released in 88 that it became like a monolith, but
okay.
And that's back when like records in the 80s, I think especially were like think of like the Black Album. They're releasing singles off that record for like a year and a half. You know what I mean? You're just like,
I think they toured off it for 4 years, didn't they?
Yeah, it's like fucking crazy. And that's what like Michael Jackson did with Thriller and Prince did. Like all the big acts were doing that. So I mean fucking Def Leppard released singles from Hysteria for like 2.5 years. You're just like, oh shit, that record's from 87, but like they were still like playing those songs on MTV in 89. You're like, oh, okay.
Is Dr. Feelgood 89?
That's 90. That's 90. Yeah.
Okay. Because I remember that was just huge when I was, sophomore
there were
in high
singles
school.
from that like 90 all the way to like 91, 92. They were still like kind of, pretty big because Lars heard Dr. Feelgood and that's what made him want to get Bob Rock.
Exactly.
So they go from Now She Walks with the Shadows into the Serpent's Kiss. And this is where you get like more the Paradise Lost, Catatonia, Tiamat. Yeah, those are all doomy death rock,
Yeah.
And this is the shit, obviously, if you're new to Requiem, this is the stuff we inject in our fucking veins. We love, like, there's Gregor McIntosh inspired riffery all throughout this song,
completely.
I think.
Yeah.
And also I think it's underrated, but I don't know, you probably didn't go into this very much. But I really kind of looked at some of the lyrics, and the lyrics are really kind of fucking cool. And now in Serpent's Kiss, he sings in the chorus like, crawling close, I'm the one you fear, but when I'm gone, you wish me near, seduce and deceive. And then he says, the way I think may scar your mind. And it's really this like cool deconstruction of like kind of toxic relationships and all of that stuff. And I thought
there seems like a lot of that with even some of the later on, the I forget which track it is, but the all the father Sunrise
Never Again.
Yeah. Enemy, father. Like there's a lot,
Yeah.
a lot of that shit going on. Like
Yeah, they're dealing with some stuff. It was cool. Like I don't know, even in like in Julie No More, I'll talk about some of the lyrics in that. But I thought like, okay, for a band that's like second language is English, like it's pretty good for like this through the early 90s. I mean, it took
yeah.
Catatonia a while to like get their lyrics like down, and once they got them, they were fucking great, you know. But like not everybody hits I normally wouldn't give a shit about Swedish death metal lyrics, but I was kind of like I was into some of the vocal passages
Well,
and
when
some
you
of
can
the things that they
understand them, it
seem to be
matters
doing.
more.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, that's
And
true
I
as
think
well.
look, I should have mentioned this earlier on, but before before we recorded, but the track by My Own Hand, I think is my favorite song on the record
Oh, yeah.
because
Okay.
it's so fucking bleak. Like
Okay.
lyrically, it's super bleak.
Okay. I didn't check that one out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
just because I remember like this is like one of those records
you should have
where
told me. I would have fucking thrown it on there.
it
I
was
didn't
it
know.
was late
Yeah.
last night. It was no big deal, but um like this is like because back then I would move every 6 to 8 months or something. So as I
Mhm.
would be this, I have like distinct memories of listening to this record as I'm like unloading my CDs and putting them back in order, on the shelves. And it was just one of those records I would listen to in its entirety. I think it's got a pretty good sequencing. I think is really good on the record. It's got stuff that's like not doesn't always hit, but it's a I think it's their last really strong record for me.
Okay. Okay. And I might fly the flag a little bit more for Black Vanity as a decent record, but we'll get to that, and part of it's my gateway. That was my gateway. So
Well, also
um
the difference it's like it's the icon versus draconian thing.
I think so.
I think this is
Yep.
the like churning the ideas to figure out what this is gonna kind of shape the rest of their career even into Sundown or whatever
Down and stuff like that beyond.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
kind of like them kind of figuring things out. It's not as fully formed maybe
Mhm.
as Black Vanity.
Think the Serpent's Kiss at the very end, there's this cool part where he says, "You tasted me, I tasted you."
Yeah.
And it feels like right off of Clouds because it's got this like that Tiamat acoustic layer underneath right after this kind of flange kind of gothy solo. And it's cool. I mean, it's like they're putting all these like compositive ideas of all the things we love kind of together, and it's
Hmm.
just funny that like we don't talk about Cemetery more. And maybe it's just because they don't. And here's my big takeaway, I suppose. Like everything that they're doing is like a B-side of like the best ideas of Draconian. So like
Yeah, or
they're
Tiamat.
never
Yeah.
or Tiamat, like they're never as they're like perfectly in this like B level, and they're great at it. These are really good records. They never seem to push quite into icon or these records that like are for lack of better terms iconic, obviously, that like rise above all that. And I don't know why. I just think that maybe it was a limitation, maybe it was just like
Well, it's not every band can do that. I mean,
yeah. And then maybe
not
the
every
bar
band
is
can
so
be the
high.
next Metallica, as Paradise Lost was touted in the '90s. It's like
Yeah, but I think
Tiamat,
for
was
us we hold that
was
bar really
opening for
high.
Motorhead and shit. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. And I think for us, that's the sweet spot. And so like the bar of how we judge that stuff is I don't know. I think we're more open to it because we love that stuff, but we also like understand and deconstruct it and know like the value and like who the A tier and the B tier are. It's very clear to us, on
Well, and
some level.
there's a place for it all too.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm always hard on things I like. I'm harder on, but it doesn't
Hmm.
mean I don't like them any less.
Yeah.
So like this, like just like you cannot. They don't hold a candle to Paradise Lost or Tiamat. That does not mean they're not a good band.
100%.
Like I think they're like looking through. I know the lyrics just from hearing this fucking thing. So like I barely even need to listen to this because I've heard these first two records so many times.
Uh,
But like just going and looking at the lyric, like there's solid lyrics for that era. This guy in his 20s,
mhm.
this is pretty good stuff. Um,
But a
like
lot of
stuff
this
that
could be really cheesy, right? Like you
there's
could
a very
do all
fine
of
line.
this really badly, and they don't do
Yeah.
that at all. Like it's all like really tasteful, like heartfelt, like real stuff that they're kind of working on,
Yeah.
I think about like in the next tune, and Julie is no more. I said, obviously, as well as anyone, like having had my fair share of dating a Julie on and off for the last decade plus or whatever,
Yeah.
the sentiments of like, quote, and Julie is no more, my love walked out the door from which she'll never be returning. Like even though they're talking more about like death, like not like just like
break.
I definitely, yeah, I like grabbed it, right? And I mean, the Julie I know is still alive, and we're good friends now again and stuff. But the metaphor stuck for me. I'm like, okay, like, so I was feeling that, and like they seem to capture this like realistic like feeling of,
well,
the same things.
using that name, which is a relatively modern name, and
Yeah.
like the scheme of things, like it doesn't seem very gothic. It seems pretty modern to say that, like, I don't know what the equivalent would that be now, but I kind of always thought that too, that like that seems very specific.
Yeah.
Like this is probably about something real and not just like made up. And I was trying to think of a Julie from a movie or something that they could, but I'm pretty sure it was probably just some kind of personal experience.
Like somebody, yeah. Yeah, but they almost like tap into it like the way, I don't know, like some of the better kind of like new wave bands or like bands like The Cure or somebody like kind of tapped into. Like it was, yeah, there was metaphor, but there was also like just kind of like some surface reality that was there. And I think sometimes like gothic metal bands have a tendency to like almost move into like foo goth, like kind of from like the like gothic era. It's a little too
It's tough.
pomposity or something,
Well, the thing, I think the bands that kind of like ushered in that stuff are like in general, I think gothic metal sucks. I think it's mostly trash. I would say
Mostly
85%
bad.
of it's trash.
Yep, it's mostly bad.
I think Paradise Lost kind of inadvertently started something. And then the stuff that surrounded it is really not that good. I can't think of a ton of bands I would even throw in that category that I think are good.
Yeah,
I don't
it
put
kind of depends on
Catatonia
what
in
you
that
define
because
as.
they were their own thing.
They maybe were gothic metal on like a record, perhaps. Like they kind of like
They
dip
were
their
more
toe.
artistic, man. Like most of that
Yeah.
stuff is just like very kind of Beauty and the Beast, pomposity. It's like very classical. There's not a whole lot of subtlety to any of it. I feel like Catatonia had much more. I don't know.
They had a lot more
Their first couple
pure in
records,
them.
they're just trying to figure themselves out, and then tonight's or fuck, what the hell's the record?
The Scourge ones.
The Scourge ones comes out. I was like, oh my god, like okay, here's this band.
Well, and it's interesting because to me, I think in Julie is no more, the thing I hear the most in terms of the riffing is Discouraged One or even like Sounds of Decay type riffing. And it's like,
Yeah, it's got this kind of fragile repeating riff.
yeah, it's that sweet spot. I call it the depressing breakdown. In fact, I came up with a term for it, Mark, and you can tell me if it's good or not. It's a gloom down. So instead of a breakdown, it's a gloom down. And I don't know.
I'll give you 75 out of 100 on that one.
All right, yeah,
it's good though. I
went for
I like it.
I wrote it down and I just said like,
I think you could massage it into something.
I'm gonna
100%.
try. Yeah, I need some feedback, guys. I need show notes on how do we get this, because not a breakdown, but it's like it's doing something depressive, but in this.
I like the fact that you're trying to create new, vocabulary for this stuff.
I'm trying to really advance metal forward, Mark, so we can get something out of this. Get some credit.
This is going to be your first novel. Will be called Gloom.
This is it. Yeah, Gloom Down. So, and it goes into this great bass breakdown. We get another movie sample, some cool fucking pinch harmonics, and there's this guitar flourish in Julie No More is No More near the end that I recognize, but I fucking can't pinpoint it. I don't know. It just like it sounded so much like something I knew, but I couldn't quite grab it. But I
think it's one of the more emotive songs I think on the entire record.
Yeah, good Middle Eastern kind of gothic kind of scales kind of going on. It's a pretty,
right before the Evil Dead sample. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost like flamenco guitar or something.
It's definitely flamenco. And there's flamenco I heard somewhere else too. Where is it at? I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, I hear flamenco and some of the other stuff that they kind of do. But yeah, and then
it's on the next track.
Oh, Andrift and Scarlet Twilight. You're right. The midsection flamenco part. Yeah, it is.
That's why I on here.
Yeah. Andrift and Scarlet Twilight after In Julia's No More.
I didn't put any notes on that one. I went straight to Addict.
Well, here we go. Great early 90s death doom kind of song title. I think Andrift and Scarlet Twilight. Great mournful amorphous riffing mixed with some Paradise Lost icon draconian energy. So we're kind of approaching draconian now. Definitely depressive kind of gloom metal. And then it's got this cool midsection flamenco sort of thing that it's sort of like what Tiamat and Opeth will sort of do a lot more of, and then after the sample in this song, it kind of goes into like a finish, and I wrote almost, speaking of Tonelli, like not so much sentence, but more like a Black League kind of part. And I know you didn't write any notes for it, but kind of interesting. It was not a band
I listened to it, but I don't think I wrote. I don't know why. I must have just skipped writing at that point. But
sorry. So yeah, so some kind of cool stuff kind of going on in the set. So we're gonna start with the final song from An Evil Shade of Grey, which is Nightmare Lake. And then we're going to go into Now She Walks with the Shadows from Godless Beauty, Serpent's Kiss, and Julia's No More, and then end with Andrift in Scarlet Twilight. And then we'll also hear from Mathias yet again. Enjoy. No, I agree. I think a lot of it's performative. They're just sort of like going through the motions of what can we do to sort of do shock value instead of leaning into their own creative ideas,
Yeah.
And maybe they've run out of creative ideas, and maybe that's the problem. It's like they've cycled through as far as you can take some of these ideas in certain aspects of metal, and it's as somebody that listens to new metal when I can, but also does this podcast about more older stuff, more nostalgic stuff, and we're doing a lot of historical context. They are sometimes enemies of each other because there are some decent bands, but it's few and far between. There's a band called Blood Incantation who just actually had Tangerine Dream perform on their record, and so they're doing like old Morbid Angel kind of technical stuff, but like mixed with a lot of the sound waves of Tangerine Dream. And it's like, all right, now you're pushing somewhere that maybe we haven't gone before, but it's like rare for many bands to be able to do that,
Yeah, I know of them. And
okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't know.
I know them, and I heard that they did a record, I think, called Time Wave Zero. Is that the right?
That was more of like a low wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's like super cool, like, and they seem to get away with it, but you get like one band every 10 years that get away with it. My band was never that band. We never got away with anything until 20 years later. Then people be like, oh, well, that was cool. Yeah, but I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Sure.
We did get away with Godless Beauty. I don't know how, but it wasn't. But when that came out, it wasn't as maybe popular as people think. Like afterwards, it became a bit of a talked about record. But when we put it out, it was just everyone told change your name, kick your whole band out, and it was just not an easy time. And
wow.
And I never had like as I told the label that I signed to now for the whatever shit that's gonna happen. I told them there's only one condition that I'll sign and do anything, is that I want to have fun for once in my life doing this fucking band. And that didn't really get me anywhere this time either. But there were fun times, but we were so young, like 17 when I recorded the first record. And when you're 17, coming from the background I have, everything was a fucking mess. And you get thrown into, they got kids to sign a bunch of paperwork, like just not me, but the whole scene basically, right? And then, we didn't know how to act professional, what we couldn't even play. And then you'd be like, oh, but how about we, I want to do what Jim Morrison did, that seemed the way to go about it. At least, we, fucking grew up with 80s metal and stuff, oh wow, it's just, we got to do some crazy stuff. We want to do that because that's what we write about. And then you kind of, you get the Wish version of it, right?
Sure. Yeah. The dark side of it, almost, probably.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially, like where I come from, mixture of, I mean, where I grew up, I saw people started going to jail when I was 16, right? So,
Is that the Boras? Is that how you pronounce that?
oh yeah, yeah. I'm from Stockholm originally, but
Oh, okay.
I lived with Boris when I was 12, I think. So we had, there was a bunch of stuff, and it never really ended, you know. And for me, I mean, there was like a part of my life where I was a parole officer for friends of mine to try to get them back on track and stuff.
Oh.
So
Is it
yeah,
just
yeah.
like economic reasons, or what was going on in that specific kind of part that led to that, or is it just
I
a
mean, just people. I mean, crime is everywhere, and especially now. I mean, Sweden is just fucking crazy. Couldn't be more happy that I don't live there.
yeah, yeah,
So yeah, so we had that, but you know, I come from a background, not my parents, but like, cause my, you know, I moved away from home when I was 16, but you, there was, you know, people's parents were, you know, everyone's parents were divorced, you know, people, we had a talk with my friend the other day. We had dinner at his house, and we didn't know where the fucking parents were, and they were like alcoholics. Well, not my parents; they never drank, but you know, alcoholic, you know, alcohol, drugs, crime, you know, standard story. Whether you come from, you know, whether you're a rapper or whether you come from some shithole anywhere in the world, you know.
well, that's a pretty typical Gen X story too,
Oh
right?
yeah,
We were kind of I mean, my mom worked 3 jobs, so I had a lot of aimless time, you know, and I could have made bad choices. Luckily, I didn't,
yeah,
but I knew a lot of people that didn't make those good choices, you know, and it was a lot of open space to do a
yeah.
lot of things, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like the cemetery story really is about just me try to get away from where I was from. I
Gotcha.
I didn't stop running until I wound up in Berlin 12 years ago. Pretty much, like that was it. I was just running away from whoever I was and whatever, and it was like, you know, the occasional landing zone here and there, and thinking, but it wasn't like until that 10 years where I was like, oh well, this is who I am. This is where I'm comfortable being. I can like maybe try to focus to, you know, try to come together as a human being a bit, right? So,
Sure. Well,
so that was,
especially starting so young too. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like getting kind of dropped right off into that. I mean, when you put them together in 89, is that when you're 17 or when you actually put
No,
out Evil Shade in
Evil
92?
Shade came out. I turned 18 in the studio.
Oh my God. So you were
So
forming that band at like 14 then?
yeah, high school. We were,
Wow.
we were called Archangel first in high school a little bit. Me and my friend Magnus. So I think I wrote like the first few demo tracks a little bit. Then we had a bunch of different lineups before we had the demo lineup.
Okay.
So yeah. So we did that.
How'd you guys get hooked up with Skogsberg for a demo? That I always found that to be unique because I think of him as a studio, you know, doing albums, and here comes this amazing kind of
Well,
little demo that comes out that sounds great, obviously.
man, I told this story many times, but I'll tell it again because it is funny, right? No, I mean a bunch of bands recorded their demos there, right? But I mean, so I mean, I kind of had my ear to the ground even back then, so I knew what sounded good, right?
Sure.
And so we just booked the time there, and like I don't know if you know how that studio looked, but it's just like my living room was bigger than that
It was
studio.
tiny. Yeah, yeah,
I
I know.
mean, yeah,
Yeah, sunlight.
but you know, Thomas is one of the most important thing. You know, I wouldn't, I wouldn't like have been doing what I do without him. You know,
Yeah.
and I mean, we came there and he told us like, you guys need to go home. I mean, it's like I'll give you the same price if you just go home and practice. And we were like, what? What are you talking about? It's like saying, great. I was gonna play drums on one song, and I had all types of this on how you got to go home. I was like, nah, fuck that. We're not going home. We're gonna do this right now, and we did it. And at the end, we said like, oh fuck, like you really like you nailed it. This is like, well, this is actually not that bad. But so we made that demo happen there, and it's like we cut that song with me on drums, but
Which one did you play on? Funeral or the other
no,
one?
we cut it out. So
Oh,
it's like,
cut it. Okay, okay.
so
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't even know. I mean, I knew how to play it because I've written every single drum part for Cemetery ever, pretty much. So But we didn't. I mean, we didn't know about recording. I mean, we didn't know how to play pretty much. I mean, I couldn't tell you how I arranged those songs to save my life. It's like, but we got it put out by CBR, which was a big thing at that time. So,
Sure. Especially in Sweden. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So what got you then to Blackmark? Was it that demo, or was it some of the other things that you were doing? Because there were two more demos after that, if memory serves.
One demo, another one demo. Then there's a third kind of.
That's like a Blackmark kind of like warm up.
Yeah,
something like that, right? Yeah.
We got signed there because it's like when I went back and I saw like the time thing. This will happen in a year. I mean, I got thrown out of the house when I was 16. I had a record contract a year later. A bunch of tracks were written. Like The Funeral was the first one that was written. That I wrote a bunch of other stuff, and this was just done with me just having like no money, like hustling and just trying to fucking survive in this apartment that was paid for by my dad's alimony for somehow. And that was that, right?
Yeah.
So, and no, I like Edge of Sanity got signed to Blackmark.
Mm-hmm.
So I just sent Barry like a tape, and then I called him up, and he said, "Oh, let me go check it." And he checked it and said, "I'll call you back." And then he called me back an hour later and was signed.
Wow, just as easy as that. Jeez.
Yeah. Should have thought about it twice, but but yeah, no, that's how it was.
Was there a band that like obviously you had Nihilist and some of that stuff happening, in the late 80s, but was there something that got you gatewayed into more of the extreme side of metal? I mean, obviously you talk about Kiss as your origin point, but was there a big album or influence like Celtic Frost or I mean, you mentioned Venom, obviously, but
I would say Creator.
Okay.
I remember going seeing them. I did my first dive at a Creator concert. It was funny when we toured with Creator a bunch of years later, and I told Mille about this. Because I fucked up his pedal, and he's like, "I remember this," which was like one of those moments in your life, right? Mille is the sweetest person you'll ever meet.
He's a nice guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's an amazing guy. So that was fun. You get to tell one of those stories, right? Get to tell one of your heroes, "Yeah, I fucked up your pedals." Like when I was like a fat kid trying to stage dive in 1989 or whatever it was. So yeah, no, Creator was a big thing on the more extreme side, and then obviously first Morbid Angel record, and of course Entomb. I mean Entomb, like Nihilist and Entomb. You can't give them enough credit, I think. How important. I mean, obviously we sounded nothing like Entomb, but they were. It's Entomb, right? It was like a crush. You hear that the first time, so like there was nothing like it. There's still nothing like it.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, a really important band, influential was Grotesque for me.
Yeah.
And I think you can hear that a bit, like influential wise, on the first record that Grotesque was a big influence. I still think might be the best Swedish death metal release of all time.
It's a really interesting too, and especially what they took out of that into At the Gates too. It was like a lot of weird, disparate ideas that weren't the normal, which is kind of like you guys, right? I mean, Evil Shade of Grey on the surface, made in Sunlight Studios, it has some of the warm HM2 kind of sound, but there's a lot of very odd ideas that are kind of happening in that record, which is, I think, what gives it personality. And I think Grotesque is pretty similar to that,
Oh, yeah. And it's got no HM2 on it. That's
it's not an HM2? Okay. No, it just has that warm, that grave kind of sound to it a little bit, and some of the riffs here and there.
And it has that fucking squeaky sound that people either love or hate. I personally hate it.
Is that the pick sound?
Oh yeah,
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 describe that, because we talked a lot about that in the
oh yeah,
episode. We were kind of trying to figure out what the origin was.
oh yeah, it's just such, it became such a thing over the years. I mean, I obviously hate it, but now when we remastered it, like some people really loved it, and like the guy from Libs, you can't change that because I love it, so you can't. And it'd be like, we're gonna ease it off what we can, right? But I mean, I didn't want to change the record, so but it is what it is. But it became, because so many people asked me over the years about how do you play that way. I want to get that sound because it sounds so evil, right?
Yeah, it's like
And,
a buzzsaw or something.
it's just like somebody, like dragging a knife on a window or something.
Yeah.
But the thing, and it's like I can't remember really. It was just it was a combination of not being able to play like you should, and because a lot of the charm with a lot of those early records, and I think even with some of the creator stuff, is that when people were playing above their abilities,
Yes,
and you
100%.
were pushing this stuff. And like when I came home, and I know I didn't hear it in the studio. That's the weird thing. And we never heard that sound in the studio. But when I got the test press, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, and I still have some tape or something that sounds different. So I'm not sure if that happened in mastering, or like that it attenuated that not sorry, extenuated that thing. So so yeah, but it is what it is. But I think what I think is cool with An Evil Shade of Grey is that it's kids playing above their ability, and I got to make one of those records, and that's the fun part. When I remastered it now, listen back to all the records, and well, of course, the later records, you start to hear all the compression is a bit off, or like, well, should have EQ'd, I should have had more of a like 60 dB boost on the kick drum, because you remember all those things. But when you were like 17, 18, you'd be like, I don't know how to play this, but it's gotta hang in there for a few more seconds, like. And I think that's the flavor of a lot of what makes those records great, and not being a musician, but being just a maniac with like an idea to be like, we just got to make this happen because it's all we got.
Sure. I think that's a tagline we say all the time on the podcast, is like, Mark and I's favorite records are the records where the bands are pushing at the edges of their ability.
Oh, yeah.
And there's something that's like where you get like, I don't know, like there's something kind of antiseptic about bands that are like too good sometimes, right? Like it kind of lacks some personality. And for me, young kids that have these aspirations and are really pushing is where some of my favorite metal and my favorite music, punk and hardcore and other things like that. Young people music, I suppose, where you get a lot of that. And you guys are definitely proof positive, because there's a lot of really interesting ideas kind of on Evil Shade of Grey, and some of them are, they land, and some are kind of odd and give personality to the record, right? And I think that's and that obviously continues into Godless and some of the stuff you guys did, later, but. Where were you guys drawing some of the sort of non-metal influences that, with the keyboard bursts and some of that, there's obviously gothic elements and some new wave elements and things that start to shine through a little on Evil Shade, but certainly a lot more on Godless Beauty. Where was that development coming from? Were there, you mentioned Depeche Mode. I mean, were there other bands that you guys were kind of fans of that happened, or?
No, I mean, never thought. I mean, I just wrote the music that I wanted to write, and it wasn't like I wasn't really listening to anything. And like this whole thing with the gothic stuff is so weird because, to be honest, I mean, I was into Sisters of Mercy. I knew them, and like Fields of the Nephilim maybe, and the Damned, and but this gothic thing that I there's one thing that kind of annoys me a bit is that people put that gothic thing on it, like with a bunch of stuff, especially with Godless Beauty, because it opens with a punk track.
Oh, you're right. That's an in-your-face punk track. Yep.
Yeah. And there's like this track called Chain on there, which is also more of a punk hardcore track. That was obviously, and at that time I was listening a lot to Trouble. And to hardcore and punk and even I think at that time like stuff like Mudhoney and things. So
early grunge, yeah.
There was a lot of great stuff coming out before it became chart music. Sub Pop, cool label. Everyone was into it. I remember hearing Nevermind. Like from at the Gates house the first time. Because we were all into that, So I don't understand, what goth, but that just with every other thing, like, and I think Journalist has a lot to do with that because they have a catchphrase and they're gonna see, well, I'm this person at this magazine that writes about this stuff, and I want to get as many pages as I can from my editor, so I'm gonna find all these bands that I can cram into whatever, how many words I get paid for, right? And that was in the 90s. A lot of journalists became like rock stars, I still know a bunch of them. And it became, I'm this person and I'm gonna be the whatever white knight for this and that. And people were being flown out and taken out to dinners and, all kinds of shit. We had people with us and it was all fine until a lot of people felt like they had, well, I'm the guy. I can't name any names. There's a guy actually live here in town, and he actually thinks that he's responsible for breaking the Bay Area music. Still, he thinks that that's a bunch of what his actual handiwork. Not that fucking Testament wrote killer tunes or anything, but
his journalism did it.
It was exactly that. That is what put it on the map, right? And so
I wonder if it's because of like, that you had the Paradise Lost and Tiamat's and some of those bands that were starting to come out at the same time. And for lack of a better term, like you said, journalists just started to like put this tag on you guys. Cause, I mean, it's obviously I hear doom elements, but I don't know where, and I guess there's always been this tag of like gothic doom when you hear keyboards or something like that comes in. I don't know,
First Cemetary demo, I mean, it is doom. I mean, the first track it's the slowest track I probably ever made in my life, right?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like a Celtic Frost tune or something like that, like just doom, death, kind of all working together,
Candlemass, huge influence, love Candlemass. So for that was there since the very beginning. And then, of course, I mean, Paris Lost were a great band. Of course, I mean, we toured with them with Sundown years later. Mm-hmm. They were like, of course, I mean, were there an influence on, I mean, we didn't like necessarily know. I mean, if you listen to the first Paris Lost record and you listen to Shades of God, whatever, sounds like different bands, a bit like my records or whatever, or Lake of Tears records. So, I mean, they're a little bit older than me and stuff, but it was those type of time. And Paris Lost should have all the credit in the world for what they made, because they just went full on. They went from, guttural doom to making, what people say is their Depeche Mode record or whatever. I think all that stuff is great. I mean,
I love Host and those records. Yeah,
we toured with them on 1 Second for like 2 months. It's an amazing record. And did we listen a lot to the similar music? Yeah, of course we listened to. And when we hung out, talked to those guys every day. I mean, we had a bunch, same with My Dying Bride, and a bunch of them, you recanted like kids from the same generation. And, we had all types of similar influences. So, of course, that was going to happen. But if you listen back to the records today, they don't sound as similar today as they probably did back then. Because, of course, now there's about 500 other records that try to emulate those records anyway. So now you have, this whatever tribute bands, open tribute bands that have, for God's sakes, I can probably name like 5 or 10 bands that have the same logo as Entombed with mock-up variants of, the left-hand path cover, and they think that's a great idea. And of course, there's people that unashamedly copy bands. But back then, we just shared a similar approach, or we wanted to explore things.
So do you think for Godless Beauty, in terms of the growth and songwriting and some of that, obviously you can play your instruments better, you're growing up a bit, but what was injecting into that kind of made that record start to veer in the direction it did then?
It started with, I kind of figured out how to put a song together. I went back to the Kiss thing, all right, we need a chorus, or the chaotic thing of, and obviously I noticed that we couldn't really play death metal that well. We weren't really interested in it. It was a bunch of metal influence of that album or whatever. So that was more of a, that was the best I could do with that. And there was other things that we could do better, I think. So we just stuck with that and be like, you know what, we're going to take the same type of vibes, but just make it more fun for ourselves, not struggling or not trying to, I don't know if we thought, not competing with others, but there were people doing, playing fast, whatever, like doing all those types of things. We just let them get on with it. I wanted to do other things, and we'd done it already. So we did that record, and same with Godless Beauty. We moved on to Black Vanity. That's totally different record, even though maybe there's a lineage between the two, but it's a totally different record. And then you just moved on, So it's like.
The silence came so suddenly, no longer can I hear or breathe. How come I had no feeling, so this is how it all would end. When you leave no more, my love will now be shine in the sky. The demons will come out of their hiding places, and their howls will be heard in the night, announcing death. Darkness lies slow, just like an angel beating in the snow. White turns to red, death lies ahead. Go!
the one of the things I notice a lot on Godless Beauty is the lyrics. Really, you kind of like, I don't know, I just feel like the lyrics grew up a lot on that record. Like Serpent's Kiss and some songs are
Yeah.
just, like they're really smart. And a lot of the Swedish bands of that era, I don't really pay attention to their lyrics, right?
Yeah. Oh,
It's not why I'm listening to them, but I really did kind of vibe with some of the storytelling that you guys
yeah.
kind of did. I thought was great,
Oh, thanks
So
a lot for saying that. I mean, because I think it wasn't that, like even like when I reread all the lyrics now, right, from when I had to do some changes for the reissues and stuff. It's like, yeah, I mean, I always it was important with the storytelling, and at that time was reading, of course, Neil Gaiman was a big thing and stuff. So I was 19, there was a bad breakup or whatever. So when I read it back now, it's like, but still,
sure.
There's something there, and it's for people at that time, that age. It has that teenage angst kind of, you know, uh, thing. So, but I mean, for me, it was the lyrics were always, I mean, it was more important to me than the music, right?
Yeah,
Because I have to do that stuff somehow to the
yeah,
best of my abilities, and for me, it was like a song needs to have the right title before it's a song. And if it doesn't have the right title, I can't write the song. And I still work that way. I still need to have that concept. There still needs to be that world building, at least in my head, where I can place the song and the title and be able to tell a story. And that connected with people. And with there's a song on Godless Beauty called "By My Own Hand."
mm,
That
yeah,
that was a game changer for me. And people started telling me stories about their lives, and there were people that named their kids after me because of that song.
wow,
Yeah.
wow, that's
And
fantastic.
yeah, and people started talking to me. I met people like that a bunch of people thought that, like, in You List No More, that was real,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, mention that
yeah,
song is pretty
yeah,
powerful too. You
yeah.
know,
So then I noticed that, oh wow, because for me it was, as you mentioned earlier, find the other people, find the others, like Timothy Leary was talking about. To me that became really important. And I noticed that the older I got, even if music wasn't maybe the main thing in my life, I started working with other things, right? So music was the catalyst. The music became, but as I said, became pro officer. I work with young troubled youth in music projects and stuff where they build on that. I learned the power to communicate with people. And it
sure.
was not about people clapping their hands or fucking, wow, he's got such cool hair or whatever. It was not about that. But it was also not about this fake shit that people say, oh, we're everyone's friends, oh, my fans are my friends. I never used the word fans, and we're not all gonna celebrate Christmas together. But there is maybe one thing that can connect this in some way, and always being to be quite direct and honest with people, and try to get a joke in there somehow to lighten things up, maybe, because there needs to be a dialogue, there needs to be something.
Yeah,
But I also realized that most music is the music industry isn't made for people like me. That's not the primary thing, because it's like, I don't necessarily care about printing T-shirts or being in Hot Topic or being on the right tour, and I'm fine with it. I was never like bitter. Oh, we should have been bigger, or well, like, people need to find out about this. It was like, I was fine, with just getting on with doing what I do, and I that's still how it is.
yeah, and I think, like, there's something connected between some of the bands of that era. Like, I hear some of that same kind of distance from fandom or distance from fame that, early Catatonia had, for example. They're a band that I was also sort of writing deeper, more personal lyrics sometimes that, Have they aged well? I mean, we could talk about it, but they were also young like you, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they capture that moment, that feeling of misanthropy or disconnect or breakups or broken hearts or all those feelings you have in your late teens, early 20s
Yeah.
or whatever. But they were a band that didn't do a lot of touring famously for a long time. And I can see some kindred spirits in that, or like even Anathema is another band that kind of
Yeah.
did a lot of that kind of stuff
Yeah.
too. And all three of you, I'm not saying you all sound the same, but all three of you flexed your interest in other areas too. You were bringing, you were not afraid to kind of open doors that maybe brought criticism, perhaps,
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
true metal
Yeah.
fans or whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, so I find that to be kind of, interesting. And do you think that, you know, because of your attitude that you had, did you guys do a lot of touring, or was that something that wasn't as interesting to you because you were just doing it to write songs, not necessarily to get famous, or was there
No,
kind of a weird relationship there with that?
I think we wanted to tour, but we were on a shit label. So, I mean, they didn't want us to tour. They didn't want to pay for it. I mean, tour support, they didn't even know what that was. But we did. I mean, we toured on Godless Beauty with Benediction for like 5 weeks in Europe. That went really well, which is, we toured with us, Atheist, and Benediction, I was
Hmm.
like, but it went over a lot better than you would expect, right? We, uh, not saying it was always easy, and then we did a tour with Bolt Thrower, I think, on the next album. But then by the fourth album, even before it came out, no, we did the Polish tour with Pyrogenesis, but then we split up, right? So then I had enough of that shit.
Yeah.
Uh, Started Sundown, but then we toured quite a lot with that band for the one record or whatever. But at that point, it was just, I could kind of see where the music industry was going, and I wasn't really interested in playing along. And at the end of the 90s, everything was falling apart.
Sure.
Everyone was making strange records,
Yeah.
bad
Yeah.
records. And I was making like bad records too, like they're like, I was never one to sit down, and I never felt that, well, I need to, my music is great or whatever. I was never one of those person. I experimented with a lot of stuff. Some things worked, other things sound fucking horrible. And if you don't do that, you're never gonna figure out what works. I mean, you can make the same album, you could do the status quo thing, right? I mean, sure, but that never fucking interested me. And and of course you could. I mean, we could be in studios and do these things. People were like paying for us to do it. And to be like, of course I'm gonna buy these synthesizers. Of course, I mean, I was going to industrial clubs and hanging out, and I mean, I've spent more. I mean, I've spent an enormous time of my life in nightclubs, right?
Hmm.
And of course, that was a big part of my life. Of course, that's gonna somehow color off on the sound. I would never make a record like that today because this is dumb, right? I mean, mixing metal with, but a lot of people make a lot of worse things. Like there was some terrible music coming out,
Sure.
and but the funny thing is, you hear like new metal is back, right? So the new metal is the new nostalgia farming field that
I
people are
know.
doing, and
That's
and I mean, if I would like be able to buy stock in nostalgia farming, I mean, you could calculate some things and you would think grunge should still not be coming back. There've been a few close calls where you think grunge is got to come back, because I mean, there's some great albums that came out there, but it's still
yeah.
not coming back. Fucking new metal is coming back? Really? I mean,
Lowest common denominator. You just that's what you gotta invest in if you're gonna farm this stuff.
oh man, I could never see that coming. So
Yeah, I would have thought that no one would have. There were people I taught students. I was taught for 21 years, and there have been some students who have ironically talked to me about Limp Bizkit, and I'm like, you don't
yeah,
really like Limp Bizkit. They're like, well, it's
yeah,
kind of funny, and it's so bad that I kind of like it. I'm like, okay, but I never thought this would you
never,
know,
never.
yeah, who knew?
I mean, but I think also because so much music these days have become like, especially metal, right? And a lot of people think, I get like flack sometimes. People think, "Well, you talk shit about metal." I don't. I'm very protective of what's good about it.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people misunderstand that. Like I'm protective of what I think is good about it, but it just became this image, all about image now. You got to have this. I heard something about Amon Amarth, and people sit down and row. It's this whole the spectacle stuff of it. That
Viking mosh pits or some, I don't know,
exactly.
Something.
And I mean, people got say, "Well, you talk shit, you like has been," and be like, "Dude, I've never attempted to be anyone but a guy that wakes up in the morning, right?" Yeah. But they played metal on death metal on cruise ships, bro. Come on,
I know.
And I've had a bunch of my friends play on these things, right? But if they have like a cannonball swimming pool context next to the stage while you're on stage, I mean, if that's not Spinal Tap, I mean, it's good. I mean, if that's what you can do, man. But if you're singing about the end of the world and fucking that the devil is your number one guy and you're the most evil person on the planet and you're like, "Hail Satan," and there's a big splash next to you, with rich white people with pina coladas, like, yeah. Come on.
Yeah, agreed.
I gotta get where you fit in at one point, right?
That was Andrift in Scarlet Twilight and Julia's No More, The Serpent's Kiss, and Now She Walks with the Shadows, all four from Godless Beauty from 93. And then we opened everything up with Nightmare Lake from An Evil Shade of Gray. And so we solved a mystery, Mark.
Yes.
In your notes.
Adrift was I had addict because of my notes of my veins are screaming is one of the one of the lines in the song. So
yeah.
I assumed Adrift was addict.
Do you know what samples used in this song? Because I couldn't.
No, I don't think it's Evil Dead, but it's
not the Shocker one because that's later in the record.
No, this sounds like something from the 60s or 70s.
This is the one that's from
I don't know if I ever knew exactly. It's almost that like Vincent Pricey kind of old delivery, but I have no idea what the hell that's from. Like,
it does seem
not cheesy,
but like something like Hammer.
It sounds like something that would have been on Clandestine.
Yeah, Satan, that sort of thing. What is that sample? That's Vincent Price?
That's Vincent Price. Yeah,
that's what I thought. Okay, so we're kind of this is a shorter episode, even though we had this like long ass talk set to sort of open up things and stuff. But as we kind of wrap some things up, we're kind of looking at this like metallic era of Cemetary up through the kind of mid 90s, and we've got really two more kind of Godless Beauty songs to sort of get into before we kind of dip our toes into 1994's Black Vanity. And I should kind of mention that on Godless Beauty, they did bring in a new rhythm guitar player named Anton Hedberg, who joined the band. And the reason I bring him up now is because he writes Sunrise Never Again, which is the song we're going to hear next. And this is the first Cemetary song I ever heard. So this is like my gateway in was through Sunrise Never Again.
Was that on a comp or something?
Well, I was looking because I thought, was it on Beauty and Darkness? And it's not, because Beauty and Darkness came out after this.
Yeah, it was 96, I think.
Cemetary is on the Beauty and Darkness. That's Crematory or something. Yeah,
the German band. That's one of those like bad actors for goth rock.
Yeah, I think there was metal. A song or two that was okay, but for the most part, it doesn't age very well. A lot of that, but I think it was Chris. I think it had to have been Chris, probably hanging out of his house somehow. Like I was getting into Amorphous and all this stuff, and he probably brought out Cemetary and just played me Sunrise Never Again, and like he sold it to me like that was the single, So I know when I played Cemetary on the Furnace, the radio show that I hosted in college. I think when I would bring Cemetary in, I would play Sunrise Never Again because I always thought like, oh, this is like their big song. This is the song everybody knows them by. And I have no fucking idea, one way or the other, if it is. So in my mind, I've always thought is like, this is like their big song that everybody, loves from them. And so I've always kind of had a fondness for the tune because of that, I suppose. I don't even think it's my favorite song on the record anymore or anything, but
it's a good driving. I mean, it reminds me of something off Icon. as far as that driving drum beat, you know.
Yeah, yep. That's definitely got like it moves from kind of an upbeat, kind of amorphous riff into kind of a slower, sort of morose riff. And here's my hot take. Here it is.
Okay.
This is what I hear in Sunrise. And it just drive me crazy, and I had to keep rewinding and think about it. When they kind of go into the slower, morose riff in Sunrise, it's patterned the same way as Lita Ford, If I Close My Eyes Forever, which is really fucking weird. And like I almost can like picture like Ozzy being like, close your eyes, all you gotta do is close. Because like there's like the trilling riff, this sort of kind of like
bling,
sad
bling, bling, where it breaks down a little bit.
Yeah, like or yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. It's there, and I love that song, that Lita Ford Ozzy duet. So maybe it's just kind of something that grabs me. But yeah, and it's more like the sort of part where all the music kind of cuts out or whatever, and Ozzy just does that thing at the end where he's like, "All you gotta do is close your eyes," and then it sort of fades out or whatever. So that's what I'm hearing. Who knows what Requiem people are hearing and stuff, but it's definitely one of the catchier tunes on the record. You know,
it's a vocally based kind of song. I don't know if you look at the lyrics, but they're kind of, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but you know, creature, sinner, evil, lullaby from hell, wishing well, creature, sinner, evil, like, and then this is another one with some father stuff in it as well. Is the sunrise never again, creature, warlord, father.
Weird. Maybe it's like a Paradise Lost thing or something. I don't know.
I don't know what the hell.
Not the band, but like the story, the fall of Satan or something.
The Milton poem, epic poem.
Something going on there.
I am the night that dreams of blood, the claws that shred the sun, the night, the weeping moon, enemy, father.
Be honest, I don't hate that.
I don't hate it. It's just
it's kind of wicked, whatever the fuck it means.
When I was younger, I thought it was kind of deep because I didn't know what the fuck it meant, but I don't know what it means now either. And it might not mean anything. That's fine.
It might not be. Maybe
it might just be those are the cadences of the words that you needed. So that's cool.
Sure. Yeah, it's almost like a tone poem or something. Kind of weird. But
it's like poetry, it rhymes.
So as we kind of wrap up Godless Beauty, we get, for me, this is the most peaceful 3 tune on the album, which is Where the Fire Forever Burns. I would agree. Even the fucking title just like has this, sounds like a primordial song or something like that. But you get a little bit of serenades. This is the first time we bring in Anathema. There's been so much like Paradise Lost, but you get like some Anathema kind of stuff at the beginning. And when Mathias like growls like, "Don't be afraid, these flames won't harm you now," I sort of grinned, because sort of like the devil, I don't believe him. It's like it's a cool fucking line.
There's an incredible volume of lyrics in the song too. It's like,
is there? Okay,
I mean, it'd be like 2.5, like a page and a half if you printed it out.
Oh no shit! Wow. Yeah. I just kind of like read a couple lines when I was listening on Spotify that kind of stood out to me. But it is like this epic kind of finale. It's doomy. It's pretty fatalistic.
It's very Tiamat, like to a T, as far as like what they're trying to do. And I think Tiamat took a lot of disparate ideas, and their kind of superpower was to condense it down into something like incredibly potent, and like there was no fat on it by the time they hit Clouds. And then when you did Wild Honey, that was even less. Like they had a way of like condensing this stuff down, and some bands just don't. That's like, I think that's something that only certain bands can do, where you can just take it down to these like little, like, what's the bare minimum that I can leave here where it still like plays how I want it to. And I think Tiamat, like Clouds, is like kind of a simplistic record on its face when you look at it. But if you're like listening to it now as a almost 50-year-old man who's listened to this shit most of his life, brilliant record, absolutely brilliant record, and so simple, and just giving you what you need.
Yeah. Well, and like Wild Honey is like this exercise, like you said, in like economy.
Yeah.
And it's more like about like vibes and feelings than it is like fully formed ideas. And there's a lot of like songs that link one song to another, and they're just like intros and outros and stuff, and it's like it just kind of
that whatever that
floats.
hurts riff is
Yeah.
so simple, but the way they
Mhm.
hold it out like that is just that's like, you know, that's kind of the penultimate thing of their career as far as I'm concerned, that track.
And I mean, that song, that was my gateway into all of this in a lot
Yeah.
of ways, because that's the first conversation I ever had with Chris Dick was about ordering Tiamat Wild Honey, and asking if they had it because I had read about it, that it was the Pink Floyd of death metal. We were super into Pink Floyd. We were just dipping our toes into death metal. And I was like, I'll
Yeah.
I haven't heard a song. I can't sample a song, but I'm just gonna take a leap of faith on this and buy Tiamat. And when I heard Whatever That Hurts, like I just was obsessed with that song because they hold the notes out forever, and there's like all these like repetitious parts to it, but yet like there's tension and release in it. And when
Yeah.
like especially like it starts with that like dun, 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 as the intro, and then everything fades out. And then it just becomes a sort of like cosmic, like flamenco guitars and stuff. And you're just like waiting for it to start, but you're like, they're not doing much, but you're like really fascinated by the atmosphere they've created. And then like that drum beat comes in, and Johann starts kind of like whisper singing, and you're like, this is fucking mysterious. And
But when the
I think that's
power
just,
kicks in, it's just like, holy
and
shit.
then he sort of like builds like, when he screams honey tea, all
Yeah.
that sort of stuff, psilocybe, larvae, like you're just like, fuck, like there's so much like vibrato and just power that he's sort of pushing out there. Um, I don't know. I mean, like if you listen to Dark Side of the Moon, right, there's a lot of open space in that record. It's not very complex compared to like earlier kind of Pink Floyd stuff that where they're probably using too many ideas. And that was
Yeah.
probably the beauty of that record, right? It's like, let's just strip all the shit out, cut the bullshit out, and just, it's what works on the Black Album. I get why
Yes.
like people love the Black Album from a certain perspective, and I've grown to appreciate it for what it is. It's never going to be my favorite Metallica, but
No, but
like
I
it
can.
is.
It's the perfect distillation of what they were
Yeah, it's
trying to
cutting all
do.
the bullshit out. It's
Yeah,
just like, here it is, and
yeah.
Tiamat sort of did that, and that's why that record was, I don't know, was it like the biggest selling Century Media record for like a long time? I mean,
I wouldn't be
it did
surprised.
it did really really well. I know for
I mean, it's
crossover
the
records.
spaces between the notes. Like, I mean, AC/DC has made a career out of it.
Yeah, it's
And
Miles Davis fucking kind of blue, right? It's just like open spacing. It's
yeah,
very
like
airy and
when you find you've
listenable.
got the right notes and mix that with the space, like that's what that creates the tension.
Yep.
And like as a for as a kid forever, I was just like, why is AC/DC is fucking boring? Why does anybody care about this? And
Yeah.
then when learn other music, you start playing music, and you realize like that those drum beats are so fucking hard to play that tight and still have a swing to it. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yep. There's an incredible economy of ideas,
Yeah,
there.
and
So
that I think is a that's a sign of maturity of taking because like most of the early death metal stuff was like throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks. Like here's 16 different riffs we're gonna somehow make it, and I love there's a certain part of that I absolutely adore, but when they can have all those ideas and then condense it down to something small and concise like that, you're putting yourself out on the line much more than here's 50 ideas. Are any of these good? Like here's 4 ideas. I hope you like them because this is all we got.
hmm yep. Yep. And I think that's a good portent into, I think, what Cemetery attempt to do with the next record. And as we kind of wrap up sort of Godless Beauty, a year later, Black Vanity is going to come out. And so let me kind of lay this out, because this is some research I've done that I kind of found perhaps some answers, and I'm hoping Matthias can kind of expand on this. From what I've read, after Godless Beauty, they did a tour, and from the tour was quite frustrating. I've read from Matthias's standpoint, to the point where he fired the whole band for what he called onstage incompetence. And so you have an entirely brand new lineup on Black Vanity. They're not working with Thomas Skogsberg here. And I think like you can hear it, right? You could just tell it's like a complete different personality. Some of the ideas of Godless Beauty are still there, and even ideas that trace back to Evil Shade of Grey. But this is an album where they tried to like draconian times themselves, right? Just to like shed things down. And I think it's successful in certain ways and not fully successful in other ways. And so like this is a total transitional kind of thing, right? You know, they bring in Thomas Josephson on bass, Marcus Nordberg on drums, Anders Ewers on guitar, and he had come from Ceremonial Oath. He was in the early In Flames, and he's going to eventually join Tiamat in '96 and
Isn't
Dark
he
Tranquility. He's
no,
in
I think
Dark
it's
Tranquility.
his brother's in like the Halo Effect or something. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But he played with Dark Tranquility from 2016 to 2021 too. So, you know, kind of an OG, Anders Ewers, so he's kind of like part of this. And it's interesting that he's in both. He's actually in this band before he goes to Tiamat for a while. So like, it's kind of funny, you know, but,
Ceremonial Oath is, I'd throw them with like Desolatory as well as, you know, one of those,
kind of
those B tier, but interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, and we did a Ceremonial Oath episode way back. You know,
how long was that?
I think we did it was coupled with Crystal Age. I think it was like
that makes
two
sense.
bands. Yeah, just two bands that we couldn't fill a whole episode on, but like were worth kind of talking about. So talk about one of the more obscure.
They each have
episodes.
One record, so
we probably did. Yeah, I think Ceremony had two.
Did they?
Carpet and Book of Truth. Right?
Book of Truth and
yeah. I loved Carpet. That was like a fun, both
of them. Yeah, they reissued a really nice version of the Book of Truth like 5 years ago or something.
Okay,
a bunch of liners.
I don't think I've listened to Book of Truth since we recorded that episode. Probably it's just like something I forget about and haven't pulled out. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I should listen to that. Check it out. You know, so it's the first record not recorded at Sunlight Studios, so that you've got all like, I think he's making a very conscious effort to like clean the slate. So I don't know what happened on that tour, but you know,
distance himself from all that stuff.
Yeah, you know, and again, this is '94. Like we've talked about the mid '90s in European metal and especially in doom metal and things like that. Like I think Ceremony's on the same trajectory that Anathema, Paradise Lost, Bride, all the Catatonia. They're all like wanting to cycle through these ideas and influences that they probably had before they got into metal, whether it be The Cure or, you know, whatever it was in the 80s.
I think everybody thought extreme metal was dead.
Yeah.
So let's how do we still have a career after this?
So I bought this on a Chris recommendation. So like I bought this right off the shelf, probably in '95 at New Moon Records, right when I was like getting into this stuff. So this is like one of the early Euro metal CDs that I ever bought, to be honest with you. So maybe that's why it holds a special place for me. I mean, I think probably Godless Beauty and Evil Shade are way better records. I don't love Black Vanity better than either of those, but I also I think I have a little nostalgia to it. Whereas I'm sure you probably by '94, you're deeper into this. You probably like Black Vanity, but probably quickly moved through it to other stuff, I imagine. I don't know.
I don't remember liking it at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
because Chris was usually a lot more. He liked stuff that was a little more. I don't even know a way to sound like say it where I don't sound like I'm saying his taste sucked, but like we had different tastes on. Like I was always about authenticity and what I thought felt right to me, and he was more about production and like kind of pushing outside of the realms of metal more sometimes. And my thing was always about, does this make me feel anything? So I remember not liking the record at all. I don't think I ever owned it. It just didn't really do a whole lot for me. And I think at that point, this was what, 95?
94.
94.
Yep.
God, there's so much more shit going on. I think I just kind of like let it go.
Got it.
I didn't like, I wasn't following it anymore at that point. Probably heard the promo and I was like, it's whatever. I got there's other shit I'm listening to now.
It's real weird because I mean, there's a lot of Draconian, a lot of Gregor kind of stuff in this record. And it seems like something that might have been more up your alley but again, maybe you were just moving on to other stuff, perhaps. And I'm not judging you by it or any means.
No. I'm trying to think. Think
it's
of
very
what I was
odd
doing
because it
25
seems
years
like
ago.
I get why Chris would sell this record to me for sure. It's definitely in his wheelhouse, and like I said, I like the record. It just seems like you being the Paradise Lost guy, as much as you were, like this would have been like the thing. Like somebody would have been like, "Dude, have you heard all the like Gregor shit going on in this record?" And
I think I was harder on it because I knew what Greg did.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're
so I think I was much more harder on, like, not just because it has those kind of tendencies. I think I was harder on it than anything.
Which is weird because were you as hard on like Catatonia or other bands that were using Greg's ideas too, or was that just a different thing altogether for you?
No, I think Catatonia were using him in a way that were more referential and like really understood his playing more than other people did.
Sure.
I think Anders is the only other kind of like heir apparent to that guitar style. Well, he hasn't played that kind of thing in 15 years at this point or more.
Much. It's like 2010, 2011. Yeah.
Yeah, but they understood the power of that guitar, that style of guitar playing that I don't think anybody else ever understood as much as Greg did.
Yeah.
So like some bands pulling some things here and there, but I don't think anybody did it even anywhere close to that.
So I kind of like wrote like my initial thoughts. I said I was both pleasantly surprised in some ways and kind of disappointingly cringing at other times. And I kind of made like a plus minus category for me. I said the pluses were it's really great, kind of economic, catchy songwriting. Like they kind of have like that down. There's more natural, sort of cleanish vocals. Some of them are not as forced as maybe they were trying to do on Godless Beauty. Kind of depends on which song you're talking about, though. There's some really genuine, I wrote doom rock cool solos. Like it's a doom rock record. I don't even say it's a doom metal record,
Mm-hmm.
The kind of stuff we'll hear Catatonia do, or even like late 90s Paradise Lost, if you will. But I said the negatives, and this is right. I said it's the least best of what those bands' highs are. So like Ebony Rain is a pretty great song, but it'd be a B-side for Draconian or Tonight's Decision.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like when you find, like, it's cool. Like some people don't, I don't know, like they're hearing something different, but when I hear gothic, if I like gothic rock, gothic metal, for me is mostly either absolutely fantastic or terrible. Yeah. There's not a whole lot of in between for me.
This side's for me, it sides closer to good than it does bad.
Sure.
I mean, and I'm not sure where you stand on it. So, I definitely.
I mean, it's not terrible. It's just not. I don't care enough to buy it.
Yeah,
that's where it comes down to it. Like they have some decent ideas, but like these other bands did it better. And in this climate of, like me, like basically kind of getting all my CDs, selling all my CDs off, and bringing in, like what do I really want to keep as a vinyl library? Yep. It's not essential to me. The first two records I would buy on LP if they were available. The first one is, I think there's a reissue, but it's too expensive. Like I'm not gonna. If it was like a $20 record, I would buy both records and have them in my collection. But I wouldn't go anywhere after that.
You want to start this narrative though, and I think it's worth considering. And I want to give credit where credit's kind of due, because this album does predate Draconian. It does predate Discouraged Ones. It does predate Elegy, and it's contemporaneous with like Wild Honey.
Yeah,
the same year. So I think I don't want to judge it too harshly, because it actually was doing some things that were pretty edgy for like this European metal community at the time.
I respect them for pushing the envelope for sure.
Yeah, even if like it's not as great as what's about to come from Draconian, Discouraged, Elegy. You know what I mean? Where like those ideas were like taken further, and probably in maybe more creative ways than some of the stuff that happens on Black Vanity, I suppose. But
it's the same thing with like after when Tiamat, after Wild Honey. Like those records, I love fucking hit next record.
I love deeper shade, deeper kind of slumber. But the record after that, I don't like. Skeleton, Skulltroll, or whatever.
Skeletrons,
yeah.
But even deeper kind of slumber, it just feel like from doing that, going from the first record and then into Astral Sleep through Wild Honey is such, what it reminds me of is the Catatonia trajectory, where really after, what was what's the record, like the gray cover that came out?
The one from '02, probably.
Is it '02?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The follow-up to Last Fair Deal Gone Down. It's escaping.
Yeah, there's like bits of where that stuff is is it Viva Emptiness?
Viva Emptiness. Yep.
Like I like the record, but really that's kind of their standstill moment for the rest of their career for me. They didn't keep pushing, and you can't keep pushing. Most bands can't keep pushing and changing that much. But I feel like what Tiamat did on Deeper Kind of Slumber, kind of just like, it was like, I don't dislike it, but it just kind of, it's just gothic rock. And it wasn't offering a ton different than what was just gothic rock. You know, like, because like Wild Honey was so like genre expansive. It like people that didn't like extreme metal like that record a lot.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty tough standard to sort of hold it to, you know. But I understand the standard. I mean, I think it's like, you know, Draconian like really cracks things open, and you could maybe hold that against like 1 Second and some of the records that PL does right after that. But like, it's tough because Draconian is so like,
well, Draconian
Icon and Draconian kind of like do all the stuff already, and then
Draconian they completely solidified that sound, and like that is their statement on that sound. They can't go anywhere further than that. So like, what do we do? So 1 second, which is like genre defining as well. So I'm always going to be an apologist for everything that PL does, but
no, I agree. I will apologize, and I think Deeper Kind of Slumber is a better record than you think it is, and I think
it is, but it's not pushing the trajectory as much as I wanted.
Okay, yeah,
I have a very high like threshold of like I think what they did before was so interesting and unique that just wasn't quite pushing it as much as I wanted.
I think it's probably as much. I think it's kind of doing like what Judgment did with like Porcupine Tree, Pink Floyd. I think it's doing with like Dead Can Dance, Cocteau Twin. It's doing it like with that sort of thing. It's like it's devoid of metal at that point. They're no longer a metal band.
Yeah.
And so they're just kind of doing this other thing that kind of works, you know, but it's definitely doesn't have the roots that Wild Honey still has. And that might work for some people, might not for others. You know what I mean?
I mean, speaking of roots, it feels to me what, you know, going from like what Sepultura did into roots.
The roots. Yeah.
Whereas perhaps. Like I appreciate what they're trying, and you know, that's probably it's the different thing. I appreciate what they're doing, but it didn't do it for me.
Yeah, I think it's a good analogy.
Yeah.
I think the only thing you would say that's different is like Roots was definitely, for lack of better terms, rooted in like the popular trends that were sort of happening then.
Yeah, and I think at the cutting edge of it, but
yeah. But I think Deeper Kind of Slumber is like, I don't know, it's just like they just were really into what they were into, and they just did it, even though nobody like was wanting them necessarily to do it. And
I appreciate they did what they wanted to do. Yeah. But I think like for Sepultura, I think Arise was their peak. And then after that, it was like, you know, a transitional record, and then into something that was even more transition, like refining it down to this. But I think Arise is like their ultimate masterpiece to me.
Yeah, I could be talked into like 3 different records for Sepultura, depending on what mood I'm in.
I mean, they're an incredible band.
You could talk me into Rise. You can talk me into you know.
I mean, going off the front of their career, like, you know, going from like proto black metal into like this death thrash that outside of like Sodom, I don't know, a whole lot of other people are kind of doing that.
Yeah,
like that's such a rich. You know, it's awesome that we have we can talk about bands that are not the tentpole pivotal bands that everybody talks about, that we can go into like this band that's, I don't know who even knows, you know, how well known this band is as far as, you know, our listenership or
Sure.
people in general. Like it's most of the stuff's up on Spotify, so you can check it out. It's on YouTube or whatever. But it's
Unless you know to stumble into Cemetary,
yeah.
you're not going to stumble into Cemetary. You know
But
what I mean?
everybody always has a good time walking through the cemetery.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. So yeah, a great Dave McKean cover here too. This is more his Sandman style, I would say.
Yeah,
Black
it's
Vanity.
much more interesting, I think. Yeah.
So pretty cool. And so as we sort of wrap things up here, we're going to end with a trio of tunes from Black Vanity. Bitter Seed is always kind of I throw this into what I call the classic doom rock opener, a la like 1 Second or Cold Seed, which opens up Deeper Kind of Slumber. It's just As I Die. It's got like some of those kind of feelings to it. It's a really fucking catchy, I Break from Catatonia,
Catchy short song. Yeah.
Yeah, it's punchy, it's economic, catchy. It's got shimmering kind of Gregor solo in it. It's like what I write. This is the missing link in that Swedish chain that runs from Diabolique through In Solitude and Tribulation. So like you kind of start with like early Catatonia, and then you could kind of jump from Black Vanity, and then eventually you find your way into like, Christian Wallen, doing Diabolique, and then like eventually the stuff that's more modern, like In Solitude with, with Sister, or some of the stuff Tribulation does. I don't really know how to like tell that story, but there's like some lineage of ideas there almost.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much of the new Tribulation you've heard singles and stuff.
Yeah, it's good. I really like it.
But they're going the same trajectory as Tiamat, and as far as like the bringing more like the it's not all death metal singing now, and it's very much Peter Murphy goth, which I'm always on board with, but they still manage to keep like to distill down what the essence of Tribulation is into this version completely.
I think it's something Paradise Lost always did a really nice job of, no matter what they
even
were
on
doing.
Host or even on Believe in Nothing, like there was still that gloomy, sad guitar, and lyrically was always, everything was always that same vibe, which not everybody knows what their vibe is, so they're searching. But PL knew from, Frozen Illusion what they were,
Yeah. I think another band that does that really, really well, no matter what style they're doing, and this is maybe a little left field, but it's a band that we've covered, is Deftones. Like no matter what they're doing, they're always Deftones. There's always this DNA in no matter what fucking weird ideas they're trying to, palette they're exploring. I think that's honestly one of the problems I have with like not the necessarily the newest Opeth, but like newer Opeth or newer Anathema or newer Catatonia, that like bands I fucking love, is that they sort of lost their DNA somewhere. They kind of went on these other journeys, and it's cool. You want to do that. And I like some of those songs and even some of those records as like, they're fine, but like it's like there's some disconnect that's not there for me, and it bums me out, because they're bands that were formative to everything that I listen to today, and they mean so much to me, and I just want them to like tap back into that somehow, the way Paradise Lost always has.
That's the thing, like when you can get, and I think Opeth is doing this, even though they're kind of like dragging their feet a little bit, like bringing the growling stuff back in.
Finally kind of coming back to it a bit. Yeah,
like embrace everything that you were, everything that you are, like what you're like. I'm not just one, like no band is just one thing. And I love that Paradise Lost now, like I think Obsidian is, if that was their last record, I'd be happy with that they can go through every aspect of their career, and it feels like they've kind of touched a little bit of that. The new Opeth stuff is like, I think I've had a problem with Opeth since Watershed. Like that was the last one I kind of gave a crap about. It
was the last record I loved. Yeah.
And the new ones were just like, they didn't have the right amount of, they weren't weird enough. They weren't pushing the prog thing far enough. Like they seemed to be like hanging out in the 70s too much. Like, why couldn't you take this stuff and push it in a weird extreme metal direction? Because when you're just a prog band, you're not that interesting. But when you're a prog death metal band, you were interesting.
Can be. Yeah. Absolutely. Think of Voivod, right? Voivod uses really progressive ideas and like filters it through every weird thing that Voivod does, whether it's,
I can't think of a record they've done I don't like at all.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, like even the last, like, like I think since like Target Earth, all that stuff is super interesting. That's
dude,
even the later shit on
are really good. Those are some of my favorite Voivod stuff.
They're great. So, that last one was, I can't think what the hell the title was.
Yeah, I know. I
it's like the black and gray cover, but it's fantastic. Like that's what I want out of. I would love Opeth to do that.
Like imagine
I think it's too much of a one man show.
Well, and that's the problem that's happened with Catatonia, right? It's become, Jonas and Anders like drifted away, and that like songwriting balance is sort of gone. And imagine if like you took some of the more proggier kind of toolish kind of elements that Catatonia has been like playing in the last like 10 plus years, and you injected some like 90s kind of gloomier, doomier aspects back in and like fuse those styles together. It'd be a really interesting record.
Some of those leads and stuff, like you don't need to bring back death metal singing for them,
but just like bring
like
some
the guitar,
those,
like Jesus, like bring back some sad, just like drop you to your knees guitar leads. Like that's what that stuff's missing to me. It doesn't need to have death metal anymore. If they're ever going to do another death metal record or bring death metal back, they need to have Michael do the.
Yeah, just bring the Michael back or something, It's very it's unfortunate, but
at least we have this glut of riches of fantastic albums.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
and the new these are bands. Did you listen to the new Opeth record?
I've listened to the first song. Is the whole thing out now to be able to listen to?
I think I've heard 2 singles or something so far, maybe. What the fuck is his name? Valtteri, the drummer that was with PL for a couple of records.
Oh yeah.
He brings this complete vitality to everything, and everybody's a great player, but like I don't hear the songs. I'm glad. It's cool to hear Michael growl. He's always been doing it in a live situation, but hearing it on the record's fine. But I don't know. It just seems they've just kind of lost me.
I'll be honest. I think a lot of it has to do with losing Peter.
Yeah, I think because they had more of a back and forth.
I think Peter, even though he wasn't a big personality, just the fact that he's like an OG that goes pretty far back, with Michael.
Yeah.
Like I think there was a songwriting balance. Yeah, there was it's Anders, Jonas, it's McCartney, Lennon. Like it's just you just need that in certain ways.
You need a push and pull because when somebody, I think when you can do. If you're in a group setting, it's different than if you're like an author or a, comic book art, creator or somebody that's just doing one thing. But if you're in a band and you're pulling all the, the levers of how everything works, like why even have a band? Like just do a solo project. So I think having that push and pull has always been interesting. And like, there's that volatility, I think, that can really create some interesting stuff.
Yeah. But so that's interesting thoughts. So the last 2 songs we're going to hear after Bitter Seed, this trio of tunes from Black Vanity, we start to get a little heavier. Ebony Rain and Scarecrow, have, I'd say, just tons of Icon vibes. The lots of draconian kind of stuff. Ebony Rain has that aching kind of Gregor emotiveness that Mathias is able to bring. There's even some like weird kind of like, I would say Spectral Sorrows, Purgatory, Edge of Sanity kind of vibes, and even like kind of Cathedral, like Doom Rock, right? Like that more upbeat style of Doom that Cathedral really perfected on like Ethereal Mirror and Carnival Bazaar, it's a good kind of mixture of like a Gaz PL type solo, it's a little bit of both, so I like Ebony Rain. I think it's a pretty good song.
Yeah.
Scarecrow, I said, speaking of Icon, this is a song I wrote. It's like if Eternity Era Anathema made a Paradise Lost song. It really reminds me of that like pre-Judgment, post like Darren kind of era of Anathema in the mid 90s. It's got that acoustic like undercurrent. I don't know if you remember the song The Beloved from Eternity. It was one of kind of like the singles or so, Another day unfolds, but it's got that like kind of weird whispered chorus and acoustic undercurrent that song has. I was pretty obsessed with that song when it came out. Really good drumming too. So this new drummer they brought in is pretty good. And like a really good noisy, I said a noisy Icon Gregor solo that would make Anders even swoon from Catatonia. So it's, it's one of my favorite songs on the record.
My favorite Scarecrow song is from Ministry.
I love that song, dude. Psalm 69. We need to do a Ministry show sometime. We've
never approached that before.
No, but I think we'd fucking kill it. Yeah.
Yeah. They're doing their, Paul Barker and Al are doing the final Ministry studio album right now.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
So I don't think he's been with them for a while.
I was gonna say I haven't been really excited about a studio record from them in a long fucking time. So
I mean, maybe Psalm 69's the last. Everything after that was kind of, I don't know.
I didn't mind the record after it. It's got the red cover with the dude that has like poured the thing on his face. That's got a couple heavy tunes on it, but I didn't get into it as much. Whatever it was.
I feel like the Psalm 69 was the last like dangerous Ministry record.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's how I always felt that band was like fucking G.G. Allen or something. It was like, I don't know what they're going to do. It's going to be a cool show, but I might get like a black eye or fucking stabbed in the back or something.
I used to hear rumors, and I don't know if they're true. So if any Requiem fans out there know the truth on it, about the drill guy that would like be at Ministry shows and apparently had like a fucking cordless drill.
I remember. I don't know if that's just like,
I think it's urban legend,
or not, but I remember hearing about that. Yeah,
but it's really a fucking cool story. It adds some like kind of weird intensity.
Well, and when I seeing that like Mine's a Terrible Thing to Taste video back in the day, like where they're playing like in that fucking cage and it's just like fucking chaos. And then I saw them with they played with Sepultura in the 90s. I saw them in Kalamazoo. And then I saw them also at the Lollapalooza 2, I think, where they were picking up all the sod and throwing it at the stage. And it was just like, they were so fucking dangerous. It was just like, God, these guys are incredible. Al had a fifth of Jack Daniels in his belt and drank the whole thing in the set. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, I think there's something, about like early Nine Inch Nails, early Ministry, like where those bands, like, just like the aesthetic of them, the way their videos were too, the sort of like
incredible image. Yeah.
The imagery. It was really unsettling, in the way that like it was sort of like Lynch and cyberpunk kind of mixed together, and it was weird, But definitely. So
we'll put that on the list.
What's that? Yeah,
we'll put that on the list. I think we should also go back and re-examine In Flames.
Oh, I'm never opposed to that.
Okay.
So
up to maybe farther than you think.
Oh shit! You're gonna make me listen beyond Clayman. All right, that's fine.
No, not that far.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking of going doing all the Jesper albums.
How long did Jesper make it?
Come Clarity, or no, he did one right after that too.
Holy shit!
He did a couple more than I thought.
Wow.
But there's some good stuff in there.
Reroute to Remain. I think I own that. And maybe the record after that. I might even have a promo of Come Clarity, but
the new record has some good stuff on it, I will say.
Damn.
I'm not going to buy it.
You're an In Flames apologist. Who would have thought, Mark, in 2024?
Every time I see Jeff Wagner, we always talk in like, so how far did you go? with In Flames, like it's like a drug thing. Yeah, it's like I kind of ended at Come Clarity. He's like okay. Like I think he's a secret apologist.
That far. Okay.
I know. The new record's got some good stuff. The new Dark Tranquility records. Like even though like it's only the lineup is pretty much completely new except for Stein and the keyboard player. They have some of the most.
Oh, I like that new Dark Tranquility. Yeah, I think Dark Tranquility is honestly like out of that scene, they're like the most consistent band, that stayed around. At the Gates obviously took a break, but everyone else has kind of had a mixed
There's always
bag.
A weird thing I've got with In Flames. It's like it's a love-hate kind of thing.
Hey, I mean, they were a gateway band for me. All that shit in the 90s and early 2000s, I fucking love, So I can't fault
Colony
you for it.
is pretty.
Oh, Colony's incredible, dude. Love that record.
Jester Race, I think, is like otherworld. Like that's my favorite of theirs by far.
I think my favorite is, if it counts, is Subterranean EP. That's my favorite. So, It's to me, it's
as
like,
long as you like it, it counts.
yeah. I mean, I think like it's
I
Subterranean
think
EP is
Lunar
like,
Strain is just fucking weird and
that's fun.
kind of incoherent, but I really like it.
Yeah, yeah. But I would put Subterranean EP in like that Crawl EP or Soul Sacrifice EP. Like it's just
Kind of a
like this.
defining point for
It's
them.
great, and it's maybe a transitional in their
Well, is it the Marduk
songwriting and
vocalist
stuff.
on that one?
No, it's Henke from Dawn.
Henke from, okay, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, our friend of the podcast, Henke, who
Yes.
loves our Dawn episode and writes me still. Like I think he listens on occasion to some of this stuff. So maybe he'll check out this Cemetary episode as a fellow.
Yeah, Andrew's first album was was Just a Race.
Yeah, which is weird,
Yeah, 3 singers in.
Yep. So we've got as we sort of close out here, we actually have a message that we're going to play from. I screenshotted it. You actually, converted the audio, which is kind of nice.
I recorded it. Yep.
A couple things I'll sort of say as we sort of close out here. A couple comments that we got kind of back. Oh, so it's Gilchrist. Gilchrist is what he sort of goes by, but I don't think that's his real last name. But he's a Patreon.
Well, he's left messages before, I believe, right?
He has. We played him, but this is a really cool like kind of thing we're going to end after Scarecrow. We'll kind of tack it on and stuff, but it's good insight from a fan and stuff like that. We did get some good feedback from lots of people on the Crypt Sermon episode, but Chris, who's one of our patrons, I think Chris Martin, not the lead singer of Coldplay.
Coldplay.
A different Coldplay is a huge fan of Requiem Metal Podcast, but he said, I bought,
cough up some more money, you fucking
no
miser,
shit,
Jesus.
I bought Stygian Rose after listening to the podcast episode, about which super job as always, Jason and Mark. And he says the album is very good, but holy shit, the title track is incredible. That little harmonized run towards the end of Steve's second solo is one of the most indelible metal listening moments I've had in recent memory. Jesse Levy, who's one of our patrons, he said, just now getting around to the Crypt Sermon episode. Haven't gotten too far, but I wanted to mention that I love that you mentioned that Majesties. That album is so good. I also had no idea that Tanner was also in Crypt Sermon, which is super cool. He also played live keyboards for Panopticon, which is cool. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Didn't know that.
I think he's brought a lot to the new record.
Yeah. He's well, yeah. And everything Steve's kind of told me, both on record and off record, he sort of like helped heal the band after some tension that was kind of going on.
It's great. Yeah.
He was like their therapist, almost their Bob Rock, if you will.
Nice.
But yeah.
No, it wasn't Bob Rock. It was that other weirdo.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Bob Rock
kind of monster
at the therapy sessions. Yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah. $30,000 per session.
Yeah. Another one of our patrons, Jason, sort of wrote us and said, I'm only an hour and a half into Crypt Sermon. I think this is going to be an expensive episode for me. I need to own their stuff rather than just stream. So
no, it's not that expensive. You can get most of it.
No. And then Joseph Schaefer, writer for Decibel, also, organizer of, friend of the show, co-host. He's done the Coroner episode, Tribulation. He was in charge of the Northwest Terrorfest. Yeah, I was going to say metal festival, but it is a metal festival that's kind of going on.
Colony Drop, dude.
Colony Drop, lead vocalist for that. He says, I love the Crypt Sermon episode. He says, I always get a great little nugget from these deep dives. And he says, this time around, it was Kix's Don't Close Your Eyes. Never gave that band a shot, and it's fantastic. And then Jason, who we just heard from, commented, he says, I'm looking forward to digging into that epic Crypt Sermon this weekend when doing old man yard work and house cleaning. And he says, Don't Close Your Eyes from Kix was a breakup song back in high school, so I'll keep my Kleenex handy. So this is pretty funny. Yeah, so...
I think that's what we are. We're the soundtrack to, old man yard maintenance and
that's it.
Cleaning.
Lawn mowing. You want a lawn mow? Put a fucking.
You want to go for a bike ride? On. Hey, we got you.
we're good for long bike rides, all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah. So if you would like to join this special group chat that we have for Patreons on Facebook, and we have kind of special things, we try and give some benefits out and stuff. But we also do this for free, and we're donating a lot of our time and energy and things like that. We hope you appreciate what we sort of do. So, if you would like to sort of support us, go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast and, give us a little donation. If you don't want to be part of any kind of, monthly sort of thing, if that stresses you out, just contact us at requiempodcast@gmail.com, and maybe just make a one-time PayPal donation. Mark and I both have PayPals we can kind of give out, and we'll split it and do all that.
Yeah, if you found value in what we did and you want to give us some value back, we would greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Track down, Daniel Ekeroth for this episode, and also Mathias, and just doing some of this extra work, and Mark and I are busy people, but we love doing this. This is like fun, like archaeology, anthropology for us. It's kind of our version of that. And we want to unearth the story of metal, and a band like Cemetary that maybe people don't know about, just kind of exposing them. It's like,
they've got more albums after the ones we talked about than we talked about too. So if you want to keep going.
I was gonna say, we should mention, the Sundown is the next record, and then is it after Sundown that they just turn into Sundown for a bit?
I think so. And then there's then also like in 2000, there's more records than I thought. So in 96, it goes Sundown, Last Confession, The Beast Divine in 2000, and then Phantasma in 2005.
Damn. I'll confess, I have Sundown, but I don't really go much beyond that.
I didn't know it went that far.
Yeah. So,
and also anybody that likes heavy metal illustrations, you can go get Profane Creations, the metal art of Mark Rudolph, on Amazon.com right now. Delivered to your door November 19th. Makes a great gift.
That's like a month away, Mark.
I know. We'd appreciate any support, big endeavor, big life achievement here for me. So
when you got a kid to feed now, man, we got to.
I got 5 mouths to feed.
You got mouths to feed. Yeah. But if you just want to give us some feedback, let us know about this episode, the Crypt Sermon episode, any of our old episodes.
Share it with your old friends too. They'll love it.
Yeah, share it. We share us on the social media stuff. These episodes with people. I try and get out there and post on different sites and things like that. But I don't have time to do that as much as I used to. And so we need like a street team or something like that, kind of promoting some of the Requiem stuff.
Or if you're a guy who likes to burn CDs, you could burn some of these shows as multiple CDs, mail them to your friends as a special gift.
That'd be funny. If I did, I talk about CDs sometimes to my kids, and it's like somebody talking about floppy disks to us. Yeah. They're just like, what? Like, what do I do with this?
More reel-to-reel tapes. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even know how to play it. I was like, don't you have like a PlayStation that you can play it in? They're like, I don't know. I don't think it works in that.
You have a Blu-ray player? Like, what the hell's that?
Most of them don't have most of their parents don't have DVD players or Blu-ray players anymore.
No, it's all gone.
Yeah. It's wild to me. I'm just like, shit. I don't know. It's wild. So, but
we have 3 Blu-ray players in our household.
I have multiple Blu-ray players in multiple levels of my house.
I have no CD player, unfortunately, but we can play them on.
I don't have a dedicated CD player either. It's just I use Blu-ray players in various spots. So, which actually the lasers work almost as good as like most of the old CD players.
They're better.
Yeah. So, but yeah, shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. If you want to just give us some feedback about general episodes, you can check us out on Twitter. You can find us on Instagram, Requiem Metal. Same on Twitter or X or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then Jason and Mark on Facebook. And like I said, sign up, become a Patreon. We have an exclusive sort of Patreon page and some different sites where patrons communicate with each other. They just sort of run it, and they share a lot of like new releases. They have deep conversations about different things. It's cool. I like it to be
positive.
Their thing.
Yeah,
it's very organic. It's not toxic. People sharing different ideas.
I can't think of anybody talking shit on it.
No, it's great.
They do,
it's great.
You're off.
It's a bunch of people like us just kind of sharing metal and engaging and stuff. And it's different age groups and things like that. And
it's celebration of this stuff. Like, why be a dick about it? We all love this stuff. Like, we don't need to separate ourselves into even more different categories.
Absolutely. So as we sort of close out, we're going to close out with a pair of tunes from Godless Beauty, Sunrise Never Again, and then Where the Fire Forever Burns, and then a trio from 1994's Black Vanity, Bitter Seed, Ebony Rain, and Scarecrow. And so for Cemetary and Swedish Gothic death metal, if you will, or doom rock, or whatever you want to call it, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
it does kind of put a different light on extreme metal, you know, like what are you doing to be extreme? Is it in your image? Do I care about that? Because I really don't care about extreme image anymore. It's like I've already seen all that stuff, you know, like masks and blood and this and that. So how are you going to change that opinion? And you know, is it going to be musical extremity? And if so, like, what are you going to do that's new? You know, we've already heard all this stuff, you know?
Yeah, the problem is that well, the problem, I'd say the issue is that I mean, it's metal in many cases. As you said, your student is not music of it's old, it's dad music now.
Oh.
It's old people music, and it's not. You know, seeing a bunch of old men on stage. If you're in your formative year and you want some of that danger, you're gonna go see a show with like Suicide Boys or something like that. You know, you're gonna gravitate to that, or you even when you know dubstep hit the US, that's what caught the kids. That where they got, you know, people give Skrillex a bunch of shit, you know, it's not like, I don't think that's great, but I understand why
Get the
people
appeal.
of
Yeah.
his generation love it. And metal is just not that, you know. And you see, like, I have some diehard friends, and they'll call me and they'll want to see this show, and I'll be like, all right, and you know, and if you go see Cannibal Corpse and Immolation, and it's like $60, uh, you know, young kids, or are they going to spend $60 on music at all? You know, or
Yeah.
just gonna, you know, do whatever they do, you know. There's this shift where, I mean, I like music that is fresh, that's being, you know, I'm guilty of some, you know, I like obscure. I love if I can, you know, there's an archival private press record with some, you know, guy with homemade electronics from the late 60s. I'll buy that, you know, like I on Bandcamp, you know, like fucking looking, if there's like, oh, we found an old Bruce Hack tape that was never put out. Of course I'm gonna buy this.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
so we all, you know, like have those things. But for the kids, for music to stay like, to have that sense of danger I was talking about, that will catch the kids, you know. Of course kids are gonna go to like warehouse raves are back in LA now, you know, where they, and kids go there and they have warehouse raves and get all fucked up on the drugs of their generation, and do stuff. But metal is like, well, cruise ship, or you know, this, what is called this new metal Sick New World festival in a parking lot in Las Vegas, you know, metal in Las Vegas, you know. I mean, so
I went to a music festival in Las Vegas a couple years back, and I mean we were sitting in swimming pools watching Wu-Tang Clan and At the Gates play.
oh
You know
wow,
what I mean?
wow,
Like
at the same festival.
it was great, but it wasn't scary. Like it was a bunch of like 35 and 40-year-olds, and we were
Yeah,
like enjoying our youth, you know? And
yeah,
like I don't see that festival appealing to like 18, 19, 20
no,
year olds, you know? Yeah.
exactly. And you know, I'm obsessed with one thing. Like, I'm obsessed with 80s hair metal bands that are still doing it. And there's a bunch of these podcasts, like video podcasts on YouTube. There is a guy who's like the tour manager of Stephen Piercy from
Okay.
Rat.
Yeah.
I watch every single episode, you know, and seeing that come back. And I started watching it. It was like, oh, this is so goofy, man. They go play in casinos and stuff. But now I mean, some of these casinos, it's like 3,000 people like in their halls, you know, like 3,000 seaters.
Yeah.
And then like these whatever underground, the most evil, like just bland Satan bands, they'll play in front of 60 people, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, you can like laugh at these guys that have one or even not even a half original member, you know, like whatever, and but they're still packing, because it's this the comfort of people like that are maybe generation older than me, were like going in
Sure.
into the later 50s when they can go to a nice casino, hang around, listen to Round and Round, and you could see Vixen, Rat, Quiet Riot, and you be like, yeah, you have fun, with your wife and whatever. And it's just the comfort of being a middle-aged person with a disposable income, right?
Yeah. I went last spring with an older teacher buddy of mine because he doesn't like metal, but he likes 80s hair metal, So like
Yeah,
he'll call me up and he knows I grew up with 80s hair metal as like a young person. And he's like, Warrant is playing at the Detroit Casino with
yeah,
Lita Ford. And I said, why not?
yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's definitely there. I've seen Winger
yeah,
and doing stuff like that
yeah.
too, and Dokken, and yeah, it is that's interesting that you kind of
Oh,
that
yeah.
kind of parallel. So
Yeah, because I think it's so fascinating, right? Because I said when it started, when somebody called me and said, Faster Pussycat are playing in the Blackland in Berlin. And it's just one of those, like, they usually have like death metal and thrash shows, and it's just a little bar club. I was like, Faster Pussycat. Oh, and it was a train wreck. They were fucking drunk as fuck, what is it called? The bass player. He has some Scandinavian. He's just falling over. And I can't believe I'm seeing Faster Pussycat in a place that I don't even know if I would play there. You know what I mean? It was just, and there's been a few of those moments in my life. When you've seen Saxon in some dive bar in Gothenburg. I can't believe that I'm sitting here having dinner with Saxon. In
yep.
this place where it's like a meat market type of bar,
Yeah. I think my version of that was the late 90s. We had press passes because I was starting to write for a metal magazine called Eclipse, and My Dying Bride was opening for Dio when Dio was like
yeah,
at his low point, right? In terms of Angry Machines or something like that. And it
yeah,
was at a bowling alley. So we're at a bowling alley and we're backstage talking to My Dying Bride, and Dio just sort of like floats past us in a cloak. And I was like, oh, there's Dio. And at the time, like,
man.
I should have panicked. I should have like gotten an autograph, but at the time, like I just didn't take advantage of that. But like
No,
now it's so surreal. Like that happened. Like, like
yeah,
I don't know. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's interesting.
Those moments are great. I mean, we had like one of those things where Kip Winger, we're on the Paris Lost Tour. Kip Winger, where he was playing in the bar after us.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and we had like a running joke with Paris Lost that we would put like posters on top of each other. We would put like a Toto poster on their dressing room, and they would put like a Marilyn Manson poster on our. Be like, fuck with each other. And then one day there was a Winger thing on one of the dressing rooms. We thought, oh yeah, real funny, right? So we just we thought it was our dressing room, and we thought, well, there's an actual writer in here today, so we used to just be like, had all of it, made a mess, being assholes, like, and then we walk out of the dressing room, and I just walked straight into Kip Winger, right? And I just laughed in his face, like, I mean, I couldn't believe it was real. I didn't know what to do, and I was like, I'm just like a dick, I was just one of those things. Just laughed in his face. Hello, guys, what's going on? I just be like, I couldn't. It was like walking straight into a cartoon, right?
Yeah.
And I was just being a dick, and we just walked out of there. And that's like my Kip Winger moment, which I'd be like, he was like, what a dick. Who is that guy? Is he a Swedish fucking asshole?
Probably tells this story, a different version of it. Yeah. These guys were all trashing my dressing room and eating my shit or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. So like some drugged up Swedish asshole thinking he's the shit,
Yeah.
Now he was super cool. He played in the bar, and it was like, fucking Kip Winger, and it's so weird with Kip Winger now. He's like some type of genius, he's scoring like movies and doing all this orchestral
symphonies. Yeah.
Who would have thought Kip Winger, and I always be like, I hope I can meet him sometime. You say like, remember that asshole you met in France that was just laughing in your face, that you ate all your snacks and busted out? That was me, man. I'm just real sorry. I was a dick. I really wish that would happen before I die.
Yeah, that's a good one. Retribution with Kip Winger,
so. Just being a dick. So
no, I've seen them live in the last like 5-10 years. They come through Detroit and they put on just like they're really good, and it's
that's
like they were the butt of a lot of jokes, for a
Yeah.
long time. And
Yeah.
I think it was another guy that's a friend of the podcast who writes for Decibel. He really got me to re-listen to the guitar parts and the keyboard parts on that first Winger, and I was like, you know what, this is really good. I can separate from like the lyrics and some of the
Yeah.
that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
and just get into the musicianship a little bit. And that was the same with Dokken too for me, where I could start to like just really appreciate what was going on musically with those bands.
I was never into Winger. I remember I had the record, the first one, but Dokken, fucking love Dokken. One of my like one of the best bands, and they got dragged into this hair metal stuff just as I would say, Cemetary got dragged into the gothic thing, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Dokken is just it's an evil sounding riffs, and insane choruses and just really tremendous songwriting, and wow, I mean to this day, I wouldn't go see Dokken today, but I even
heard a little rough these days, but
but dude is like past 70, and just doing anything when you're past 70, I mean,
it betrays you,
Yeah.
So. Yeah, my funny recent story is we were there was some weird musical festival in this small hodunk town on one of the Michigan lakes, and they had like right on the lake, a floating stage. And we kind of went there. It was like a half hour from where I live. And I was over near like the food vendors part, and out of a porta potty walked Don Dokken. Yeah. And I got a photo with them, and I talked about, we were excited to see them and stuff, but it was very similar to your Kip Winger. It was just like, oh, Don Dokken just walked out of a porta potty, and we're going to talk for a few minutes. And yeah, I love Dokken too. We're huge Dokken fans because of the Lynch and the sinister riffs and all that stuff,
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, what were you going to say?
No,
Sorry.
Dokken was like I thought about it, like, because I'm not, whatever guitar players and stuff, but Dokken was quite an influence on me, writing, the type of metal riffs that they did. When I listened back to some Dokken stuff recently, I'll be like, yeah, I listened a lot to that back then, sure. back that,
yeah.
His Kiss of Death. I mean, that could be almost like a thrash tune, right?
A Megadeth riff almost. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, it's funny because when I did an interview with you probably know who he is, maybe Daniel Ekeroth, who wrote the Swedish.
I know.
Yep. We're doing an upcoming Swedish Norwegian thrash episode, and I wanted to get his take on some of the 80s stuff that it was kind of coming out in Sweden, and some of the more obscure bands and stuff. And I was kind of talking to him about some of the gateway bands for a lot of Swedish metalheads, and he mentioned Dokken and Wasp, and Rat even. We're really big, and whereas like here we looked at them as hair metal bands, you guys kind of just like pulled Wasp out of that, pulled them out of that, and just appreciated them for what they were, musically,
Wasp was monumental. Still to this day, I mean, one of my all-time favorite albums. I remember buying the Fuck Like a Beast 12-inch before the album came out, because we had I know that Tobias from Ghost have talked a lot about this. It was a Swedish magazine called OK, and they had everything from like Samantha Fox showing her boobs to Kyle to Wasp, Venom, Merciful Fate. It was just such insane mix. And thinking back about it, it was like one of a kind, right? So Wasp was heavily featured in this, and but the first Wasp album is just one of those. There's not a bad second on it. It's just one of those all-timers, and even like me and Daniel from Lake of Tears, we did a Wasp tribute track. Not a tribute track. We wrote our own Wasp track on one of the Lake of Tears records. Yeah, we were gonna call. What were we gonna call it now? I can't remember. He showed us something too. Yeah, I think we were gonna call it "We Are Satan's People," right? But it's called I'm Sane instead. But if you listen to it, it's just our Wasp song,
I'll have to check that out. Yeah.
Yeah, we love it that much. Yeah.
Nice. So to get back on track to sort of wrap things up, three things about Godless Beauty that I wanted to just sort of get your take on. One was working with Dave McKean. Two
Yeah.
was the sort of the samples that you
Yeah.
used and what sort of influenced you there. So talk
Yeah.
about those two things really quick, because I think that's really cool. We talked about comic stuff off mic before we record it, but how did you get involved in getting a guy like Dave McKean and stuff like that?
Simple, just like with I think with everything else, I just called him.
Yeah.
And no, but, there wouldn't be a cemetery without comic books. To me, it is kind of everything from spelling it slightly wrong to the logo, because that's, like eerie comics or creepy comics where you spell things wrong, you think would be weird, an evil shade of gray. That's like a take, like a Twilight Zone take on a wider shade of pale, obviously. Yeah. But of course, everybody understood those things. Well, some did, but when you're a 17-year-old and you're totally into this stuff, right? So that was so cool with, Dave McKean. I worked in the store, called him up. We got the same girl as on the Death miniseries. From the same photo session, even.
And then he does Black Vanity too, right? Which is much more like his Sandman covers, that kind of collagey kind of style.
Yeah. So it did that, and it was just great, having that connection with that at that time. It was just such an obvious thing, and with the samples, it was. I've done some having Evil Dead samples now probably is probably the most unoriginal thing you can do, right?
I think in 92, 93 it wasn't. That was pretty. Yeah.
And how we did it, with this groovy sample, and let's get on with the killing. After they were pretty, I would say that we placed them right, and we took the right thing for it. When you have a groovy thing in a breakdown, wasn't necessarily, even though Godless Beauty is dealing with some pretty like dark themes in quite a serious way, as serious as a 18, 19-year-old person can write them, right? But it still had this dark, humorous offset thing, kind of like a movie like The King of Comedy or something, that where it has where it takes it, that you'd be like, I don't know, should I really be laughing at this? Should I be laughing right now? Or is it? And that's how I try to approach all my writing, in that I don't like comedy in music, but I like when there's a like, to make people laugh where they shouldn't be laughing, and to make people nervous. That's my favorite pastimes.
No, I agree. I love those sort of blurred genre sort of things. I've always been drawn to, I don't know, stuff like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I always love, because
I love it, man. I'm watching Riverdale right now.
Is that good? I've always, I mean, it's an Archie thing. I just never, I didn't know if it was too teeny for me. I didn't know.
Man, I read the comics. That's what is called Archie Afterlife.
Okay.
Frank Villa. So I read those. Fucking great. So I didn't have like Netflix for like 10 years for some reason. So I just got it recently again. And I'd be like, oh, Riverdale, gotta watch that. Dude, it's so good. The writing is the same guy who did Sabrina, Teenage Witch.
I love Sabrina. Yeah.
Oh, that was good. But they're in the same they're in the same universe.
Yeah.
So they have crossover later.
Oh,
so
cool.
The writing written by the same guy. So if you like Sabrina, you'll love this.
I'll have to check it out. Yeah, that's cool. Because I love Buffy's my all-time favorite show.
I love Buffy too. Huge Buffy fan.
Yeah, and that ability to go from like ridiculous humor to just like dark and depressing and like super serious. I love that.
Yeah. Riverdale is the same. I mean, if you love Buffy, you're gonna love this. And they have great. They even have Molly Ringwald in there for a bit. The Madge and Amick, from Twin Peaks.
Oh yeah, yep.
So, I mean, yeah, you got to let me know what you think about it.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. That's cool. I'll take that recommendation. So, and that makes sense, using the samples the way, because I mean, even like Now She Walks with Shadows going right to Serpent's Kiss is very much like it's like a woof. It's almost like a slingshot, in terms of the energy level, the emotion. You go from this like punchy punk rock tune to like, more reflective and darker, doomier kind of stuff, So I like that. That's cool. Yeah. And so you you did Evil Dead 2, Shocker, and was there one other sample you guys did on that record? I'm trying to remember.
Witchfinder General.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, Vincent Price. Yep. It was a Witchfinder General one.
Yeah.
And then the other question I had for you, and this is something I came across and I wanted to ask you because I didn't know if it was a rumor or something, was that there was some contentious things with the band on the tour of Godless Beauty, which is why there was a new lineup on Black Vanity. And that was just something I came across. I was like, well, I'll ask Mathias and see what he says about it. But
there are there are two sides to this story, of course. Sure. I mean, we all went to school together to begin, right? I mean, Strinkle were in the same class for like 4 years. And so we all went to school together. And I mean, they left the band, but even if they wouldn't have left the band, they wouldn't have been in the band for the next record. Because everyone, what they didn't know is that with people like, you can't have these guys playing with you because it's just going to hold you back, right? And I was like, well, I've known these people since forever, know? And of course, I wasn't easy to deal with, like being the type of person I was and dealing with the issues I was dealing with at the time that nobody knew. I didn't talk to people about what happened in my house or what was going on with me. I was just being like fucked up and crazy most of the time trying to get these songs together. I wrote everything. Everything was on me. I had to put this together, and years later I talked to people, we didn't understand, or talk to the drummer. We totally didn't understand. You had the vision. I understand that now. And but I understand that then. And other people also understood that you couldn't play. So it was that, I had you should get rid of these people. And even like other people were trying to get people into the band. And, I already have this drummer ready to go for you. And so that was that. So, I mean, whatever they said about me is true, that I wasn't easy to deal with and they left the band. But my story is I couldn't deal with people not being able to play properly, or a guy having a 6-string bass that he couldn't tune and properly and stuff. That shit was embarrassing to me. And people were saying, dude, what the fuck is that? And why your drummer can't play, or like, why do you play with these people, or like the label says this not working, but they never heard that, and whatever. Now, I mean, this is things that happened like 30 years ago, and I talked to a bunch of them years later. It's not like but that was the thing. And like when people said, but that's with every band, like whoever it is, they hear and at the time it was tough for me. I never answered back to any of the shit that people were saying because I was too busy trying to write good songs. And I always approached whatever I'd done that, sure, we could go and I can get some guys and go beat somebody up or whatever that talk shit, but that was never I was always too busy moving on with things. And I heard a funny thing where there was like one guy there's a lot of things with Cemetary, right? There are album credits, and most of them are absolutely not true. Those people are mostly not playing what it says that they're playing.
I was gonna say there were some songwriting credits on Godless Beauty for other people, but it sounds like that maybe was not as or maybe it was Black Vanity. I can't remember. It might have been more Black Vanity, but
for the first, Black Vanity, there's definitely no other. There's like on the 2 first records, but Strinkle did write some riffs for those, so those are correct. On the second one,
Like Anton, I think, is given credit for Sunrise Never Again. You know,
yeah, like half a thing that he helped me. He wrote a counter. He was with me when we wrote a riff, so I was being nice to have people in the band, and like there is a credit on the first one where Juha was like with me and he wrote the drum pattern, and I thought I'll be nice, and we wrote it when I was just me being nice, not taking anything. I mean, I've written music with a lot of other people where we've where the credits are actually right, but if people want to talk shit, you might as well hear the whole story, right? But I was never really interested in telling it or saying this person couldn't play or this person wasn't in the PA on the tour. I have, I could tell who wants to hear that. And especially not now where it's just like, elderly old men talking about stuff they did in the teenage years. Stuff. I really hope that everyone in every band across the world is past all that. Because
I hope so too.
Yeah.
No, agreed. It was just a rumor I saw, and I was like, "Wow, I don't want to perpetuate things. That's not what we do on the podcast as much as possible."
Yeah.
So,
what I was gonna say is one last thing about that. It was one guy who was in the band. What I was gonna say, he got a hold of Black Vanity when it came out, and he was like, he wanted to hear it was really bad. He was so pissed off that it was really good when he listened, but he admitted that it was really good.
So he knew what your vision was suddenly then.
Yeah. And, things really didn't start happening until Black Vanity anyway. So.
Sure.
And you will hear no
Well, that
So,
seems like kind of the big breakthrough record. That was the first
oh
record
yeah,
I heard of you guys. So talk a
no,
little bit about the changes that happened with Black Vanity and
oh,
I mean, it's much more rock oriented. Like the songwriting's catchier, punchier, tighter, all that stuff.
changed my entire life. I mean, I met Chris, right? Chris Silver, who became a huge part of my life. And he started playing. We were still good friends. We did so much stuff together over the years. We're still a part of the same clique or whatever. Is one of the greatest guys of all time. With production, we started together and with the studios and with everything. And I had a drummer that could play better drums than me. and and that was great. So I mean, that was just so cool. When he got in the band, we started playing, and just being in a studio with Bushnot, a death metal studio, and we just had a better record deal, and just not anything holding me back. I could work with people, and I was just that was my first record, like that. I thought that we can actually do cool stuff and play with people that blew my mind. And Chris was just like, was hearing him playing drums the first time, it was like, oh wow, can't believe he's playing with me.
Yeah. Well, I feel like too that record had you maybe been on and this is probably, hindsight 2020, but had you been on a label that maybe had pushed a little bit more touring and things like that, to me, Black Vanity was like a perfect mid-90s record that would have maybe punched through into a different place for you guys, perhaps. I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on all that, but
yeah, I mean, you can think about that for days, right? And of course, sure, you can always think about. But DJ Shadow, he said a really good thing when he was this a documentary where he's digging for albums to sample in a basement, and he's saying something along like, yeah, you gotta watch out what you're doing, because you're gonna become one of the guys in this pile.
yeah.
And I always liked things that is obscure. I
Yeah.
always liked finding those records that not so many
Yeah.
people knew about. That were still great. I'm not saying my albums were great, but that you would find things that are a little bit different. That are, have you seen this or did you know about that? No, it came out. All these kind of oddball, a bit different, and that's what I like. So, of course, if you would ask me when I was 20, was I upset that Bands on Nuclear Blast totally fucking went and did things that I didn't do? Of course, I would have been upset. That now, looking at the type of person I am, it feels natural that I'm one of those obscure guys. I'm happy I am, because how I live my life, being the person I am, I don't want to be on tour, having that being my life. I don't want my life to depend on me looking cool on stage, having people clap their hands. I have nothing against it, but it's not who I am. I even stopped depending on music for my income and stuff. I just want to, I want to do what I want to do, and so that today, I can't say that I'm proud of anything that I'm done, but I'm happy that Cemetary is this type of band, because there needs to be bands like this too. There needs to be those bands that people are talking about, like we've been talking about today, that was different a bit, that did those weird things, that and there needs to be bands like this too. Not everybody can be Amorphous or Behemoth or Slipknot or stuff like that. And me and my friend, we talk about it. If we would have become any of those bands, we would be dead. We were maniacs. We couldn't handle that. So it's like, it was better for me to go to Ibiza and be in a fucking nightclub and be in Berlin in the basement listening to techno and being that guy and just try to be happy, man.
Yeah. No, that's so well said, especially, I think, I mean, that's the reason we do an episode on like you guys, and there are other these sort of like diamonds in the rough that like we knew back in the day, but a lot of people weren't really talking about. and yet when you go back and rediscover and listen to these records, they've aged well, and they have some really interesting ideas in them. And maybe it was the glut of metal at the time that was coming out that were, people couldn't differentiate things, or certain bands got bigger pushes or got talked about more, and so things got lost in the shuffle. And I think, like, the nostalgia factor, right? We've talked a lot about that in this episode,
Yeah.
that, like, that idea of going back and finding things and rediscovering things that maybe you didn't appreciate. And I think Cemetary, especially with what you guys were doing in this time period, was prime example of that. So
Thank you, man. That makes me really happy to hear.
yeah. So no, but I mean, so I guess you've already answered my question, well, my final question, which is, like, looking back at this legacy, if what your thoughts are. And I mean, I feel like you already sort of succinctly did
Yeah.
that. So
Cool.
so I guess maybe just as we sort of wrap up, what is the status with, reissues, and for people that are interested in getting this stuff, is there any updates you have for people?
Where the albums were supposed. I mean, we signed to Atomic Fire Records 2 years ago. They got bought up, but there was a shit show with that whole company. And to be honest, I have no idea what's going on with that label. We have a new album. That is the coolest Cemetary album ever, I think. Probably the only.
Really?
Yeah. So
when does this come out, or is it already out?
No, I mean,
okay.
I mean, this whole thing we were supposed to put out their reissues. Dave McKean made brand new expanded artwork from the same sessions. We had all these plans. We even had plans to do some live shows with pretty cool lineup, possibly, but we had to end all that because I have no idea what's going on with that label. Haven't even answered any of my emails for like 7 months or something like that. So now it's more of a, I guess, I don't know how much I can say, but I've said enough that it's probably like a legal issue at this point, right? Sure. So yeah, I got really fucked over with this, which is sad because there were some nice people working there, but I don't know what happened with them or what type of issues they have. But they haven't informed me on anything. So, but so many people were really excited to do this, and to especially for the people waiting for this reissue. So it's like, I've been holding off. What should I post on the Facebook? I don't know. What should I say? I don't want to get into like, oh, here's more bad news or whatever. But I have no idea. But this new album, we have some crazy features on it, and it was originally an album just for me to send out 50 copies on tapes to my closest friends.
Oh wow!
And then it became this, like, I started the album like 11 years ago, and it just keep changing it, grown. People got involved with it. It's kind of like this. A lot of people have heard it and stuff, and I'll send you a track or two from the studio.
I know, I'd love to hear it. That'd be cool.
And it's just this brand new thing and so now it's more like a travelogue of my life, something like a companion that I've had. And I don't need to put out a record to see my name on it, or to prove anything, to go play on a boat or make shirts or whatever. But there's a story on there, and it's the most personal story I ever told.
Oh wow! So, I can't wait to hear it. Yeah, and I'm sorry about all the stuff that's going on. That's frustrating. Wow.
It's just, as I said, my life doesn't depend on it, and if that's how they want to go about, hey,
yeah,
my life still, there's still comic books coming in, so I'm fine.
You say you found your thing, your niche, and your joy, and yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah.
But I really want the best for the people that keep the music alive, the people that listen to the music, because it doesn't belong to me anymore. Cemetary doesn't belong to me. It's not mine. It's the people that kept it alive, listening to it all these years. It's for them. I feel it's shitty for them that they got screwed over, and whatever is going on, and if the situation clears up or not, I don't know. But I feel sorry for them because they deserve better. I'm fine, but they deserve better. And yeah.
Do you think at the very least, even if the reissues get sort of like locked up for a little bit, that you will be able to put this out, even if you just put it out on your own on like Bandcamp or something like that? Or
that's not the problem. I mean, there's like, that's not the problem. Getting it put out, finding a label. I mean, that's the easy part.
Gotcha.
I still own all the digital rights for everything. Well, I own all the rights. This is a licensing thing, and licenses expire, and that's all I can say, really. So so it's all, there will be good news eventually. So I just don't want to put any bad news in front of the good news that will eventually come. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you don't fuck with our camp, so it's all
yeah,
good.
yeah. No, I appreciate that. Well, cool. This has been awesome.
Cool, man.
I really hope you enjoy doing all this. And
that was great. It was great.
Yeah.
I didn't do many interviews, but I'm happy I did this one. So
good.
The Crypt Sermon one, wow, 7+ hours. And let me tell you, the Crypt Sermon one, wow, 7+. Hi guys, just a couple of thoughts of mine on your recent episode. The Crypt Sermon one, wow, 7+ hours. And let me tell you, not a single second did I feel bored. What an amazing journey. Great interviews, great deep dive as usual. So thanks a lot again on all your effort. In general, I have the expression that to do an episode on a fairly new quote unquote band has been kind of rare. And I've been listening your podcast mainly about the deep dives of older bands. So this comes as kind of something refreshing to me. And also, to be honest, within the last 10, 15 years, there haven't been so many new, like, amazing discoveries in contemporary metal, at least for me. Maybe I'm not just following it as I did before. Maybe it's just also a different listening behavior. I don't know. But I would say there's only been a handful of bands that impacted on me as much as the older bands, so to speak. Talking about bands maybe like Idle Hands, Now Unto Others, maybe even Ghost, or in the epic metal realm, maybe Atlantean Codex. And then, like, I would say maybe 2 years ago, I read a review in a German magazine about runes of Crypt Sermon, and I gave it a listen. So I usually listen to albums before going or while falling to sleep, like with my sleeping in ears on, and then I fall asleep. I mean, sometimes it happens after 5 minutes, sometimes after half an hour, but also with a small child, it's not easy, like, to listen loudly to music anymore. Maybe in the car when I'm alone, but I'm sure Mark knows what I'm talking about. So it's different, but it works somehow. So anyway, about Crypt Sermon. So I listened to the album and it felt amazing. And it's one of those bands when I always thought I have to get back to it, but then you forget about it, and then so your episode came just in the right moment also to remind me of this amazing band. And but what I wanted to point out is that the chorus line of "Christ is Dead," since I first heard the song, it has been sticking in my head through the last 2 years, and that has happened really rarely. So at any point in time, I could like recite this chorus. I don't know what it is, but it's just an amazing mixture for me. It's it's traditional, but it sounds but not like old fashioned. It's not modern metal neither. It has what mostly attracts me, like the darkness about it. It has progressive elements. It has it's not like a cliche metal band, but it has all the elements that all the old bands like established. It's progressive, but not too much. It's kind of nerdy, but it's still capable to address sort of a wider audience. So it's a rare combination of a lot of things that I like about metal. And the new album, I mean, it's just amazing from start to finish, and also the production and the sequencing, everything kind of falls into place on this one. So, but now knowing more about the background of those guys, I mean, they are just over the top musicians. And I mean, I've been into other bands like Obsequiae as well, and so this doesn't come as a surprise. I mean, they're just total professionals. So I take off my hat. I hope those guys will get a lot of success on this one. And yeah, cheers for the episode. And yeah, it's a good impulse for metal to have bands like this breaking out. And yeah, just amazing. Thank you so much. And also for reminding me of the feeling when Terminator 2 came out. I think over the last decades there hasn't been a combination of a movie I've been so wanting to see and the music combined. Like You Could Be Mine, when that came out, I was so eager to watch that movie. So that was also amazing. Thanks a lot.